All right, welcome everybody to the first official tournament for OSU of 2022, the OSU Mania 7-Key World Cup 2022. I am Toph Danny, and I am joined here by Underjoy, one of the map selectors for this tournament, to show off the qualifiers for this tournament. How are you doing, Underjoy?
Hello, I'm fine. I'm really excited about this. We have been working on the qualifiers for quite a time, and I'm thinking that they look pretty good. I hope you will be enjoying them.
I'm hoping that people are going to enjoy this too, because 7-Key World Cup's been quite a time coming at this point. You know, we missed it in 2021, and now we're getting another rendition of it, and this time we're having qualifiers, which if you haven't been paying attention to, say, OWC or the previous iteration of the 4Q Mania World Cup, there are going to be a certain number of maps where all of the teams that had a team that qualified to participate in the 7Q World Cup, they'll be going through all of these maps, getting scores as good as they can, and then the top 16, not top 32 like it was in 4Q World Cup, but the top 16 will be moving on to the bracket stage to duke it out there for a double elimination bracket. But I don't really know if there's really much else to say other than just to introduce it like that, so I think we can get right into the maps. What do you think, Underjoy?
Yeah, let's go. Gotta say that in this year, qualifiers are pretty hard. Actually, they are harder than you would expect, and because the cutoff is pretty harsh, because from 32 teams, only 16 will advance further, you have to put up a lot of work on these qualifiers.
Indeed, and right now we see Stage 1, Machine Drum Multiply, a map by Lenpai. It comes at BPM of 193, OD of 8.5, and a star rating of 4.49. Just under 3 minutes, but it has a little bit of downtime right before the notes come in at the start. But I think it's fair to say that this is going to be the most technical of the qualifiers for this set of qualifiers.
Yeah, it's definitely not very hard in terms of actual roll skill, but it's so easy to trip up, mainly because of these repeated jacks on the left hand and some bursts that missing here is very easy. You have to pay a lot of attention in this map.
Yeah, there's a lot of different complex rhythms, is what I noticed when I was looking through the map. Also, an OD of 8.5, definitely not trivial to get good accuracy on, and this is definitely like, you know, what you'd expect from a map with OD 5, really focusing on keeping your accuracy straightforward. And I think you'll sort of notice that it's very, very light at the start, but it develops into a harder and harder mess of tech as the chart goes on. So that kind of consistency, making sure that you can keep going, is going to be extremely important for the players that are going to be wanting to qualify here.
Exactly. I think this is one of the more stressful qualifiers to trip up and miss. Those jacks turn into some pretty uncomfortable drills that require a lot of attention. But on the other hand, it's one of the easier maps in this qualifier pool in general, like in terms of actual skill required to perform well on them.
Yeah, definitely the physical requirements are going to be on the lower side. I think arguably this and Stage 2 are going to be, well, I mean, if we're talking about Rice qualifiers in particular, this and Stage 2 are going to be the physically easiest, not necessarily the easiest to score on, but definitely the ones that require the least amount of, you know, raw speed to get through.
Exactly. One tip for this map, if you are uncomfortable with left-hand jacks, you can use mirror, because most of the jacks, if not all of them, are on the left hand. Mirror might be a good idea in this map.
Yeah, and I think especially with that, like, you can see that repeated, you know, percussion notes happening on the left hand. So if you get mind blocked easily on your left hand, it would be good to just move those to the right with mirror.
Yeah, a lot of sweeps, a lot of jacks, some rhythms which are more complicated. Nothing very difficult, but I think it's not going to be easy either.
Yeah, definitely a lot of abrupt pattern changes, a lot of abrupt rhythm changes as well. And I think this ending really spikes up the density a little bit. There's going to be some pretty difficult streaming sections and more constant jacks.
Yeah, towards the ending, the map is really going at its fullest. Also answering the question from the chat, there are going to be 8 qualifiers, which 4 of them are focused on Rise, 2 are about LN, and 2 are hybrids.
Yeah, and actually that brings up an important point. No SVs for this tournament,
Yes,
as far
definitely.
as I know. So no SVs, no testing that in qualifiers, no SVs throughout the rest of the pools. Those are just eliminated from this tournament. But with that, that's the end of stage 1. We're going into stage 2, a more speed-focused map. Not, like I said, for stage 1, this and stage 1 are going to be less physically demanding than the maps as we get further on, at least as far as Rice is concerned. But this is going to be the speed stream tester. Also some minor light chord stream, but I don't think that's the main difficulty of this chart.
Yeah. This is Carrot Tempest, a song you already know pretty, I think it was featured in 4K NWC. And this is a speed qualifier, which is pretty easy to full combo, I'd say, but the main difficulty is actually keeping up the streams and the accuracy, which is pretty hard to do even on the OD, which isn't especially high.
Yeah, OD8, it's about average, but for this qualifier pool, it's actually, I think, the second highest, the only other one being higher having been stage 1, which, you know, making sure that players are good at accuracy on the more straightforward, less physically demanding stuff is kind of what you'd expect out of these kinds of qualifiers.
Exactly. The map is pretty straightforward, with the initial stream section being followed by some filler trails and streams, which leads to the second section, which we will see in a minute. That is much, I'd say, relentless, with less breaks and slightly different patterning.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll get into this break here in the 2/3 point, and we'll be getting into an ending stream section, which is pretty much the same as the first one that we saw, which is just pretty much unrelentless, no stopping in the streams. They're all 1/6 at a BPM of 181. That comes to about 270 BPM streaming, I believe.
Exactly. This is difficulty that is perceived to be around round of 16. So these two maps, those stage 1 and stage 2, are similar to round of 16. Other qualifiers, especially as we approach the ending of this showcase, will be progressively more difficult, with difficulty more akin to that of quarterfinals.
Yeah, and we'll be approaching the end of this chart, and this will be the last of the early round-ish Rice maps that we're going to be looking at. In stage 3, we're going to be finding some LNs, the easiest map physically and in star rating. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm one early. We got a hybrid coming up next, not long notes. And this is going to be Hanepaganda by Garalulu, BPM of 181, OD7, star rating of 5.14, and just over 3 minutes. I believe this is actually the longest of the qualifiers.
Yeah, barring for the core stream picks, this is probably one of the longest qualifiers, and it's, as Toph said, a hybrid. I'd say one of the more basic types of hybrid, because both the Rise patterns and the long mode patterns aren't especially complex. They are mostly so that player can get a general grasp of both Rise and LN. So this map might be difficult both for long mode players and Rise players, because it's not very easy to full combo in terms of Rise, and you can see the burst later on. But it's also difficult to time the long nodes properly. So I expect many scores which will be pretty good combo and maybe full combo, but low accuracy.
Yeah, some of these LNs also seem a little bit difficult to coordinate, especially in that early section. I noticed that there were some pretty, maybe not exactly lined up releases, so you'll see some place where you have to hold down the long notes a little bit longer. But what I also noticed is that, when we're talking about 7-key hybrids, you'll often see, very often that the sections are, full of LNs, but those Rice parts around them tend to be pretty difficult and add this level of reading that you don't often see when we're talking about something like, 4-key hybrids.
Yeah, exactly. Those Rise patterns are not the filler. They might actually prove some difficulties, especially when they are combined with the long note, so that you have to not strip your fingers, because when you hold a long note wrongly, you will trip up all the Rise patterns with it naturally.
Yeah, also, I think worth noting, there's those spacebar jets, but I don't think those are as important as just noting how common the short long notes are in this, so making sure that you have that reading capability of, seeing those and releasing them when you need to.
Yeah, towards the ending there are more rise bursts, and it's also important to know that there are some hidden mini jacks, especially in the thrill sections, that might be quite difficult to hit. I mean, they are very comfortable, but it might be hard to hit every single one of them.
Right, and you mentioned those bursts in that chorus, and coming into the last quarter, we'll have, this solo section, which kind of repeats the LM gimmicks that we saw towards the beginning. But we'll get into the last chorus, and those bursts will come back with a vengeance, where they become even more continuous than we've seen in the previous two.
This is a pretty good consistency map, I'd say. Not only because it's a hybrid, but it's also longer, and the difficulty doesn't spike as much. So you need good consistency and combo holding to perform well. The last chorus is harder, and the long notes are actually a bit denser, especially towards the very ending, and the outro, which has some pretty difficult bursts coming up.
Yeah, kind of combining everything that we've seen through especially in the previous two choruses, making the LMs denser and then adding those bursts in the second half, and finishing off the chart right there. And now we'll be getting into that long note chart I was talking about. This is the physically easiest and the lowest star rating map in the qualifiers pool, coming out to 4.03 stars and a BPM of 80. As you might expect, this is going to be a release focused or a coordination. Depends how you want to really categorize.
Yeah, actually
when it comes to 7 key. Maybe you can do both with coordination and releases.
The general idea is that this qualifier will be later split into two, maybe different kinds of maps in the actual pools. So like the release maps and the coordination maps, which will be of course slightly different. And this qualifier actually joins both of them in a pretty, I'd say, tricky fashion, because as Toph said, this is the easiest physically map, but at the same time, I've heard the opinions that this is actually the hardest map of the qualifier pool, just because how difficult it is to not trip up on those. Yeah, on this later section.
7 key releases are ridiculously difficult, and this really emphasizes that difficulty that they have, requiring coordination. You might compare something like Avril the 14th. Obviously Avril the 14th is going to be a little bit harder than this, but the same kind of style of long notes exists, and I've heard stories of people just not being good at this kind of release, or just these LNs being very unorthodox in the 7 key scene.
Especially this section which we can see right now. This has the small jackhammer anchor right notes alongside the long notes, which are very difficult to get properly. This is so easy to miss on those.
Yeah, we've seen this theme of the maps getting harder as they get towards their ending, and this map definitely does that theme justice.
Yeah, the first section is pretty easy, but the second half is really demanding. It's very, the notes are placed in the way that it's very easy to trip up one hand, because most of them are on one hand at a given time and then switch to another hand.
Definitely not going to be easy for many players in this tournament to approach properly, and that will finish stage 4. And I think you might want to introduce stage 5 for us.
Yeah, I was going to do that, because the stage 5 is my map. And this map is one of them. I think it's the most difficult rise pick in qualifiers. It's Arena 4 by Leaf. And this is a mixed rise qualifier, which is, I'd say, encompasses every possible rise pattern, which is also pretty difficult, because you can see there is a lot of dense core string, there are bursts, there are jacks, and more going on, you will see.
Yeah, when I was looking at this the first time, I basically made the connection that this was somewhere between that straightforward rise speed or chord stream and tech, where it has a very large combination of many different types of patterns, but also stays straightforward for certain parts of it. Obviously we have jacks, we have bursts, we have lots of different things that you have to focus on, but it sort of bridges the gap there while still being extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah, this is like more of a quarterfinals pick, and I'd say it's not even on the easy side because we want to differentiate between the good teams and the better teams.
Yeah, definitely. And this is an OD of 8, so keeping your accuracy straightforward is definitely going to be a big point of contention, especially with these really complicated sections.
Oh, by the way, beware, because this section right now might be a bit surprising with this trill on the right hand.
Another potential mirror opportunity for players. If they're not too comfortable with the trill on the right hand, they can just move it to the left.
Wow, the awesome mania is so good nowadays. You have the mirror mode, which was impossible to do in the earlier World Cups. And the second chorus is somewhat like the first, but even more, no density and more burst, so...
Yeah, more density, and I think it's just more constant, which, adds another level of that stamina that you're going to need to hold on to.
Exactly. I expect this to be very hard to combo.
Yeah, that's it. That is very short, 1 minute and 55 seconds. Second shortest qualifier that we have, and our second last Rice qualifier. The last one coming up right now, Getty Sonic Bass by Remmering. At a BPM of 170, you might be wondering where our straightforward chord jack, or not, I'm sorry, not chord jacks, chord stream pick is at, and I think I have the answer for you right here.
This map is so good, like Remmering did such a good job at this, and the patterns are beautiful to watch and even better to play. I expect this to be quite difficult for players that aren't just very adept at 7 key, but for players that do have the capabilities for this map, it will be probably the easiest qualifier to high score on because of how straightforward this chart is.
Yeah, it's very, very constant at that 170 BPM. It's also 3 minutes and 7 seconds, just a little bit shorter than the hybrid stage 3 we saw earlier. But I think it's safe to say that this is a lot more constant and definitely more stamina draining than what we would have seen in stage 3.
Exactly, this is pretty dense and has runs going throughout the whole chart without many breaks, so you need a bit of physicality coming up from your hands to be able to perform on this well.
Yeah, and we're seeing already some very, very dense chord stream, but what you'll find out is that this also follows that theme that I mentioned, where it does get a little bit harder as it goes on. I believe the ending ends up getting pretty dense compared to the beginning, and has a very difficult finishing chord stream section. So, but you do get a break, like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, probably the only major break in this chart, but the patterns are very pleasant to hit, so even the bigger density towards the ending isn't such a big deal. Well, you will see later in the chart because you see the phenomenal build up to the second section with some 100 trill action.
Yeah, some kind of awkward patterns, but they're not really dense enough, I don't think, to trip many players up in comparison to the rest of the chart at least.
Yeah, this plays much better than it looks like. Even I think it looks pretty decent, but this is so comfortable to play.
And we're getting that transition to the last quarter, and this is where that density starts spiking once this transition phase ends. And I think these patterns also get a little bit less comfortable overall in this ending.
A bit, yes. This is a bit different type of chord stream than the first section, which is good because we wanted to encompass as many different chord stream approaches as possible.
Yeah, you can see those, each side of the screen ends up having your hand split with the middle finger versus the pointer and ring finger. And then we have a little bit of a calm down section with just some normal double streams. Not necessarily the easiest, but gives you an opportunity to kind of calm down before the end of the chart.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard chart, not much going on which would surprise anyone. Just a very decent, might be about those ending, but very standard chord stream chart.
Indeed, and we have just finished the Rice pool. We have one more long note pick here, and contrary to the first one, we've got some density coming in.
Yeah, this is the dense long note pick, long note streaming as you would call it, and it's funny because it's pretty easy for me, but I've also heard that this is one of the harder qualifiers because of the sheer amount of long notes put in this chart. It's not very fast because it's only 150 ppm, but there are pretty dense long note streams combined with some mini jacks that require attention to hit them properly.
Yeah, quite a bit of reading difficulty coming from these, especially depending on, skins that are being used. But really, this is just making sure that you're good enough at reading the LNs and focusing on holding down when you need to. OD is 7, a bit high for LNs as far as some people might say. So focusing on accuracy can be a challenge for this. There are also some mini jacks and bursts in some of these long note patterns like we're seeing here. But I think the main focus is just going to be holding through the reading, especially with how straightforward the release aspect of this is in general, at least, when you compare it to stage 4.
Yep, exactly. The scroll speed on the stream is actually quite high because Kim God uses a high scroll speed, so this map doesn't look as intimidating as you might see it on the stream. But in general, it's very, I'd say, well-rounded long map, which is actually pretty comfortable to hit. The main difficulty is probably the reading. And those occasional
this section. Mini jacks followed by key release type patterns back into extreme density might throw some people off.
Yeah, definitely not triple stuff. This is quite difficult to hit.
Indeed, that'll finish off the long note pool. One more qualifier left to go, and if you would like to take it, you are more than welcome.
But this is probably the most, I'd say, most interesting qualifier of them all, because this is an evening map and it's I'd say tiebreaker style hybrid, which is very complex, very a lot of stuff going on, jacks, long notes, speed patterns, score streams, everything, and all of this is done in traditional evening style, which is very flowing and very visually pleasing.
I definitely, when I looked at this chart trying to prep for the showcase, I was like, yes, this is very evening style. And that kind of, I've heard lots of good things about like how evening charts play, and this definitely looks, like you said, very, very flowy, despite the density and, the awkwardness of some of the patterns that are throughout this, and the variation and the types of patterns that show up throughout.
Yep, and this is actually done rated a bit, because the original song is 191, so this is on a lower rate because how its scale is much better on the lower BPM. But as you can hear, it doesn't impede the song too much, and it still sounds very good. And
definitely doesn't make it sound any worse. It definitely keeps up the hype of what you'd expect from the final round of qualifiers.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest qualifiers, I think. It's quarter-finals difficulty, maybe even barring it a bit higher, but high scoring this chart is very difficult, as you can see that even Stack-High, which you might know, is having troubles to keep an SS on this. Everyone, not less, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing such a huge variety of different kinds of patterns. We saw inverse, we saw a lot of the LN coordination with the section before this, and some mini jack tech, and now we're getting into some split chord streams.
This is so good to play. This is so interesting, and everyone who plays this map says that this is the best section of this chart.
Yeah, and we'll be treated by a nice surprise to finish off this section as well by tiebreaker as charts. We need more LNs. Always need more LNs.
Ending is pretty intense.
Yeah, and that spacebar column with pretty much an LN on it for the entire time. So definitely a lot of coordination needed, despite that being a density section, and we're coming up to the end now.
Definitely an interesting qualifier.
Yeah, definitely, and potentially one of the most challenging for some of the players. It really depends on the skill sets. I think players who are good at long notes will probably, obviously flock towards stage 3 and stage 4 and stage 7. Rice players, they got 1, 2, 5, and 6, and then hybrids are a bit more complicated when you have to start getting into those, and seeing how much you had to deal with in stage 8 definitely might end up being one of the hardest for people to score on overall, for some players, but maybe not. But with that is going to conclude the qualifier showcase for the 7Q World Cup 2022. That was an interesting set of maps for sure. I'm excited to see the results, but as was the case with OSU World Cup 2021, Mania World Cup 2021, the qualifiers will not be streamed. None of the teams' results will be streamed live on the channel. So next weekend there will only be one more stream happening, which will be the qualifiers showcase, or sorry, not the qualifiers results showcase, and then the round of 16 map pool showcase, which I am excited for. Do you have anything else to say with respect to that?
Well, I'd say that yes, the round of 16 will be actually a bit easier than the qualifiers you will see now, but at the same time it's a noticeable step up from the previous MWCs, and also I would say that the pools are maybe a bit harder than 4 key pools in comparison, like in the sheer difficulty of them, because it will be difficult to even full combos on maps straight from the beginning, especially for weaker teams. But on the contrary, the cutoff, as I said, is pretty sharp, so only the top 16 teams will advance to the round of 16, which is more than a half teams will get eliminated, so good luck to everyone playing in those qualifiers, because you will have to put a lot of work and sweat to defeat those maps. They are difficult, I know, but they are made with a specific purpose to select the best of the best teams. And as we have seen on the wiki page, the teams that have signed up are pretty respectable, and there are a lot of good teams that will put up a great fight.
Yeah, so if you wanna spot in that bracket stage, work as hard as you can. You are going to need it against all of these incredibly good teams.
You don't have the SVs this year, but that doesn't mean you can come to the match unprepared. Quite the contrary.
Preparation is going to be key for this. But with that, I think we are going to conclude the qualifiers showcase for the first OSU World Cup of 2022. We will see you all next weekend for the qualifiers results, as well as the round of 16 map pool showcase. We will hopefully be able to see you all there. OSU Mania 7Q World Cup will continue, and I'm really excited for what's going to happen. So I'll see you guys all later.
Hello.
All right, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the second stream for the Mania 7Q World Cup 2022. Today, we will be going over the qualifiers results. It's going to be very interesting, and then following the qualifier results, we'll be going into our round of 16 map pool. Like we said last week, not 32. We will only have 16 teams in the bracket stage. I am Toph Daddy, one of your commentators for this qualifier results showcase, and I am joined here by Underjoy yet again. How's it going?
Hello, what's up? I'm so excited about the results, and I'm probably more excited about the showcase because
yeah. I mean, I just got the results of the qualifiers, and there's some interesting results here that I personally wasn't expecting. I know a lot of other people weren't expecting as well.
Yeah, honestly, this year is so unpredictable. Yes, this is first MWC in 7K from a long time, but still, teams are so close and they are so diverse in skill sets. It's hard to predict what will gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. But I think without further ado, we'll be starting to get into the qualifier showcase, starting at seed 33, which is going to be India, a two-person team, but unfortunately not going to be able to push their way into the bracket stage, being our last seeded team. Looks like doing their best on the fourth Rice qualifier, and as well as the second long note qualifier. So pretty good at density as far as they were concerned, just not matching up to the other teams.
Yeah, sadly just SyphoS playing pretty much by himself, holding the level.
Yeah, very nice to see teams like India coming out and joining to participate, but they will not be able to move on to the bracket stage, nor will anyone until we get to number 16. But for now, we can move on to the 32nd seed, Romania.
Yeah, Robbie is going to carry this one, but sadly they weren't able to cut it into the round of 16. Yes, yeah, pretty much all
not quite enough of a carry performance to get them where they needed to be. Doing best on the tech map, getting pretty good accuracy overall, but just similarly not enough to make it through. And at the 31st seed, we're going to see Denmark, another two-person team. So far we've been seeing a lot of smaller teams, not full teams of 4 players, which is definitely going to be, a hindrance to whether you're going to be able to switch people out based on their weaknesses, and that's proving to be quite an issue for some of these teams down at the bottom.
Exactly, they just have to give their best from themselves, and they don't have any chance to switch for someone else.
Yep, and then next on our list is number 30, seed 30. It's going to be Norway. Our first full team, Masia, RS Fast, Androma, and TB, not being able to put up the scores, but, putting scores where they needed to. Scarlet Tempest, 1.8 million, probably their best score out of their qualifiers up to that point. But just, not having the high-end skill that they needed to push themselves, especially with how difficult these qualifiers were. I think we need to really restate how difficult all these maps were to play.
Exactly. You can see, especially in the log notes, you can see how low the scores are. There are 400,000. Not very much.
Yeah, but we're going to be seeing... I think that kind of stays the trend for a while. The LNs just end up being very difficult. Coordination with 7K tends to do that for you. But moving forward, our number 29 seed is Belgium, another European team. We're getting a lot of European teams out of the way early here. But moving on up and above, their LN scores, quite a bit better than what we've been seeing. 1.7 million, 1.6 million. Definitely starting to get up there, and those are some very solid scores for those LN qualifiers.
Yep, certainly. This team is more all-rounded, but sadly they weren't good enough. Maybe next year.
Yeah, it's always good to see these teams, and we'd love to see all of them come back even stronger next year. Hopefully we see a lot of 7K teams really coming back strong and keeping this key mode popular. It's good to... I'm surprised to see even 33 teams coming out, given how we've seen the community, shrink a little bit since 2019 when the last World Cup happened for this. But that's going to be seed 29. Seed 28 is going to be Portugal. Another 3-person team. Rodriguez not going to be able to carry their team to victory here, getting average scores across the board as far as their placements. 27th on Scarlet Tempest, as well as Hanapaganda and Intuition. So their hybrids kind of looking a bit stronger than the rest of them, but I think in general they're just pretty even across the board.
Yeah, just mostly Rodrigo carrying, and even though the scores are pretty all around the board, pretty much equal, so good job.
Yeah, and number 27 is, for me, this is kind of a surprise. I wasn't sure about the players on this team, but Singapore is historically a very, very strong 7-key team, getting 12th place in our previous 7-key World Cup. And their 4-key game is also extremely good, but being down at the 27th seed, not qualifying for the bracket stage, you can see, actually, interestingly enough, this is the first time we've seen kind of an outlier in terms of the scores between the qualifiers, where their farewell score was number 20, 1.8 million, and that's well far ahead of everything else that they've seen for the rest of their qualifiers.
It seems that Bai for now is primarily a 4-key player, so despite his high rank, he's not able to play 7-key as well. So in the scores, Paralit is doing very good scores, but Bai for now is sadly not keeping up, which resulted in such a low score for Singapore.
Yep, so Singapore will be knocked out in the qualifiers. Moving on to number 26, which will be Estonia, another 3-person team. All relatively high ranked, and again, that LN score on the release pick from qualifiers very high at number 18, as well as the density being number 21. A strong LN contender, just not being able to keep up when it comes to the hybrids and the rice maps.
Yes, it's very nice to see teams like Estonia, who are pretty much the underdogs of the tournament, to perform relatively well in the qualifiers. Of course, it's not enough for qualifying, but still, I guess no one would expect Estonia to be higher than, for example, Singapore or some other countries.
Yeah, beating out seven other teams in the qualifiers is sure to give you some kind of confidence boost, especially if you didn't have any in the first place. So, I'd love to see all these teams return, like I said, even stronger next year to hopefully try their chance again at qualifying. But with that, we'll move on to seed number 25, which is going to be Colombia, a team that had was it their debut during 4-key MWC this year? Or this previous tournament?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, another relatively new team performing pretty well. XNet and Hakare and Ago all being top 1,000 and Smachi not being too far behind. That second LN score, number 14. That's
suspiciously good.
Yeah, that is a very good score. And that would have been enough could be considered qualifying, So you see lots of different abilities from these players. But so far we haven't really seen a lot of the teams that have, we've seen in these seeds performing particularly well in the rice, which means that's kind of being the Achilles heel for a lot of these teams, where the rice is causing a lot of issues. But we'll move on to seed number 24, getting closer and closer to that top 16 to qualify, but not qualifying here will be the United Kingdom in 24th. Again, quite strong LNs, and here we go with some stronger rice picks, just being dragged behind by some of the more difficult maps in the pool, the chord stream, the accuracy of the hybrids, and the very dense long note map.
This is a pretty interesting result, that the United Kingdom is the worst on hybrids, actually. This is something that I feel it's not very common in the tournament scene. Also, probably a bit of letdown, considering how relatively strong UK is on 4-key and how relatively low they placed on this year's qualifiers for 7-key.
Yeah, 4-key and 7-key don't necessarily translate the same way, and I don't think there are any team members transfer between 4-key and 7-key, so it's just kind of a different community there. But They will not qualify. They're going to be 24th seed. 7 more to go before we hit the qualifying teams. So 23rd seed is going to be Germany. Another team that has performed pretty well in the World Cup historically. They, like it says, 13th last year, which means they did make it to bracket stage in 2019. And this is looking like to be a pretty average performance along each of their maps, between 21 and 25 for every single one of the maps in this pool, which is a great show of consistency. They just need to push that skill up a little bit more.
Honestly, I can see it happening. I know some of German players they are pretty stably progressing, so maybe next year they can make it to the round of 16, because I already cannot beat some of those players' scores.
Yeah, and we're already getting to the point where seasoned 7 key players are having trouble beating the players who aren't even qualifying into the bracket stage. This tournament is pretty stacked as far as the teams go, and Germany is a strong team that just wasn't able to make the cut in this situation.
Absolutely.
So with that, number 22 seed is going to be the Netherlands, another historically pretty strong team, and another historically pretty well-performing 4-key team, but only making it into 22 seed this time. Not enough to qualify, but again, we're seeing some outliers with these players' scores, with these team scores. Number 11 on the release qualifier.
Yeah, as far as I know, Freak is so good at this map, and Tyronix also is a very good long player, so they certainly shined on the stage 4, but as we can see, both Ariane Hot and Sonic Bass were pretty relatively low scores, so they had some issues with the harder rise peaks.
Indeed. And we're also seeing kind of this difference between like the physical requirements that were needed for the qualifiers this time around, where Farewell being by far the easiest physically, allowing for teams to, kind of bump their seeding up where they aren't able to keep up with the maps later on, or the rice maps that are very, very dense and difficult. Following this, in seed number 21, it's going to be Sweden. I had to extend that until it switched over. Another team with relatively solid LN scores and some pretty good hybrid scores, falling a little bit short in the Rice section. Sadcat being very strong in 7-key, showing off some really incredible scores, but not able to carry his 2 teammates through to the qualifying rounds.
Yeah, I guess Sadcat must be pretty sad right now. Sorry for the joke.
It's okay. We tell jokes around here. Moving on to the final 4 non-qualifying teams at seed number 20. It's going to be New Zealand. Worm, Sparks, Cap, all very high ranked. Staying pretty consistent along them with good accuracy team. Getting that number 10 spot on stage 1. But not quite able to keep up with the LNs and hybrids, which ended up being their undoing here.
Yep, this is actually so polarizing. You can see that those long node maps, which are relatively easy on the row skill required, they are either played very well by the lower rise skill level players and teams, and the other hand, teams that perform very well on rise cannot play those LNs at all, which might also be an indicator of how the pools will be interesting in that regard. Yeah, diverse skill sets.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of, teams that require a lot of balance. Only having 4 players that you can have on your team can be very devastating, especially when you don't have enough. I mean, for New Zealand, they only have 3 players, which is enough of a handicap when you need as diverse of players as possible. But even just requiring 4 players to cover 3 very different categories of maps can be very difficult to muster up. But that's seed number 20. Moving on to seed number 19. It's going to be Argentina. This one came to a bit of a surprise to me, personally. I was very surprised to see Argentina not make it into the bracket stage. And you can see some really good scores. Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 7, all being extremely strong scores, all in the top 16. And The rest of them not too far behind. Looks like stage 5 and stage 4 being kind of their undoing when it came to, their bout for qualifying.
Yeah, unfortunately, they lacked some of the edge, especially on the farewell, which is pretty dragging the score down. They were very close, but yeah, as I say, next year it's quite probable that they can get in if they keep up the pace.
Yeah, lots of very good players on Argentina. Lucas, a beast at the game, both 4-key and 7-key. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back next year even stronger. But with that, we'll move on to the last two. Seed number 18, it's going to be France. Elementaires, Antoine being very, very strong players. Great Hard Rock Charlie's backing them up, but not quite enough. Look at that Scarlet Tempest score. Number 6 on a map and not going to qualify for the bracket stage.
This is very surprising to me. It was probably one of the European teams I was expecting the most of. The best rank, but actually they weren't able to qualify even with a phenomenal stage 2, which looks like it was like an SV map. It's something like this.
Yeah, it's a bit polarizing to see something like that. I think this is our first time seeing a team in the top 10 on anything as well, which we're getting to the point where we're having a lot of players who are very, very good, capable of getting very high scores on these maps.
Yeah, sadly the long notes were just not enough.
Yeah, not quite enough here. But moving on to the final non-qualifier for the Osumania 7Q World Cup 2022. Seed 17 is going to be Australia. I was sad to see this, honestly. Their scores are so consistent across the board. Number 11 on Intuition, number 11 on Arian Rod, top 16 on 2 other maps, and just barely outside on everything else, and not going to qualify.
Yes, this hurts. This is probably one of the biggest shocks I just seen. That's Australia was always good in terms of like 7-key play, and seeing them just barely miss the threshold is sad.
Sakansuki and Ruka are like household names in 7-key, but unfortunately they will not be performing in the bracket stage this year. But with that, we can start moving on to the 16 teams that qualified. I'm sure you've already marked down if you're on a team, you've already marked down whether you've seen your country listed yet, so you should know if you qualified, but the rankings are what are going to determine the brackets and the matches coming up, so keep an eye on these as well. Number 16 is going to be Switzerland, a 2-man roster, but what a 2-man roster it is! Akero and Gamer97, 2 more pretty household names as far as 7-key goes. And I'm honestly kind of surprised to see them this low, in the same way we've seen a lot of teams so far.
They don't need more people, and actually they kind of remind me of I think it was Philippines team for it was maybe a 7-key World Cup as well, but they had only 2 players and they were enough to place them quite high in the tournament.
Yeah. We've seen that quite a bit. Switzerland has done it before, I think, in the past. Chile did it in 2018, I want to say. Had 2 players and they made it all the way up to semifinals. So we're seeing teams that are just so capable with 2 players, and as small a roster as this is, they are qualifying, but unfortunately, they'll have to face the number 1 seed, which we'll be coming to later.
Exactly. Akero is such a beast in this team, and I expect them to fare relatively well on long notes.
Yep, but we can move on to seed number 15, which is going to be Taiwan. I think this is around what was expected for Taiwan for me and the people I was talking to, but still a very solid placement, 11th on that accuracy pick for the first one, and a qualifier that didn't get any top 10s, so they're just riding on that consistency here.
Yeah,
keeping within the 10 to 20 range and just staying there was enough for them to get themselves into that qualifying seed.
Yeah, very consistent across the board. And a side note, I'm wondering how commentators will call the 4th player on this team, which has a pretty interesting nickname.
From what I've heard, people call them Barcode, so I'm going to stick with that if I have to commentate a Taiwan match.
Sounds like a good idea.
But yeah, classic. Fola, Snow Rabbit, Hero Jeff, and barcode.
Yeah, all around pretty solid
there.
team, but at the same time their core stream score is pretty low, so I expect they might have some problems in early accuracy round.
Indeed, but we can start moving on to seed number 14, another historically strong team, but this year missing a key player in Stupid Man. But the United States will be number 14 seed, getting a very, very strong hybrid score on Hanamaganda, and staying within the top 16 on all of the maps in this pool, except for the 2 long notes, which they were just outside of.
This is also one of the surprises of this tournament, especially as USA is so good at 4K, and they, as Toph said, they lack Thom Elah, which was, I'd say, key player, and with him the team would be very, very high in this tournament. We can expect actually them to be pretty all-rounded, with Alter of course carrying, but I think I also saw Turney getting a very, very good score on stage 4. So
yes, Turney is kind of that LN anchor that they needed to add on top of Teo and Revo just being all-rounded in general. But that is going to be seed number 14, and seed number 13 was kind of a surprise to me. I mean, I think it was to you as well, you said earlier.
Yes, let's go. It's actually fine that we are commentating together and our teams are like
back to back. Yeah, I got
exactly.
the US in 14th and Poland in 13th.
Yeah, but this team is pretty, I'd say, focused about Hudonom and Yamakazi, with of course Hudonom carrying, and especially good at Rise at Sea, I'd say, but yeah, Poland is quite strong this year, and they are pretty all-rounded, I guess.
Yeah, you can see that all-roundedness in their placements. Their lowest placement being number 17, very, very consistent across the board.
Yeah, I'm happy with this, honestly.
I would imagine you are, but we can start moving on to number 12. It's going to be the, if we can get it switched over, Russian Federation. Another very consistent team, but kind of showing their strengths on the long notes. Number 10 on both of the long note qualifiers, on top of that core string qualifier, number 10. And we're starting to get into those placements where people are starting to teams are starting to hold on to those very, very high placements here.
Yeah, both Mage and Legend 27 are very good long note players, so they have some O2 Jam career behind them. I think Illuminus also. And yeah, as you said, pretty well-balanced team. We have slight of an edge on long note department.
Yeah, for sure. So we can expect to see like long notes coming out from them as far as, you know, their strategies as the map pools and the matches come out. But they're gonna probably have a bit of a tough time given that they're seed 12 facing next week the seed number 5, which might end up being a tall task. But all these teams are so good that I can't imagine them, you know, looking down on themselves for these matchups that they're going to be having.
I think this will be also very important with the second player, because most of those teams have a very strong one player and the second one which is a bit behind, and the second player might make a big difference actually.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the matches come out, but we can move on to seed number 11. It's going to be Japan. Quite another surprise. I think I saw a bunch of people expecting Japan to be a bit higher ranked than seed 11.
I honestly expected Japan to be like top 5, so seeing them relatively low in this qualifiers round is a big surprise for me, especially with players like Suzuha or my Angel Koishi, which are
rank number 6, rank number 24 is kind of high ranked people.
They are pretty much top tier.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of got knocked down. Their Scarlet Tempest, maybe they just had a couple bad runs, or they're just not that strong on speed. And then their long notes dragged them down pretty heavily. That stage 4, number 27.
I think that's
strongest outcome.
Suzuha wasn't actually playing. Suzuha wasn't actually playing farewells for some reason. So, as we can see, they will have a pretty tough battle upcoming, because they will be facing a much higher seed than otherwise.
They'll be facing seed 6, which we'll come to later. But after this, we got seed number 10, which is going to be Chile. Again, a historically very, very strong team, qualifying around number 10. In one of the previous World Cups, they had a two-man team and were dominating with that two-man team. I believe both players, Gonzalou and Skalem, have returned. And I can expect them to kind of wreak havoc in this tournament.
Yes, especially that those two players, or actually whole team, but those two players in particular are very experienced, as you said, and they will have an easier time faring on those on this early round of 16, which is slightly easier than qualifiers. But we'll get to that, of course.
Yeah, and you can see from the qualifier scores that looks like their higher end rice, the chord stream especially is very, very good. But they're going to be really pumping it when it comes to the more dense picks. But that is our starter to the top 10 seeds. We'll have our number 9 coming up next, Brazil. And this, I mean, I'm saying a lot of things are a surprise at this point, because they are. This whole bracket stage has been very confusing to me. But Brazil getting number 9 seed without Lothis on the team was quite the shocker for me.
Yeah, Brazil is lacking a few key players, I'd say. They are lacking Lotus, they are lacking Casio. So those two players would have make a big difference, but they have to do what they have, and still they got 9 seeds, so it's still a good result.
Yeah, Lotus Fangirl obviously carrying their weight, and then there's Nate, Silly Fangirl, who is one of the best players in the world, at least in 4-key. 7-key is debatable, but he's still capable of carrying his team to that number 9 seed. And with this, we're actually going to be reversing into the top 8, where we'll be seeing the teams that the previous 8 seeds will be facing, starting with Brazil's opponent, seed number 8, Canada.
I'd say the biggest underdogs of the round of 16, because I think no one is particularly acquainted with those players. They are actually very good players all across the board. It's one of the
lots of new names, lots of new players to the World Cup as mainstays on the team, but obviously they're here to play. Seed 8.
Yep, they are very, I'd say, very well balanced team, and they have. It might not look like it, but they have quite a good edge on long notes. I know some of these players are very good out-jump players, and their long note control, especially on coordination, is very high.
Yeah, that consistency across everything. Well-rounded team, staying within from rank 7 to rank 13 for every single qualifier. Definitely very strong and well worth their number 8 seed. And we'll move on to the number 7 seed, the opponent of Chile for next weekend, Indonesia. A team that got the first number 1 we're seeing, actually. The number 1 on stage 7, the density long note pick. I think it's clear to see where they're going to be heading in terms of their own picks.
Yeah, but I think it's no surprise that Indonesia is good at long notes, but I wouldn't expect getting them the number 1 on the stage 7. But it shows how good they are. And
very,
all
very
around,
strong.
maybe apart from their accuracy or technical abilities on stage 1, their scores are very good.
Yeah. I mean, but I think that kind of brings in a little bit of difficulty with the round of 16 map pool, which is going to be the easiest of the map pools we see, and Multiply being the most ACK-oriented, perhaps we'll see something interesting happening as far as that is concerned. But close seed matchup, Indonesia versus Chile for number 7 versus number 10, and we will move on to seed number 6, Spain, a popular little team here, ITAR98, a household name in 7-key, Quinella, Crew-K Fanboy, and Not PX. Very, very strong. All top 10 finishes for the qualifiers except for stage 5, which I went in seeing it as probably the most difficult overall, aside from maybe stage 8. But with someone like ITAR on your team, long notes are not going to be an issue. So Intuition, the hybrid, was probably not going to be the deal breaker on their side.
Yeah, exactly. This team is actually the best non-Asian team, so I wouldn't expect Spain at the first place in the 6th seed, but at the same time, look at their accuracy scores. They are very good tournament players, and they know their way how to beat teams.
Very dominant in the early rounds.
Yeah.
Not surprising from a team like Spain, but
I think they will face Japan. Yes, so this will be especially interesting.
Yes, they are facing Japan. That's a weird matchup. Spain versus Japan's a bit scary, but with only a round of 16, maybe you expect very, very tough matches to happen like that. But like you said, top 5 seeds are all Asian teams, as you might expect from 7 Key, and we'll be moving into the number 5 seed, Thailand. More household names. I think we can expect relatively household names as far as 7 Key is concerned with the following 5 teams. With Lost Cool and Miski both being very, very strong and very well known. The number 1 overall seed for the long note pool here, with number 2 and number 3 respectively on each of them, and their hybrids and rice definitely not something to sneeze at either. Their worst score being on the density chord stream pick at number 11, but everything else above number 6.
This is definitely one of the teams to look after. They are very. I wouldn't say they are like top spot contenders, but Thailand is also always the team that you cannot just disrespect. They are very good, and those 2 players, especially Lostko and Miski, are very experienced and they know how to win. So especially in the long notes, those scores are extremely good.
Yeah, not something you want to mess with as Thailand. Their opponent, Russian Federation, going to be for next weekend. And we can move into the top 4, the quote-unquote top seeds, as you might consider it if we're dividing in the same way. But it's going to be the Philippines. Not a surprise in the slightest at all. A very, very good historic 7 Key team. Second place in the previous World Cup that we saw, beating out China for that second place position, only being beaten by South Korea at that point. And a bit more well-rounded in terms of their placements. A little worse on LNs than we saw from Thailand, but significantly better on the rice portion, getting second place overall for the rice qualifiers. Only one team having been better than them in terms of their seeding there.
Honestly, Philippines are one of the best teams of this year, and it's even funnier that they elect 2 extremely good players, which are Berry and Tozer, who both couldn't play this year. And I would say they are one of the teams that can beat South Korea on long notes.
Well, I mean, you're also missing like Arkwin, who's not on the team.
Yes, Arkwin was.
Philippines is missing a bunch of players that have been like their rocks for years, and they're still 4th seed. What a deep roster this team has.
Yes, this is gonna be one of the teams to root for and keep an eye for, because I think they will be top spot contenders this year.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll be getting into our top 3 seeds here. Malaysia, number 3. I'm not surprised seeing names like Chiwi and Neokje on the team right there. Ziyuan and Eni backing them up. Number 2 on the hybrids, number 3 on the long notes, and number 4 on the rice maps. Overall, no maps outside of top 10 for them. No maps outside of top 8 for them.
Yeah, this is a crazily good team, especially because of like Chewy and Noki expertise and their accuracy, their everything pretty much. They are very, I'd say, also long note focused. They are pretty the same spot as Thailand in terms of long notes, where they have very, very good auto-jump players. And they also have, you can see they are very well rounded. Their hybrid scores are the best, actually. So, if anything, maybe some technical Reichs picks could have been somewhat problematic to them.
Indeed. And Malaysia's opponent next week, the United States. I forgot to say Philippines as well. Philippines is facing Poland. So you got Philippines, Poland, and Malaysia, United States for the first round next weekend. But we have 2 seeds left. We've got 2 teams left. For number 2, we have China. Shouldn't be surprising. China has always been incredible at this game. Top 4 on everything. Number 1 on the LN release qualifier, number 2 on the density chord stream qualifier, and number 3 and 4 on the rest of them. Insane team, has always been insane, has always been dominant, and I don't think they've ever not been top 3 in 7Q World Cup.
China is
ever.
really scary, and they have some players that are really top of the top in their league. Like Liayan is one of the best long nose players like ever in this game, and Turks is doing some very good Rise scores. He's one of the best BMS players at this time, especially in the Stella scale. And Satori is very seasoned player. Great accuracy,
veteran.
great long notes,
like veteran of the game. He hasn't missed a beat since 2015. But that is our number 2 seed, and as many people probably predicted, we have our number 1 seed of South Korea, the first place finishers of 7K World Cup 2017, 2018, and 2019. They're keeping their game strong. Number 1 on every Rice qualifier, and number 1 on Hanmakanda in the hybrid categories. Their only real weakness being that number 7 placement on the long notes. But that roster, Dresser, one of the strongest 7K players I've seen in a long time, on the come up for a long time. Estonians, a veteran, and then YZ1155 and 0133 backing them up. Just like, obviously, they're destroying these qualifiers.
Yeah, like who wouldn't expect that South Korea will be the first seed, but at the same time we can see the long note are their serious weakness.
There is a weakness that exists within them, so if anyone wants to beat South Korea, they're gonna have to approach it in the right way, and I think the right way is very obvious at this point.
Yeah, on the other side, Estonians is also very good at accuracy. I think he's made actually the best score on stage 6, which is around 997, I guess. So yeah, and he's also very good at long note accuracy, but they might lack a second player to back him up.
Indeed, but with that we have all of our matchups. I forgot to mention China's matchup. They will be facing Taiwan next weekend. South Korea will be facing Switzerland, the 16 seed, and that is going to complete our qualifiers results showcase. The top 16 teams will be coming back next weekend to face off in a bracket stage, a double elimination bracket stage. So no team will be knocked out completely next week, but we will get to see an all-out brawl between many of these teams and get to really see them perform on stream, because since we didn't get to watch them play their qualifiers this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. There are lots of, I'd say, unpredictable matchups, which will be very exciting to watch.
Indeed, I am very excited. But with that, we are done with the showcase for the qualifier results, and we can move on to the round of 16 map pool showcase, which I'm kind of interested to see. I went through all these maps earlier, and this map pool is hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
A lot harder than I expected. And it's a lot harder than I think most people expected.
I'd say it's going to scale a bit hard, but at the same time, for those teams, these maps aren't as hard as you might think. They are very hard to perform consistently on, so it's not easy to like double S every map, even for the top teams. But at the same time, they aren't like very hard, so like every team should be able to fare relatively well on them. It's going to be the edge who can full combo the maps, who can keep good accuracy on the maps.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the most accuracy-oriented round out of all of them, which, you know, we saw some good accuracy teams. South Korea, I mean, is South Korea, but they did keep their accuracy as high as possible for literally everything on the Rice department, and we're seeing a lot of teams that are capable of really just pushing their accuracy as high as possible, and they're going to need to keep that up. Whether they can keep combo on them is another thing, and I don't really know, because these maps are not the easiest to keep your full combos consistent on, unless you're like insane at the game.
I'd say every map has some trick into it, and I would also say that these maps are very diverse, so that every team might find something they will excel at, and other teams will absolutely hate that map. There are some easier and harder picks, but all in all, this is roughly a stable level of difficulty.
Yeah, and with that, we can move into our first pick for the round of 16 in the 7Q World Cup. Our first map that we're seeing non-qualifier is going to be Lauer Attractor Dimension. We're going to be starting off with some Rice, and this is going to be as straightforward as it gets. This is the speed map. 290 BPM, OD of 8, 2.5 minutes long.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the trickier picks in the pool, mostly because those streams are pretty fast, and they are pretty tricky at times. They feature some tech-like patterning. They're very, I'd say, pleasant to hit, but at the same time, it's not very easy to keep accuracy on.
Yeah, I'd say that this is definitely, like, as far as your like physical ability required, this might be not as hard as some of the other picks, or at least when we're talking about reading and keeping things together, this might not be the hardest, but it is going to be one of the harder ones to keep accuracy on, just because of, you know, the broken nature of some of these patterns and some of the real difficulty that comes along. Later, around halfway through, there's some jacks at 145, well, not jacks, trills at 145 BPM, which is not trivial at all.
Yeah, this is especially you need to watch for these plums, which are very or sweeps that are very fast, and they can cause some accuracy problems, as well as some patterns that get a bit cramped in the second section. This is probably one of the hardest sections in the map.
Yeah, we're halfway through that map, and this ending gets, it spikes a little bit in density. The amount of doubles and triples that are in the quick 290 BPM streams actually increases, so there's going to be quite a bit of density increase. Even though it's kind of like broken streaming, you still have to focus a lot on it.
Exactly, it's a very, I would say it's one of the riskier picks overall in this pool. Especially with how it's like difficult to keep constant accuracy on, and how it's easy to miss on some of these sections, especially with broken streams.
Indeed, and some of these sweeps can be a little bit hard on the accuracy to farm. I think they're a little bit faster than 290 BPM as well, the sweeps in part, like those, but hitting those shouldn't be an issue for him. It's just keeping accuracy, and I think accuracy is the name of the game on something like this. You have to be very confident in your accuracy to pick something like this into your opponents.
Yeah, the ending is pretty interesting, but at some time it's very easy to combo, so it's just like accuracy game at this point.
Indeed. And number 2, we're getting some long notes. We're starting off with the release pick in the pool. Name Surfchu85, map creator M2U Yoake no Uta, featuring Dasby. And if you've seen Surfchu, you should remember his charts from previous 7Key World Cups, early round releases. It's just that. I mean, this is a collab between him and Maple Syrup, but it does have that same kind of style as we've seen from, you know, Light and Baby Tree, and, you know, maps like that we've seen in the past. Just a little bit harder than, you know, those, since this round is definitely quite a bit harder than what we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, this is more like of a long-known release pick, mostly focused on long-known accuracy and consistency, and also I would say it's one of the easiest long-known picks. Maybe not the easiest, but on the easier side of long-known picks in this pool.
Depending on your skill set. If you're good at coordination and releases, this probably is the easiest LN pick out of all of them. That said, it's not easy to get the releases down correctly. It's just, you know, the physical requirement isn't that high, and if you're able to coordinate your fingers enough, it's definitely easier than the other coordination pick we have in store later on in
the same time, the star rating is pretty low. Not as low as the other coordination pick, but I'd say this is more focused on the release and control. So
yeah.
So it's not very easy to coordinate this map.
Also noteworthy, this is just over 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. So you do have to keep up this release and coordination for quite a while. What I will say is that the map is quite enjoyable. I'm going to say that. Coming from Release Man, maybe that doesn't say much, but as far as release maps go, and for 7Key, keeping coordination heavy, It is quite fun, so I think maybe that 3 minutes won't really matter, especially for the players who enjoy these kinds of charts.
Exactly, you can see also OD7, so while there are some stereo releases you can see, it's not as harsh on accuracy as you would expect from the release peak. Certainly because this is quite an early round, so it's not very harsh on the accuracy, even though it's a release map. So
yeah,
also the song is very nice.
I do, yeah. The song is quite calming, quite nice. And I think what is going to separate this from the other coordination LN pick that we have later on is that there's a lot more disjointed releases here. Whereas the other one, not quite disjointed, but very difficult in its own way.
Exactly. Like this map is focused more on like the end of the long note, in comparison to other picks which are focused more on like either the body, which is coordination, or the head, which is the long note density, which we'll get into later. Also, Scheme God has a pretty fast scroll speed, so you might feel this map is harder than it actually looks like.
Yeah, and that is going to finish off the chart, and we are 2 in, and we've had 1 rice, 1 long note, and we're getting our first hybrid, the longest map in the pool, not counting the tiebreaker. 4.5 minutes. Have fun.
Yeah, this map is actually loved, and this is one of the, I'd say, longest and maybe hardest to full combo maps in the pool. It's like it's mostly a consistency / difficulty hybrid.
Yeah, and right here is, I mean, this map is, when I was looking through the map wall, I was getting the feeling in the first 2, like, oh, the difficulty of this is about what I expected, and then this hit me like a truck. Like, this is physically, like, well, reading-wise, it's very difficult, but physically, it's also quite a bit more difficult than what we've seen so far. The speed map really being a reading and accuracy test more than anything, this one really pushes the density to the limits of what it really can.
Yeah, especially that is quite long. It's sort of like mini tiebreaker in the pool. It's not quite the same because it's more focused on rice instead of long notes, but still, it's something similar. But yeah, this map is very demanding in terms of that it changes every few seconds, so there are many different patterns, and even though there isn't like a single hardest pattern in the map, this is very hard to keep accuracy and combo on like every single thing this map has to offer.
Yeah, and what I'd say about this is that it's definitely the map that you need to be the most well-rounded to perform on, because it just throws so much at you. In over 4 minutes, of course it's going to throw as much as it can at you.
Yep, this is, as I said, mostly one of the harder picks in the pool actually, because of how long and how technical it becomes at times. But at the same time, yeah, I think it's maybe a pretty good showcase of teams that are good at consistency.
Right, I think this actually might end up being so. When we're thinking about like teams that would pick something like this in the pool, it's definitely going to be those teams. Obviously, the ones that are strongest at hybrids are going to want to go with something like this. But really, it's going to be the really strong teams who want higher level maps to play. The higher seeded teams, I think, are going to be really partial to picking something like this, just because of how difficult and all over the place and explosive this map is in every single way.
I would say this is maybe you have an easy edge over other teams, but at the same time, if there would be 2 relatively strong teams facing each other, I would say this is one of the riskiest picks because it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting place when we see those like middle seeds sort of duking it out, like 8 versus 9, 7 versus 10. Those kinds of matches is where this kind of map might be really the decider of who wins those matches. And
yes,
we've been talking a lot, and we're still only 2/3 of the way through, so there's still a lot that we have to get through.
Yeah, there was this pretty hard rice section, which we just saw, which was probably one of the harder parts of the chart. And yeah, I don't expect many teams to pick this like straight away. I think it would be like one of the decider picks when teams don't have anything better to pick.
Yeah, it's like a secondary comfort pick almost, and like I said, I think it's really for those teams that are super confident in their capabilities overall. So like the higher seed teams would probably put this after the picks that either they find the most interesting or would suit them the best.
Yeah, this is maybe I say because I don't think we've mentioned that there will be 14 maps in total, including tiebreaker, so like 13 normal maps, and the round of 16 is straight best of I think best of 11.
9. It should be best of 9, or is it best of 11?
Best of 11, I think it's like up to 6 wins.
Best of 11 sounds right with the map pool size, so I'm going to go with that.
So we will have some pretty lengthy matches from the beginning, but it's expected because it's starting from round of 16, not round of 32.
Round of 16, quarterfinals, both going to be about best of 11, then semifinals, finals, best of 13, right? Yeah, no, sorry, that was wrong. Best of 11. No, I am right. It is best of 13. Finals and grand finals are going to be best of 13 as well.
You spoiled it, yes. Okay,
so I'm not saying anything about any pools. I'm saying that the grand final stage is always best of 13 anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyways, back to Rice. We got some speed quarter stream picks here. Cosmo Vusup Oceanus uprated to 210 BPM.
Yes, this is the ranked map, but not quite. This has some small changes, but overall, yes, it's the, like say, speed code stream pick. So not the very usual code stream. It's a lot less dense and a lot faster. It's 210 BPM straight in the round of 16. And as you can see, there are some very fluent patterns that are just... I would say this is kind of like pick that 4-key players would like if they played 7-key, because it's pretty fast. So 4-key players like faster maps, and players that can play both of those key modes probably will excel at this kind of Rise. Yeah, this map is pretty standard, like there is not very much going on except like this whole lot of broken cold stream, which is very fluent and very easily patterned. It's mostly the speed test and a bit of density, but some thrills, nothing very special. I guess it would be hard to keep accuracy on, because it's not easy to time those faster streams and thrills.
Yeah, it's going to be something like between what we saw in the first map. We saw the speed map of 290 BPM, but it's going to have those, doubles, triples, quads, really spiking up the density a little bit, even though it's a bit slower. So it really just tests your ability to keep accuracy when the speed goes down with, a slightly higher density.
Yeah, this pick can be either very hard or very easy, depending on what team picks it and what team plays it, because there are teams that will be very good at Rise and they will just destroy this pick, and there are teams that will be weaker at Rise and they will avoid this at any cost.
Yeah, and that's going to be ending our fourth pick. Back into some more long nodes. We've got our density pick for this pool. The most dense map, obviously, as far as the long notes are concerned. And this intro is pretty straightforward, I'd like to say, as far as density is concerned anyways. But we're really going to be worrying about the spiciness of the density is in the second half.
Yeah, this map is a long node density pick, and it's quite a low OD of 6 and 6.5, which will be pretty much trend for most of long node picks in this tournament, except some selected few. But yeah, this is pretty standard 156 chord stream, not a very long pick. I'd say it's one of the easier picks, but at the same time it requires some pretty good reading to keep up with all of those chord streams, which have varying lengths of long nodes. Also, there are some patterns in the second half that might be quite tight to actually execute, so there might be some random misses, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, this second half is definitely spicing things up a little bit. The density kind of spikes a little bit more than we saw in the first half, but it's still kind of the same style as we're seeing, just with some more long nodes extended as we're getting further on in the chart.
Yes, I would say this is probably the easiest long node pick for teams that aren't very good at long nodes, especially. It's the least long node map of all the long node maps, I would say. Mostly because
definitely.
It's based on like chord streaming, so...
Yeah, like the accuracy isn't going to be like... If you just play it as chord stream and are able to like notice when the long notes get extended, your accuracy is not going to be stunted that much. You're just going to be outscored by teams that are capable of, you know, reading through and releasing at the right times. It's just kind of that small difference, but it's going to be a more approachable kind of pick for very Rice-focused teams.
Exactly.
And we'll move into pick number 6, Tenku no Yoake, another hybrid that we're seeing here. This one is a little bit interesting to me because it's quite LN heavy throughout much of it, but there's lots of different parts of it that kind of switch on and off between, you know, lighter LNs and then heavier LNs and, you know, very, very dense patterns.
Yes, this hybrid is pretty difficult in the way that it features long node patterns and Rice patterns, and each of them is pretty difficult on their own. There is, like, if you are good at Rice but bad at long nodes, you will struggle, and the same is true if you are good at long nodes and bad at Rice, because this map combines both of these, and either at the same time, as you can see with this bears, or with later parts which have like long node streams, which are pretty dense.
Yeah, and we're seeing that kind of switch between, you know, Rice and LN difficulty between even measures here, where the chord stream happens and there's a set of long notes and then there's a stream right there, a very quick stream, and it just goes back and forth. And it's very much a tester of, are you good at long notes? Are you good at Rice? Are you good at both of them, but not at the same time necessarily?
Yeah, but this is actually not a very difficult pick per set for players, because the density is noticeably high, but it isn't very not standard apart from this. This map doesn't have many tricks besides maybe some occasional jacks. But at the same time, I believe it will be difficult to high score this map, because there is a lot of places that can trip up your accuracy, especially those jacks.
Yeah, and we're getting into the ending here. This last quarter actually is, I think, a little bit easier than the rest of the chart. So if you get here with a good score, you're pretty much home free, but that's not to say that it's completely free. Those jacks, the shields, I should say, into those long nodes can be kind of tough, but the density kind of decreases here, and the patterns get a little bit easier up until the end.
Yeah, this is, I would say, like the middle map of the pool in terms of difficulty. It's not very hard, but it's not very easy either.
Lots of stuff going on, for sure. And we're about to hit the halfway point of the pool. My favorite mapper in the world, COD2 Jr. is back yet again. I've missed him so much.
I think he's pronounced like Bank Selk or something.
I know it is, but I'm going to pronounce him COD2 Jr. because that is my legacy.
Yeah, someone pronounced him like God tier, so I don't know.
I mean, I know technically it's Bangsuk. I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm calling him COD2 Jr. because this guy is iconic and his name is funny.
Yeah, going back to the map, it's probably the easiest map in the pool in terms of Rice. It's also the most straightforward map because it's a denser cold stream peak. It's quite slow, but at the same time it's pretty dense, and it gets even denser in the second half. Yeah. And it's actually in like fourth Rice done, so you might know it from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just chord stream. It's what you expect from the mapper. And it's pretty constant. You get this one break in the middle, but after that you get some split chord stream, and then the ending just blasts you again.
Yeah, this map is all about control and accuracy. I would say this is the most accuracy focused pick, except for maybe one, but definitely the easiest map, I would say. So this might be interesting for some teams that aren't especially good at like density stuff, except that this is constant density. But yes, this will be probably the accuracy go-to pick, which is the less stressful, I'd say.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is like a stress-free pick, sort of. Because once you get teams that are like good enough to really score well on something like this, and you know you put them against each other, this doesn't become a stress-free pick anymore. It becomes an act battle, and I don't know if some of these teams want to fight an act battle in these early rounds.
Yeah, this might be either a first pick by some teams or like something avoided at all costs because of how unpredictable the accuracy might be between those teams.
Yeah, and that marks the halfway point. We'll be getting into the second half of the map pool, starting with the Korjak map, mapped by the Dark Dragon, 209 BPM, Lost Memory on 1.1 rate. 209 BPM's not the fastest as far as Korjaks go, but with how dense the 7-key mode can get, I will not mention how dense it can get. It can make things pretty difficult.
Yep, I would say this map is quite a weird spot because this is the previous map was the second easiest to accuracy. This is the most easy to accuracy map in the pool, but at the same time it is so much riskier than the core stream map because the first half is filler here, but the core jacks become quite dense and they are not very easy to hit, especially when if you miss one you can cost your team a victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be AC central. People are going to be scoring extremely well on a map like this, just based on the nature of core jacks in general. And as we said, this first half is pretty much filler, but we'll be getting into the jacks going a bit faster once this finishes up.
Yeah, this map, yes, this is probably the easiest map for the best teams, but at the same time, if you cannot full combo this, it will be a very bad pick. For example, I think this is one of the hardest maps in the pool for me because those jacks aren't very fast, but they are quite dense, and it's so easy to like miss at any single point.
It's a kind of map. I mean, core jacks are kind of this way in general, but it's a map that you can either do or you can't, and there's no real in between.
Yeah, so this might be very risky, and even if you have a very good personal best on this map, it might not be like your comfort zone pick because of how easy it is to trip up on this.
Yeah, tripping up is definitely going to be an issue, I think, for some teams. But we're seeing already in this replay made by the missing United States player Superman, 99.95% accuracy. So if you're capable of this, you're going to probably get a really, really, really high score, which also makes it very, very risky for some teams that don't want to, have that AC battle, don't want to allow other teams to get an edge on them based on just, core jack accuracy.
Same time, I think like we can expect some pretty nice scores from like South Korea team, which has very good accuracy players. So I'm expecting them to maybe look at this pick.
Yeah, and that's going to finish off pick number 8. Pick 9, Himaboshi, mapped by you. You might as well take this over.
Yes, this is a remake of the map I mapped previously. It's a least dense map in the pool. It's the most evil one, I would say. This is the long node coordination pick, which has, I would say, 2 major sections which focus on different long node combinations. It's very, I would say, straightforward, but at the same time, players that cannot play long nodes like this will absolutely struggle with this, and this is probably a ban material for people that cannot play this.
I'm gonna guess that this is gonna get banned a lot next weekend. Just having played it,
you either can do it very well or you can do it at all. And
it's another pick like core jacks where you do it or you don't, and there's not much in between.
Yes, this is a baby Avril pick because everyone knows that there is only one long node coordination map in the world, and this is Avril's the 14th.
Avril 14.
So yes, every map like this will be showcased as a different version of Avril. This is baby Avril.
Truly.
Or Coar Avril, yes.
2.4 star Avril. Actually, Avril's already pretty low star rating, but this is just kind of in the same style.
Yeah, but this is the first section of this map, which is, I would say, it's ending. You have some briefer here, some, like, say, filler accuracy. And the second part is more focused on, like, very slow inverse, which is, again, not very hard. It's, like, very easy for out-jump players, but at the same time, people who aren't acquainted to this type of long nodes will have a very bad time.
Yeah, and there's not really much else to say about something like this. It's sort of similar to the Surf Chew Maple Syrup collab we saw earlier, but like I said, it's not really disjointed releases. It's just coordinating your, switching fingers and holding down certain notes while you have to let go of others. It's very complicated it's a lot more complicated than it looks on stream. I will say that much.
Yep, it's especially difficult to release all the fingers properly, because pressing the notes is one story, but actually releasing correct fingers is more difficult than it looks like, especially this last section, which features a pretty big release here.
Yeah, I mean, being able to coordinate these kinds of LNs is something that many people would probably never hope to be able to reach. Like 990K on that, I think, might actually be one of the highest scores we see on it, even next weekend. If we see it at all, like I said, it's a very, very high, like, ban bait kind of map, you know?
Probably, although I wouldn't say this is the hardest long note pick. We have something different in the pool, but again, we won't spoil anything yet.
We sure do, but number 11 is going to be our second to last rice pick. A mixed rice map, Bamani 17, Taro Kimi wo Koeta, OD8. Just, wait, I'm on the wrong map.
We are at White Rose.
I'm on the wrong map. How did that happen?
Yes, so this is a hybrid. This is the first hybrid. I would say this is the most technical kind of hybrid, because it's kind of similar to the first map, the Gyosoteki, but it's much shorter and it has quite some surprising patterns in the second half, which are pretty difficult to execute. This is actually pretty dense as well. So yeah, OD is a little high, I would say, for this kind of map, but at the same time, there aren't, apart from like the choke points, there isn't very difficult stuff to time at. So yeah, this is mostly like long note with rice, and both long notes and rice are pretty wonky at times, especially in the second half.
Yeah, this is, I think, another one of those maps that's kind of like physically pretty straightforward, but the rhythmic changes throughout the entire thing really kind of can do a number on your accuracy, and especially with the intertwined bursts and jacks throughout.
Especially you can see those rhythm changes and those bursts and some mini jacks, yeah. Yeah, this like split trill is pretty interesting and may cause some accuracy issues. And those long notes aren't very easy either. They can be very difficult for teams that cannot like play them consistently.
Yeah, definitely. And this ending is a little bit more difficult than it looks. Like, those are pretty short LNs, but they aren't the easiest to read through.
Exactly. Again, expect some accuracy issues. Even if someone can full combo this map, it won't be easy to high score it.
Yeah, for sure. But okay, now we're on the right pick. I'm in the right place now. Tadaru Kimi no wo Koeta, OD8, just over 2 minutes. Mixed rice. This has some of the most interesting patterns in, well, I don't know if interesting is the right word. I'm just jacks. Jacks at 160 BPM in round of 16. Not sure what else to say about that. There's a lot of dense chord stream, but the most fun part to watch in this is definitely those very, very fast jacks.
I would say they aren't very difficult, except maybe when they are linked with different patterns, in which we'll see in a while. But this is a mixed rice pick, which is probably the densest and most difficult map in terms of raw skill in this pool, which might be problematic to some teams which aren't very good at rice, but at the same time, if you are good at rice, it's probably one of the most comfortable picks here, because it's quite comfortable and it doesn't have very many like choke points.
Yeah, it's pretty like constant. I mean, outside of the break, of course, but it's a relatively constant amount of difficulty that's thrown at you all the time. You just kind of got to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's quite difficult, but once you can play it, you can play it. And yeah, there are some streams, some chord streams, some bursts, some jacks. Probably the hardest part of the map is right here, with those streams combined with like fast triple jacks.
Yeah, having to go between those fast streams and then transitioning into the triple jacks is not going to be very friendly to some of these players. Oh yes, and a reminder, this is round of 16, so there are at least a few more pools that we have to get through that are going to be significantly harder than this.
Yeah, but the song is a banger. I really much enjoy the song. And the map, yes, the Gudan made a great job.
Yeah, and there we go. That's our second to last rice pick. We've got one more, which is coming up right here. This is another one that I've considered not particularly hard physically, but the patterns in it will do a number on your accuracy. Sanji Junihun by Evening, a map by Evening. So this is going to be an Evening style map, as you might expect from hearing that name. But OD 8.5, this is the tech pick, and it's going to be very bursty. It's going to be like a dumpy burst kind of map.
This map is interesting because it's OD 8.5, which probably is the highest in this pool, and at the same time it's not very hard to accuracy because these patterns, those bursts are so fluent. But yeah, this is the tech pick, and actually Evening is the one playing the map on the showcase. This is his replay, and by the way, I have some personal message from Evening about this map. He wants to showcase, to shout out, give 2 shoutouts to Hoshimashi Susei from Whole Life, and to Ganyu from Genshin Impact.
Oh my god. I don't know. Right, Evening. Hijacking our showcase to shout out a Genshin Impact character and a VTuber.
Yes, anyway, this is a very good map. This actually not very hard until like this part, which you can see now, which has some pretty fast bursts with different snaps, which with pretty uncomfortable jacks coming up, especially those jack bursts, which probably will be the hardest part to full combo. Yeah, this is a bit like dump style, but at the same time it's techy enough to be considered like a full tech pick, which also stands out from the rest of this pool because of how like irregular it is. The second half is noticeably harder, especially the ending bursts, which we'll see in the moment.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things to worry about is that there's lots of like reversing patterns in it where you'll be doing like a sweep type pattern in one direction and have to turn around and do like a kind of trill on the outside fingers, which can be a little bit hard to coordinate in some situations, but definitely can be hard to get good accuracy on with like how complex the rhythms are of the bursts.
Yeah, this is pretty much like the evening style pattern. He likes very flowy, very starry patterns.
Yeah, the Evening Classic, as I said in the qualifier showcase when the Technoplanet map was being showcased.
Exactly. You can also watch out for these like outer ring twirls, which happen sometimes between the transitions in the flowing streams. Yeah, and this part is very difficult to actually execute.
Yeah, that nice density spike right at the end to just throw people off.
It's very comfortable to hit, but you need to make sure you hit that density correctly.
Definitely. And with that, we have one more regular map in the pool to showcase before.
No, one. Yes, it's.
Yeah. What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is the hard LN map. This is very, very weird. LN mixed. Ohio. A nice United State of America. OD 7.5. I think this is this K-pop? Is this Korean? Is that what I'm listening to here?
Kinda. This is the long note mixed pick, and I think it's the hardest pick in the pool as well, in terms of like long notes, because it's very complex. There are patterns which change every few seconds. They are very different from each other. There is everything in this map, so I would say pick this only if you are very comfortable at any kind of long notes.
Yeah, and what we'll kind of see, we have these kind of like coordination-esque, but also kind of dense patterns, and soon through this map we'll be getting some like inverse-esque patterns, which is kind of interesting, something we haven't seen in any of the other long note picks we've seen, but it's kind of something that will probably be slowly pushing more of as the pools get harder, because inverse is, it's not something that you see all the time, right?
Yeah, this is actually inverse parts are probably one of the trickiest elements of this map, because there are some patterns which like you need to like hold some LNs and then do a quick bursts from the other columns, and this is very easy to like mistakenly press the wrong finger. This will be this section.
Yeah, right here. There's some weird bursts with some kind of inversey patterns. Not full inverse or anything like that, but definitely have to transition between a lot of different keys at once. And these bursts continue where it gets a little bit less dense, at least LN-wise, for the last third, but those bursts will maintain themselves.
Yeah, as I said, this is probably the hardest long note pick, and it's quite dense, it's quite complicated, and it's also quite difficult to time properly, especially those releases.
Definitely. Not to mention that this is the longest of the long note picks, not by a whole lot, it's by a couple of seconds, 3 minutes and 9 seconds, just barely longer than our release pick that we saw earlier. But still, being required to do a lot of different types of LN patterns, and especially as hard as these ones are for 3 straight minutes, not really the easiest thing, not really something you're always going to want to do, especially with nerves that are going to be coming with the match lobbies.
Yes, this is another section which is pretty difficult to execute. It's like previous one with the inverse long notes, but we've also added even more long notes on the top. And those rise bursts which are pretty easy, I would say, but if you want to play them and long notes at the same time, you need to focus a lot.
Yeah, the ending is pretty much easy. A little bit lighter in terms of the long notes, so you just kind of have a way to get out of, or a way to cool down from the rest of the map with some slight coordination, but not something that I think people are going to have trouble with in comparison to the rest.
Yeah, so shout outs to 0133, the real one, of course.
The real one, yes, thank you. Redacted. Anyways, that's going to finish off our free mod pool, and with that we have one map left in the entire pool, our tiebreaker. That's going to be a song that many people probably know, Nekomata Garden, NVIDIA. 5 minutes, 10 seconds, OD of 7.6, so not the highest of ODs, and at 134 BPM, we've got our final map in the pool. This intro is really long, I'll say that. It's like 30-45 seconds, so a good fifth of this map is essentially nothing. But once we get into the meat of it...
Yes, it's played by handsome guy, as you can see. And this map is a tiebreaker which is pretty, I would say, difficult to categorize, because this is pretty much long notes coming at the player all the time, but at the same time they aren't very difficult actually. They are mostly like the accuracy element, and there are very difficult rise bursts scattered throughout the entire chart, also with some pretty hard one-handed trills that are repeating throughout the sections, as you just seen one early.
Those one-hand trills come back quite often throughout this, especially when the choruses come around. But the verses are going to be kind of like chord streamy with long notes that just kind of serve as accuracy walls in a certain way. The choruses kind of get a little bit more difficult than LNs and the density, but also have these small sections where very, very fast bursts and text sections start to come in, and we'll especially start seeing those text sections, in the second half of the chart with the solo, but those long notes really never leave your side.
Yes, they are pretty much tiring to hit, especially that there are some patterns which you can you have to actually hold some of them, so it's not like you can just autopilot press everything, tap everything like it's like a rise, because you also need to have some coordination, and those bursts are like every single second, so a lot of focus is needed for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and we'll be coming up to the first chorus very shortly where those trills start to happen, but the extended trill sounds in the song actually aren't trills, luckily. Don't have to do one-hit trills, they're just kind of quick bursts, what I was talking about, and the denser LNs right here. And this chorus happens twice in this map, so this is the first time. The ending has another one, and then there's kind of a mini chorus in the middle where the same sounds-ish happen, but it's a lot lighter, so you don't have to worry too much about doing this more than just the twice.
Yeah, the choruses are pretty much the hardest parts of this map, and for good reason. Lots of jacks and bursts combined with those long notes. You can see even handsome guy missed once on those. And some inverse sections, I would say. Yeah, this map has pretty much everything, and nothing doesn't really explore anything very well. So I would say it's like a mix of everything.
Yeah, I'd say this is kind of like it's a constant hybrid for most of the map, and besides like very small like sections, like 1 or 2 measure long sections where heavily focused on LNs at a time, or heavily focused on like a burst or difficult tech and chord streams, you know? So it's just kind of like, it goes from a hybrid to a pure rice, and then back to a hybrid, and then into pure LNs, and kind of does that a few times throughout the map.
Yeah, it's also pretty underrated, and definitely a lot harder than the like hybrid pick of this pool, the Gunkyo Seteki. Mostly because of how technical it is, and how like the long notes aren't actually skippable in this map.
Yeah, that OD 7.6 is not going to be super helpful for your, a little bit easier than what you'd expect from it. Like OD 8, you know, is kind of like the average, but not too much leniency, especially with, you know, given how many LNs, that can be definitely a difficult thing to push accuracy on, and, you know, with how good many of the teams are. If they go to tiebreaker, they're going to want as high of accuracy on this as possible.
Yeah, those trios are really packing up momentum right now. They are also all at the same time at columns like 1, 3, and 5, 7, so probably you might want to mirror some of them, because most of them happen on like right hand in this map, and they always happen on the like index and ring finger.
Yeah, so mirror, definitely a suitable option for a map like this, where, you know, those trills are biased towards one of your hands. But we are approaching the end. It kind of cools down after this. It gets a lot lighter, a little bit more straightforward to hit. I mean, some plans, but not too much to worry about. Just gets a little bit lighter here, and then we'll be closing out the chart in the next about 15 seconds.
Yeah, from my personal experience, this chart is like, I don't pay too much attention to the long notes for the most part, but at the same time I've heard opinions that long notes are the hardest part of this chart, so it's really divisive towards certain types of players, I would say.
Gonna be an interesting test to see who out of the teams that go to tiebreak are gonna, you know, be more worth staying in the winner's bracket, and that's kind of what you're supposed to. It's kind of what a tiebreaker is supposed to do: show who of a given team fits better, and, you know, the winner's bracket are just moving on in one part of the tournament. But that's going to finish off the round of 16 map pool. The first one that will actually be seeing players play on stream. We've got 8 matches slated for next weekend, where these players will be facing off with these maps. And I'll just quickly go over the 8 matches that we'll be seeing once again. We've got South Korea versus Switzerland. We've got China versus Taiwan. Malaysia versus the United States. Philippines versus Poland. Thailand versus the Russian Federation. Spain versus Japan. Indonesia versus Chile, and Canada versus Brazil as our 8 matches. None of these 16 teams will be eliminated. 8 will be moving on in the winner's bracket. 8 will be knocked down into the loser's bracket, where all of them will face once again in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, there is gonna be a lot of interesting matches next weekend, so be sure to tune in to the stream and to watch them. And to the players, good luck in this pool. This is the easiest pool you will play, so
Yeah,
so
have fun while it lasts.
While you look at exactly.
Have fun while the maps are still easy to full combo and good accuracy on, I say in quotation marks. But yeah, I'm very excited to see the matches that are coming up, and I'm excited to see how these players perform against each other on this map pool, and for the quarterfinals map pool, which all of them will be playing as well. Do you have anything else to say?
Well, I think this is everything. You have seen the pool. Good luck to everyone who has come to the round of 16. Good luck next year to everyone that hasn't passed the qualifiers. And I hope you enjoy the pool. You can leave some feedback if you want. And yeah, good luck.
Yeah, good luck to all the players. Have fun, and make sure to come back next weekend, where we will be streaming all 8, hopefully, of these matches. The schedule will be released very soon on the wiki. But with that, we will be closing out the stream for this weekend, the qualifier results and the map pool showcase. We hope to see you both see you all next weekend for the matches and the quarterfinals map pool showcase. We'll see you guys later.
Bye bye.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the Mania 7K World Cup 2022, the first World Cup of the year and the return of the 7K World Cup after a 3-year break. Many things have changed in the last edition back in 2019, where South Korea defended their title against the Philippines, and yet the format still remains the same. 16 of the best countries in the world duke it out to see which country reigns supreme in the 7K Mania scene. My name is Raviel, and I am joined by one of the most experienced 7K players of all time and the previous edition's map puller, Cryolian. How are you doing?
Hello, thank you. It's my first time commentating a World Cup. Really excited to be here. Long time 7K fan. Been in basically almost every previous edition of the 7K World Cup, except for 2014. And yeah, I'm really excited to see it coming back since 2019. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see basically what we are going to be seeing later with Indonesia versus Chile.
Yeah, indeed. I've recognized so many of these players like Reyes, Ontavakasi, Scarlin, Gonzalo. I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform in a 7K setting. It's been so long since I recalled watching a 7K World Cup match, so things are definitely going to be interesting for the both of us. It's going to be kind of a new experience in a way.
Yeah, for sure. Especially actually right now, starting off a round of 16, we haven't really seen that before. Because in the previous editions, we always had group stages, but right here we have qualifiers and going into round of 16.
That is true. We had so many countries in the qualifiers. We basically had to cut a good half of the entirety of the participants. It's kind of sad, but also
Yeah, there was 33 teams, and
oh my gosh.
Oof. But having to make turn it down to round of 16, and definitely the pool definitely shows that at least the top 16 should have made it through, because this is actually crap. This pool in round of 16 in the previous editions would definitely have been close to semifinals.
Definitely. This is a very difficult pool. I've seen it already. Wow, this is round of 16. But I mean, how did you mention 33 countries now having to winnow it down to 16? Kind of makes some sense. So there are some changes since the last edition. As you can see, we have a difference of points needed to win in the round of 16. Now you have to win 6 maps. And also, there is no SV map anymore in the map pool. It's just Vice LN Hybrid.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. We have some bans going on right now. Indonesia will be banning out Attractor Dimension.
Yeah, I would definitely think Indonesia will be banning a lot of Rise maps, because their main roster consists of 3 out of 4. In fact, I'm not sure if even all 4 of their players are O2 Jam players. They started out in O2 Jam. They have a lot of familiarity with long notes. And we also have a ban from Chile, and it's gonna be Himiboshi.
As an LN unit is something else. They got first in the stage 8, the 7th code.
Yeah, so definitely Indonesia, very big advantage in that regard.
Yeah, we won't be seeing Attractor Dimension and Himiboshi for this match, but now we're gonna see what pick comes up from Chile. I assume it's gonna be something Vice related.
Yeah, I would definitely assume so. Also, one question from Quiz Chat says they're a standard player and what the mods and what do they mean. So we see RC. That is what is in the Mania community known as Rice Maps, which is basically just a lot of normal notes, very few long notes or none at all. And LN, as you probably already have guessed it, are long notes, which is maps that consist primarily of long notes. Then we have HB, which is hybrid, which is basically a combination of the two. And the TB, everybody knows what a TB is. And no, RC does not stand for reveal, Mango.
How does it stand for reveal when there's no C in my name? Anyways, we can also split Rice maps into even more categories. So, okay, so it does seem like Chile will be going for Electro Peaceful, which is kind of a slow COD stream pick.
Yeah, it is. It is one of the slower ones. In fact, it is also probably the least dense Rise pick. This one focuses a lot on your ability to get good accuracy and also a little bit of court streaming. So I would imagine. Yes, yeah, court streams. This is
we have
a slower one.
160 BPM compared to Oceanus, which is 210. You have other maps like Lost Memory, which is a COD Jack map, and then you have stuff like Sanji Dunyun, which is a dump bursty map. So Vice maps can be kind of branch out into these kind of skill sets as well.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of diversity there. Same with long notes as well. There are maps that are categorized as like releases, densities, coordination. You will see all that later probably.
Yeah, so the map that Chile banned, which was Himeboshi, that is a very heavy release and inverse LN map, as compared to something like Moon, which is an LN stream map. So again, you can split all of those into different skill sets as well.
So we do have both players for both teams in, Onta Bekasi and Exif over for Indonesia, and Gonzalo and Scalim over for Team Chile. For Chile, I imagine that this is going to be the lineup for most of the picks. For Indonesia, I believe they are able to swap out a bit here and there. Each of them can basically cover for each other. They are pretty strong teams. Not to say that Chile isn't as strong as a team. They're both pretty close in seed 7 and seed 10. So this is kind of a middle of the table match.
It is. It's going to be pretty close when it comes to Vice, I feel. Gonzalo and Scalim are generally like really good 7K players in South America, so
yeah.
Yeah, we're going to jump right into the first map of the World Cup, which will be Electro Peaceful. Just 2 minutes of COD streams.
Alright, starting off, Scalim actually taking a bit of a hit, dropping down below 99.5. And Exif is also quite close there.
Yeah. Right now, every Indonesia counterpart with the Chilean players, currently Indonesia is winning. Just by a bit.
Yeah, quite a while into the map already, and Onta Bekasi only just lost his 99.9% accuracy. So that is going to give Indonesia this slight early lead, quarter of the way through. Yeah, I can definitely see both these teams getting at least 990k, at least one of their players definitely getting 990k or higher. As of right now, Scalim looks to be falling a bit short behind Gonzalo. While Exif and Onta Bekasi actually right now having the exact same accuracy.
Yeah, Onta Bekasi had a bit of an accuracy tank, but same as Gonzalo.
Yeah, so they basically cancel each other out.
Yeah, so this is the part where the synth melody, you can hear that kind of chiptune sound, now starts to be charted into 4-note chords. So things get slightly more dense. Now we're entering the last quarter of the map. That percussion sound, you can see, 5-note chords.
Yeah, that one definitely ramps up the star rating a little bit. But in terms of playability, it's not all that difficult, at least compared to some other things you will see later. But as I say that, Onta Bekasi is dropping quite a bit of accuracy. Dropped down to 99.6. Very close to Scalim, but as it closes out, I'm not sure if Chile will be able to catch back up to that. Oh, and they did, and first point goes over to Indonesia. Really strong showing by Exif. Exif and Gonzalo, both of them did manage to get above 990k.
I have the same 200 and 100 count. It was literally ratio.
Yeah.
It's just ratio. That's insane. Oh.
Yeah, but still, full
lobby FC.
Combo. Yeah, full lobby FC.
That is also the first breakpoint that goes to the Southeast Asians, and now they will have the liberty to go for a pick.
So what's it gonna be? Can definitely imagine that it's gonna be a longer pick. Which one is it gonna be?
I would say Ohio. I think Ohio is the hardest LN map that's currently available.
All-in-one, Yoake no Uta.
Oh, okay, they're going for releases then.
Equally as hard. Although the star rating might say something else, but yeah, this map is not to be underestimated.
Releases with some rice flams. These releases are usually snapped to the half note, which is the red line, but sometimes can be snapped to 1/4 and 1/8, so those releases can get a little bit tight.
Yeah, but I would say that both these teams, they wouldn't really have a problem hitting that, but it will come down to accuracy. I see Gonzalo being swapped out for Fast CL.
It does seem like Fast CL is the Chilean LN player, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Fast did play for both LN
It does seem to
qualifiers.
be.
But yeah, no surprise to see Indonesia sticking with the same lineup. Onta Bekasi is arguably one of the best 7K LN players in the world.
Yeah, definitely. That O2 Jam experience coming through into Osmania. And here we go. Yoake no Uta featuring Dasby. See how the Chileans will respond with the addition of Fast CL into this lineup. Ooh, immediately, Skalin taking the very early 200, dropping down below 99, brings that back. But Onta Bekasi actually also taking a bit of a drop. That's a little bit of a surprise for me.
It is just the intro though, so still a lot of time to recover, and this part of the map is also, I wouldn't say significantly easier, but a lot easier than the second half, where it gets more dense.
Yeah, for sure. We're having a lot of issues in the intro. We're gonna have a little bit of a harder time halfway through.
Yeah.
Or in the second half.
You can also see like some of these rice flams. It can be a little bit tricky.
So far, nothing much has changed. Indonesia do still have the accuracy advantage. Well, at least the good thing that we can say is that none of the players have dropped. I will proceed to say that was not my fault.
That wasn't your fault. You're mid-sentence.
Skalin did find himself a break. It is very unfortunate. Well, Indonesia still holding strong, bringing that up to 1,000.
All in Indonesia's ball court now.
Yeah, halfway
we're
through,
entering the
and
second half.
They still show no signs of letting up whatsoever. Faciel definitely doing the best they can, still holding that full combo, but the accuracy is not looking so hot.
I mean, here comes the bulk of the difficulty. You can see a lot of these LNs start to get a lot more dense with the releases. Very easy to drop accuracy. Not so much combo, but you can see some of the accuracy starting to kind of take a hit. Skalin does pick up a combo drop though.
Yeah, Skalin is the one that takes the biggest hit of all with a miss. And Fast also dips below 99%. So as further this goes on, it definitely looks like Indonesia has this in the bag. Unless, I don't want to say unless something terrible happens. But as it is now, Indonesia is definitely having a really huge advantage.
He's just showing the prowess that they've showcased in their qualifiers with the LN stages. Bringing it to the table right here.
And one more break from Scarlin.
Yeah, that just cements the
further
point to
cements
Indonesia.
Indonesia's score. As we hit the ending, once again we see a double FC coming in for Indonesia. On top of Bekasi and Exile doing absolutely amazing. Ellens, Rice, and they don't care. They just take whatever comes to them and just full combos.
Yeah, also special mention to Faz for taking the FC as well, but
Yeah,
you can see the accuracy of Onta Bakasi with 6 200s and 1 single 100.
yeah, ratio as well. Onta with half the amount of regular 300s compared to Faz.
That's the nature of LN, and especially the nature of releases.
Yes, for sure. And that it goes 2-0 Indonesia. So Chile's turn to pick right now. We're gonna probably expect them to go back into the rice maps.
I could see them go for Okeanos, honestly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Oceanus might be the next best thing.
It has to be one of the vice maps, just which one? As they contemplate that decision.
Well, they do have 2 minutes to come up to a decision.
Yep.
Come on, it's gonna be soon.
Ah,
Rise to
Yep.
Oceanus, it does
we
happen.
called it. If the chord stream, the slow chord stream pick almost worked out, let's try the denser chord stream. The speedier chord stream.
Yeah. They might luck out. Indonesia might find a random break, and both of the Chileans get that full combo, and then they get the point. That's how it's supposed to go. So will we be seeing any roster changes happening?
From Indonesia's side, we still haven't seen Yanamon and Race. And I'm not too sure if that's going to change until maybe Indonesia wants to pick something else that would benefit those two players.
But yeah, it's actually hard to say if Indonesia will make any changes because Onta Bekasi and Exile both have been performing absolutely stellar for these two maps. Well, actually for Chile, Scalim is the one that's gonna exit and Gonzalo is coming in. Alright, a little bit of a weird thing for me, considering we only saw Fast playing in the long note qualifiers, as Scalim played most of everything else. But maybe this is something that Fast and Gonzalo happen to have the best scores on for Chile. Might be getting a little bit of a client issue here. Seeing a lot of stuck players. Not sure if they started yet.
Oh boy. Let's chill for a bit. Hold on tight.
Or not.
Oh,
We do
client's
see
not happy.
three out of four. We do see 3 out of 4 of the playfields. Something up with Faz.
Yeah, it could be Faz that might be stuck.
All right, we get a redo with that. Calling the MP abort.
Oh, it could be gone.
All right, take 2. Hopefully things go a bit more smooth than that. All right, there we go. All 4 playfields up there.
Alright.
All right, yep. Here we go. Oceanus.
Yep, so right immediately into the map, we already have some dense chord streams as we approach here. There we go. So 210 BPM.
Yeah, 210 BPM, like chord streams, double streams, all happening right in span of like just 30 seconds.
Yep. And we're gonna have a
These
short
players-
break here.
Yeah, they finished that first stream section relatively unscathed.
This is pretty much the only break that these players are gonna get throughout the entire map.
Yeah. Oh, you actually see fast breaking combo. Just before getting to the Ki, where the density picks up quite a bit.
So we're also gonna wait the key change in the song. 'Cause once the key change happens, it starts getting a lot more dense.
Yeah,
So here we
you
go.
can definitely hear it.
These players need to be careful with the trills as well. Some of these one-hand trills can catch them off guard really
Yeah, oh,
badly.
oh,
On the
Tabakasi.
Bakasi, as I say that. Yeah,
First
they gotta
break
be
for
careful.
Indonesia. And
Oh, another
another
one.
in quick succession. Are clearly
About
gonna
fast
never
shooting
mind.
back. Be careful of the 1-6 piano roll stream that's gonna happen really soon.
Yeah,
Catching
here-
Faz.
Yeah, only
That
fast.
roll-
Unfortunately,
Faz.
Indonesia held on to that.
That is the point to Indonesia right there. I was seeing if the piano roll would catch any of the Indonesians, but it just caught Faz, unfortunately. And
Well, Exive and Gonzalo actually. Full combos and also 1-200, 5-200 respectively. That is actually really, really good. So 3-0 Indonesia. And once again, they have the power of choice, probably going back to another long note map.
yeah, I'm gonna call Ohio this time.
No, I'm gonna take a different route. I say they're probably gonna go into hybrids.
Oh,
I
I mean, I think
kind of want to
hybrids-
see Tenku no Yoake being played though.
Enku no Yoake. I think that's the. Is that more Ellen heavy hybrid?
Hard to say, but well, it's not gonna be Tenku no Yoake, but it is another hybrid with
Oh.
Rukia Zoteki.
Oh, this one's a long one. This one's 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. So with the long song, long map, also definitely need a lot of concentration to be able to keep a really good combo going.
Because it's mostly chord streams, and then you have some L-lane chord bursts here and there.
Yeah, I think the chord bursts are something to look out for. They could be potential choke points. That's actually a little bit afraid for Chile though.
think Scarlet back in.
Yeah, there he is. Scarlet coming back in for Chile. With Indonesia still having the same roster since the start. Honda and Xi.
And so expect
Yeah, I'm expecting. And here we go, starting off. Once again, we do see Chile picking up the really early accuracy drops with Gonzalo this time, also finding a break. Yeah, the intro is actually already really dense. Definitely can catch you off guard. Would definitely kill your combo before the 400 combo bonus.
and these L-lane chords that slam in with occasional
Yeah.
rise is very
Yeah,
difficult
that
to time
is-
them properly.
Very, very deceptive.
And this is where the hybrid really shines here.
Ooh,
Everyone catching
everyone
that.
hit that.
Everyone caught that. Wow.
Everyone hit that full 7 chord release.
Chile are definitely just still right behind.
Yeah, they are still kind of hot on the heels of Indonesia. Even though with that miss coming from Gonzalo pretty early on, but at least this time the accuracies from both teams are pretty close. As I say that Gonzalo just dips below 99%, but that's okay. At least it's not breaking anymore. But with the way things are going right now, Indonesia definitely needs to break for Chile to have a chance to catch up.
Yeah, there needs to be some combo drop. Accuracy wise, they are struggling trying to gain that accuracy back up, but Chile will also need to do their part.
You tone down the density a little bit here. They do have a few moments to catch their breath, just a bit before it goes back in.
And most of these patterns start to be a little bit of a repeat of some of these L-lands here though.
Yeah,
Careful.
these LNs are actually really hard to act. Oh,
Oh, X-Life!
oh, X-Dive! That is the first break for Indonesia for X-Dive. Will Chile be able to capitalize on that? They're definitely still keeping their combo. But accuracy-wise, yeah, it's still definitely in Indonesia's favor. And with that, XI reaches back up to 400 combos, so now it's gonna be accuracy all the way until another break happens, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be from Indonesia. Oh no, this part right, this section right here with a lot of the LNs and the rise there is basically pretty streamy. Nobody drops on that. Really strong showing from both of them.
Some of these chord jacks as well can be deceptively tricky. Oh, Gonzalo chopping on the L-land though.
Gonzalo.
That basically resets the progress that Chile have been trying to make.
They're almost 20,000 points down.
But there needs
Yeah,
to be
it's
something to drop.
Yeah, they're in desperate need of some misses, but not from themselves. It needs to come from Indonesia. Unfortunately, Gonzalo was the one that started picking up that miss. This pool might be a little bit too hard, I would say. Okay, but can we just take a look at the top there, Onta and Scarlet?
Yeah.
5,000 combo. Definitely
they're
not going to
still
lose it
holding
anytime
on.
soon.
Oh, but he saved that as a double drop in Chile.
Oh yeah, and Gonzalo actually quite a few drops in succession. Exile and Onta Indonesia was the only one that managed to keep that.
Ontas, the only I've seen the lobby. This ending is just a whack of pods.
It is dense. And I use that term lightly.
That's gonna be an FC from Onta.
There's still a little bit left.
Just a little bit, but
Yeah,
it's just a piano
that's
improv part,
about
and
it.
that's it. Yeah. There you go.
Full combo on Hybrid 1 for Onta from Indonesia. And also only 28 200s. No other bad judgments. Man, this is a pretty hard score to beat. But from Chile though, they did have a pretty good combo going through with Skalim, almost basically just 1000 combo off from the full combo. But yeah, that's still a pretty good score nonetheless.
Yeah, but now the pick goes back to Chile, and it could be a very important pick.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what is.
Oh, there you
immediately
go.
going for Rise 4. Excuse me.
Tadoru is streams. The BPM does change. Oh, wait.
That is lost memory. We're going court chat.
Whoops. I forgot that Attracted Dimension got banned. So I just counted from Oceanus. Alright, lost memory. Oh, this one's called Jax. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, court chats.
It's called Jax, the map.
The easiest Rise map and also the hardest Rise map. Depends
Easiest
on
Rise map if you're a court Jax player.
depends on like your stance on court chats. Because like as you know, court chats even 4 key, 7 key. It's pretty polarizing skill set. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah. It's either you can play it or you can't play it.
You see in chat, Onta, oh no, this map. And we know Onta is a very, very solid long note player. Having to say oh no at this map. Might we see a first time swap for Indonesia, or would he just power through it?
The court Jax in this 104 BPM, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's
I mean,
just
it does
half
say,
of the BPM.
I mean, it does say 209.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think this might be the best pick for Chile.
It really depends on how Indonesia can handle this one. Because we haven't seen Court Jack being tested from Indonesia's
No,
side.
we haven't. Oh, no swaps. Still gonna be Onta and Exile.
Yeah, indeed.
And Skalim and Gonzalo for Chile.
Let's see how things go for Chile. They would really like a point now. Except with the mirror.
One mirror and 3 no mods. Starting off very simple patterning. Basically 1-1s.
Yeah, so this intro is just 1-1 chords, and then it's pretty much gonna be like this until once we hit the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, the intro is basically filler. You build up your combo and accuracy here, and then it just hits you right on.
So yeah, here is the 1-1 chords, so it's just gonna be them trying to farm all of these Rainbow 300s.
Yeah, Onta with 99.98. Very comfortable right now, but we have yet to see the meat of the court chats.
Yeah, we're about to hit that 1 minute mark really soon, and once we hit that 1 minute mark, we're going to see some long jacks. There we go, here comes the long
Right.
jacks.
Will anybody rush it? Or is everyone gonna be that metronome? Gonna activate that metronome in their hands?
Time to metronome.
Oh, right. Actually, metronoming is one thing. Actually, reading the
yeah.
patterns is another.
Everyone is having a stellar time.
Yeah, even Scotland is rivaling Exile, 99.92 apiece, but Gonzalo all the way down to 99.75. That is still 990k pace, but with the scores from Indonesia with 99.97 and another 99.9 there, it's got some work to do.
Onta is crushing it. But they need to be careful because this one miss can swing it back, so they still need to hold on to whatever they have.
It's basically near the end already.
Oh!
I think.
Onta picked up a 200, I think. Oh, that was actually pretty close.
Yeah, it just the slightest flicker.
Oh, that
over
wasn't a 200.
eye.
That was 100.
Oh my god.
That's a B1 double S full Chile side, and they still lost on ratio.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Both players on Indonesia didn't get a V1 double S, but they just won based on ratio. 47.
Yeah, ratio.
78 from Scarlim too.
Yeah, and that 100 from Onta just basically gave Scarlim the MVP for this round.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Indonesia do pick up another breakpoint.
Yeah, they go to match point and also have the power of choice for one more long note pick, probably.
They have a lot of freedom if that's the case. And despite it being a seed 7 against a seed 10, we are 1 point away to a sweep.
The middle of the table match doesn't really do it justice.
And we see that LM come out. We have Moon. This one is the density LN with some rice in between the LN, so easy to mix them up. LN coordination, I guess.
But actually with density LNs, the releases tend to be a little bit more straightforward, so it is also not as hard as something that is like fully release oriented. Or even something that requires intense coordination. Because with these, they also kind of play like streams a bit, so the LNs aren't really that long for some of them, so you can kind of hit them as a normal note and you will still get the combo. It's not really that hard in comparison.
Yeah, the biggest issue for Moon is that when you have these 1/4 LN streams, you also have you have half beat LNs as well with the stream, so things can get a little bit tricky just trying to act them.
But with a team as like with Indonesia, I don't see that as a problem for them.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, especially on Tabakasi.
This is something they thrive on.
Yeah, we're already going in. Gonzalo actually swapping out, so same lineup again from Indonesia. Let's see how things go though.
The first set of LN streams already passed and actually quite close, all things considered. Even though Scarlett does find himself dropping below 99%, but it's still pretty close but fast picking up that miss.
That is what I mean by
it's gonna make things a little bit harder.
Yeah, these quarter note LNs, they can be tricky to act when you have so many other things going on.
Yeah, it's just an issue of reading, being able to comprehend everything that's going on.
Now, Onta and X-Life though, eating these L-Lens for breakfast, 99.6s each.
Yeah, noodle mains as opposed to rice mains. Noodle gang rise up.
Noodle gang rise up.
Also, not a really long map. Already two-thirds of the way through. With Fast picking up that one more break.
Yeah. This is the shortest ever map of all of them, yeah.
Definitely makes things a lot harder, and another miss coming up from Fast, and Indonesia still holding strong to that full combo. Onta gonna be... actually it's X-Side. X-Side's the one that picks up the break, but one break in comparison to three is not nearly enough. And as we hit in that outro really soon. Yeah, unfortunately for Chile, even though it did look like a middle of the table match, at least on paper, Indonesia does come out on top 6-0 and takes the first match of round of 16, pushing Chile down into the losers bracket. And yeah, Onta, what are you doing? Exactly 3-1 his ratio.
Yeah, that is that. Indonesia taking that 6-0 victory over Chile, but this is all winners bracket, so Chile will still return for another match next week.
Yep, quarterfinals.
That will be it for this match. So congratulations to Indonesia for making it through to the quarterfinals winner bracket. We'll be seeing Chile down in the losers bracket. And with that, we shall be moving on to the next match really soon, in about 17 minutes, with Spain and Japan. This is a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, never in a million years would I see Spain in the higher half of a qualifiers for 7K. But here we are.
Yeah, Japan has like really strong players in their roster as well. I believe they have like a 1-digit and a 2-digit.
You are correct, yes.
Yeah, but
like if we just look
Spain, Spain still does have a pretty experienced player with Aitor 98. It's been around for a pretty long time, so he's definitely a lot more confident in the World Cup scene.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, there is a single-digit player in Japan, Suzuha, 6th in the world. But also, like you mentioned, Aitor, 31st in the world, really strong 7K player for years in the Spanish community. But yeah, this Spanish team is just like an all-star team for me. I'm really excited to see how they perform later on. But with that, you got anything else to add?
Nothing for the time being. Just excited to wait for the match that's going on later. That's about it from us, I guess.
Yep. So don't go away. We have about 16 minutes before the next match, so hold on tight. Get anything you want, food, water, whatever, and we'll see you back right here with the next match of the round of 16.
Are you afraid of the light? Close your eyes and discover a new world. Leave the world behind. Feel the tune of my mind. Scream of my soul.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Osmania 7 Key World Cup 2022. Right, we just finished our first match of the day, Indonesia versus Chile, ending up in the sweep. And with that, we move on into Spain versus Japan. It's another, I would say, it's another pretty middle of the table matchup with Indonesia and Chile being seeds 7 and 10, and Spain and Japan being 6 and 11. So right here, I have joined with me is Rafael in commentary. How are you doing?
Doing fine as usual. We are back again, and this match is something to savor because I barely know Spain in any Mania World Cup scene, and suddenly they're exploding out of nowhere. This is
Qualifiers,
really nice to
right?
watch. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Actually,
Spain's qualifier and rise second to Korea on both the first and the second stage. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I would never have expected in a long time.
Yep, they are the highest seeded European team as well. This going to be an uphill battle for Japan.
Yeah, and Japan, even though they also have a pretty strong lineup as well, having Suzuha and My Angel Koichi being 1 and 2 digits respectively. Definitely expected them to, perform a little bit better, but their LN1 qualifier scores was a little bit suspicious. Not in cheat way suspicious, but none of their scores actually surpassed 900,000.
Yeah, like when we're comparing the ranks of the LN1, you can see Spain are 5th and Japan are 27th. Okay, interesting. I mean, that kind of goes to show what Japan will probably ban, if you think about it.
Yeah.
As we await their ban in the chat. It's probably gonna be. You think it's gonna be Himeboshi again? Like what Chile did? Oh, it's gonna be Yoake, no Uta.
Yoake.
Okay,
honestly, if it's not, if the LN ban is not Himeboshi, it's gonna be Yoake.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. So now it's Spain's turn to ban, and Spain did lose to Japan on 2 of the qualifiers, which were stage 3. Oh sorry, only on 1. Sorry, stage 3. That was the only one that Spain lost to.
Stage 3.
So they are banning Adoru. They are picking Lost Memory, so
Lost Memory.
Project again.
Yeah, Korjak. I think we're gonna see a lot of Korjak picks this round.
Yeah, accuracy battle, basically. We see a Ito98 Crew-K fanboy, previously known as Summit, and we're going to be awaiting the final roster from Japan, which will be Suzuha and Lanxess.
Yeah, it does look like to be both of them. Also, unfortunate for Crew-K fanboy or Summit, Crew-K does not play 7 key, so unfortunately he cannot meet his idol.
I mean, they did meet in 4K, so we can check that off the list.
4K, yeah.
I can't believe they're meeting again. It's so weird. Like the last Mania World Cup, they met
Spain
in the first round,
Japan, and then now again,
and
Spain
they're doing it
versus
again
Japan.
in 7K. Yeah, it's like it's gonna be the next Indonesia Poland, but now in Mania we have
oh my
this.
god! Don't remind me of that. Don't remind me of that.
Hey,
Chat is
at this point,
wildly
it's a World Cup meme at this point. I've seen too many of that happen.
It's inevitable.
Anyways, Lost
Oh.
Memory, Call Jacks.
Crew-K straight up just missed the first note.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, it's not going to hurt that badly.
It's
But,
literally the first note, so
Yeah. It shouldn't hurt so
not
much,
a lot.
but
It's not a lot missed there.
oh no. I want to hold on to your seats if you support Spain for this one. Just hold on just a little bit.
Yeah.
We have to wait until the call jacks actually come in. Because we have a
Yeah,
full
the
minute
filler
of this.
the filler intro right here.
Have a minute of this. 1-1 chords. So this is actually good for Spain, I think, because Crew-K fanboy can just rack up the accuracy again, just to keep that lead close. At bay, anyways.
Right, the anchors here.
Here comes the long jacks, and
Yeah, again, nothing much has changed.
we go. Oh, right, immediately into the quad jacks, legs into the drop.
racist.
And already Spain has taken that lead in a blink of an eye. Things are getting a little bit spicy. I told a drop. That's a clean drop though, but
Wait,
oh no. Spain's lead is shrinking.
Actually really unexpected.
It is.
Japan
That was a
might
very
take it
clean
back.
drop as well. Oh, and Cookie Ben
wow.
might drop. Japan will take it back.
Oh, that
Only
is not the
FC from
start that
Suzuha.
Spain- That is not the start that Spain needed.
It's definitely not, and I think even without that first miss that Cookie Fanboy dropped, it still wouldn't have made a difference. Japan running away with their FC from Suzuha. Cookie Fanboy with another drop.
One more
And suddenly-
from Kuke, and another.
Yeah. The pick from Spain backfiring. 33
33.
from Aito, but the miss. And then 4 misses from Cookie Fanboy.
Oh,
47
wow.
300s.
There are 0 collective 200s on the board.
There are no 200s. Suzuha, the only V1 SS, has the worst ratio with 77. Excuse me? The worst ratio with 77. Okay, okay. I need a
Oh
breather.
my.
What is this? What is this?
I'm at a loss.
Oh boy. Well, that map has long gone. Now a lost memory. And now Japan will get a pick.
Yeah.
What can
actually-
Japan pick? That's the issue.
Okay, yeah. With Japan having a pretty rough LN qualifier, so they banned LN, understandably. But Spain's Rice qualifiers is a lot better than Japan, though. So
Oh boy.
Yeah.
They're going for
Ellen
Okeanos.
LNs are a bad choice. Rice might be a better choice, but it's still very risky when you're facing up against Spain.
I don't know about this choice, honestly. We're gonna see a swap in from Spain, not PX coming in. And we also see a swap from Japan with my Angel Koichi. Yeah, I wonder how this is going to go because, like you said, Spain's Rice qualifiers were something else, and Japan picking Rice into Spain. I mean, I don't think they have that much of a choice, but Okeanos, I don't think that's one of the maps that I was thinking of when it comes to Rice choices from Spain. Sorry, from Japan. My bad.
Japan.
Slip of the tongue. But yeah, we're going into Okeanos. This is COD streams. Pretty dense, 210 BPM. Things ramp up in the second half, so right now, well, this intro is already pretty dense, so we'll see if anything happens.
Alright, starting off. Flickering leads here. We're back
I
and
thought
forth.
we dropped. I thought accuracy.
Oh, okay. I thought
Rush
finding
on
a
the
little bit of
streams.
an accuracy drop. So only Suzuha with a pretty high accuracy, 99.8, highest in the lobby right now. That is helping Japan take the early lead.
Yep, everyone else holding a 99.6, but we're right now into the break, the one and only break of this entire map as we hit right back into some COD streams.
Into the KI section, density picks up a little bit. Not
that's the miss of not PX.
The break. Still full combos going strong for Japan. Suzuha might
Is
end up
that-
Koichi.
That's definitely what Japan really needs. And their own pick as well, not PX with another drop. As we head into the second half, things get a lot denser. I top the drop, Spain has no FCs.
No FCs and you're only a quarter of the map to go. This is looking pretty much insurmountable at this point. Not PS find themselves another break, dropping down to 99.3%.
There's only one more section to go. This section right here, one of the densest ones. We're also going to see the piano roll. 1-6 piano roll. We'll see if anyone trips up. Everyone hits it cleanly. Japan will most
Yep.
likely take this one if that's the case.
Full combos from Japan.
Oh my gosh, Suzuha. Oh my god, look at that team score! Woo.
That's a lot of nines.
That's a lot of nines. Suzuha with 3,200 clean FC. And Japan now 2 to the good. Back to Spain. Pick.
So yeah, the Oceanus pick was actually a really good one for them.
Yeah, that was actually really good. And suddenly, from what we thought Spain would probably dominate the Rice section, Japan have 2 points off Rice. And I think at this point, Spain should just go for LN. Like, they shouldn't risk anything anymore. Like,
Yeah.
qualifiers for LNs are significantly better than Japan. I really do see one of the LNs coming out very soon. Possibly now.
Yeah, even if Spain are not like super comfortable with LNs, I think Japan and LNs just aren't a good match. So
Yeah.
I think Spain should probably go for long notes.
And they could go for any of the long notes as well. Because their qualifiers on both stage 7 and 8 are pretty good. There you go. Here we go.
Oh, Himeboshi.
For the first time in this World Cup as well, because the previous match got banned. This play out. This is a... Oh boy, this is a map. It is very slow. Peaking at a whopping 85 BPM.
Oh, 85 BPM will slow down
Yeah.
there.
And we went from 5.1 SR down to 2.5.
Yeah, it's
You were saying,
come on, the star rating is only 2.5. It shouldn't be that
Yeah.
hard. That's how the game
Shouldn't
works.
be that hard. We also see the final Japan player that we haven't seen, that Lulu M. That's basically
Yeah,
every
Lulu M.
Japanese player having a contribution.
For
Also
Spain,
seeing Kuki
Yeah,
Fanboy.
Crew K fanboy coming back in for not PX.
Yeah, indeed.
So, all right, time for Himeboshi, or as in Underjoy's words, a baby version of Ever 14.
Baby version. It is a very safe Elden choice from Spain. Especially if you can't read inverse, like that's gonna hurt you very badly when it comes to the second half. So as you can see already, Japan's accuracy is dipping
Yeah,
to
Lulu M.
99.
actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
Actually,
Spain.
mine's a Koichi as well.
Spain with
they're both-
99.6s.
Yeah, they're both equal, basically. And so is Spain. 99.7 from Aitor, 99.6 from Crew K fanboy.
Which is
Now on
surprised
the
Suzuha's not
higher-
playing this. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh!
First break over from Crew K fanboy.
Ah, this is interesting now because both
Yeah,
of the
and-
Japan players are still holding FCs.
Yeah, and also with the nature of this long note coordination map, there's not a lot of notes actually. So once you miss,
Oh.
you're gonna take a little bit of time to get back up to 400 combo. You see Lulu M
Yep.
finally breaking that.
Say that the lead was about to swap to Japan and then Lulu had to drop. The control still in Spain's favor. I thought for 99.63.
Yeah, that is probably gonna be the highest that we're gonna see so far.
Yeah, but as we
Not-
enter the second
not
half, we're
sure.
now gonna see inverse.
Actually, not too sure if Himeboshi is going to be picked in a lot of the other matches though.
It could be a pretty unpopular choice because it's so
Pretty
safe.
much bad pick.
There's still room for error from Spain's side. They just need to be careful. Oh,
Oh,
as I say,
no,
that
that is-
Koichi drops.
That is not the Spain side.
That's not the Spain side at all. And both
Oh, and
players
another
dropping
one from
within
Lulu
100
M.
notes.
Yeah, this section right here is definitely one of the hardest ones to hit. And
Yeah.
it's definitely evident with Lulu M finding a couple of breaks there.
Aitor will be running away with the FC. I hope. Should be. You can do it,
Should be,
Aitor.
it should be. As we say that,
Yep.
Manager Koichi
Uh.
finds the final break.
Yep, that's a
And
very
that's
solid
it.
team score from Spain nonetheless with the miss. Like, Aitor, that is a really solid score. Wow, how many 200s? Oh, 5. Well, there you go. And a really good ratio from Cool K Fanboy, 192.
Oh yeah, they basically only had one long note break, and that was it.
Yeah. And it was a 50, as opposed to the misses from the Japan side. So yeah, this is what I was thinking Spain should do, just run away with LNs now. Now that they know the skill
Yeah,
cap in
Rice.
that.
Yeah, the Rice is Japan's secret weapon.
Surprisingly, yeah. And what would Japan go for though? They did win on Oceanus, you know, hint hint, Electro Peaceful, hint hint.
Hint, hint.
That's a map that's open. I wouldn't want to go for Attracted Dimension. I think that was a little bit too risky. Maybe the same for Sanji. So, like, Electro Peaceful is the most logical pick to go for, unless they want to be a little bit experimental here.
Yeah, Japan's pick. It is going to be Electro
There you
Peaceful.
go. Wow, who saw that coming?
Oh, this is the biggest plot twist of 2022.
The biggest plot twist. They go from a COD stream map to a COD stream map.
Who would
slower.
have thought?
So we go from 210 BPM to 160 BPM. And this is definitely a lot easier compared to Oceanus. But that means, you know, if you miss, that could be pretty bad.
Yeah, the density of Electro Peaceful is not the hardest, so it is also going to rely a lot on accuracy.
Indeed. Let's see how Japan will fare here. On their own pick as well.
I think they should be fine on it, provided there's no silly misses anywhere.
If they were fine on Oceanus, they should be more fine on Electro Peaceful. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, yeah. The maps you pick are always going to be your best ones.
Yeah, right off the bat, not gonna say much, but right off the bat, Spain with the accuracy advantage. So when it comes to slower COD streams, that means more concentration on each COD stream action.
Yeah. Definitely something to look out for as well.
Yep, so we're gonna enter the first break of this map.
Oh,
Kuke fanboy!
UK fanboy.
That's
No,
the
not
first
like
miss
this.
of the map. Yeah, not like this indeed. Japan has snatched the lead back. So that's the break. Now we're going back into a bit of a COD stream bursty section here. Good place to try and get some accuracy back up. You can see Suzuha back up to 99.82. I told 99.87. Can't make up the difference just from the miss from Kuke fanboy.
Yeah, UK fanboy's miss might have just been that one single miss that gives Japan the point, but it's not over yet. You still have
to wait and
about
see.
One of the map left. Stuff can still
Percussion.
happen, especially with this section right here.
Yeah, the percussion here can get a little bit tight. The lead is getting extremely tight as I say that. Pen gotta be careful. Koishi's accuracy doesn't seem to be kind of getting out of the 99.6 zone. Spain have a
see
good
that
chance to
score
try and take it back.
Score is
But Kuke
still-
fanboy dropped accuracy. Kuke fanboy picked up a 200, I think. I think that should be Japan's.
It's still close.
It's still.
Ah,
Oh, that is
that's it.
so close.
That is,
That is
it.
almost
Just
1,000 points.
Just 1,000
Oh, that wasn't
points.
200. That was hundreds from Kuke fanboy, and B1 WS from Maito. But not enough. That miss. Just that one miss.
Yeah, that one miss definitely was the only single miss and the undoing of Spain. Japan with two-way full combos, one 200 from Suzuha, 4 from Koichi. Also very solid. Not as good as Aitor's V1 double S, but it is
Yeah.
still enough to take the point.
Go back to Spain. I mean, we still got some LN maps open. probably gonna be Moon or Ohio. We did see Moon the last time round. We might see Moon again, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, well there you go. I thought I spoke the words right out of my mouth.
Please tell me.
They're probably like listening to history.
If they're listening to the stream, if they're listening to the stream, I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is density. This is not so much release heavy. It's not really testing your releases, but rather mostly testing the coordination between some of the 1/4 snap L-lins and the half snap L-lins. Together with some rice.
Any roster swaps happening? I don't think so.
Wait, did Lulu play the last map or no?
I think Lulu. No wait, Lulu didn't play. It was Koichi. Okay, yeah. So there is a
Lulu
swap.
was a swap. Just had to clarify that because my memory is a little bit.
Yeah, I have a disease known as goldfish memory.
Wait, you too?
Me too,
Anyways,
what?
we have Moon. You two what? I don't know. I forgot what we're talking about. Anyways, Moon.
All right,
about Moon.
Yeah, we live in the moment.
Oh, right off the bat,
Oh,
Lulu for
yeah.
top. This is
Starting off
density.
not looking so good for Japan.
Yep. Not Koichi. Suzuha matching Aitor. Cookie Fanboy for 99.7 and Lulu just trying to climb back up to 99%. Oh, but Cookie Fanboy even missed.
Ooh, this is potentially huge.
It's not going to soar back to Japan just yet because the accuracy deficit is just too
yeah.
big. But that is a lifeline to Japan if they can just hold on and hope. That's the first half gone. We're going into the second half.
Yeah, it's coming here. A lot of
Blue
Dance
M with a
Island still
miss.
happening here. It's not being traded by anyone, so that score is gonna go a lot more into Spain's side.
Definitely not. Cookie Fanboy has to be careful though. The accuracy
Yeah,
is
he
dropping
is
ever so
also-
slightly.
Yeah, he's also picking up a couple of 200s here and there. But as long
It is
as
still
he's not
fine.
as long as he's not missing, that is the important thing happening right here.
And the map's about to close out very soon as well.
Aitor making his way back up to 99.7. He's back on
Oh my
990
gosh.
KK.
Aitor and Suzuha both destroying this map.
They are going toe to toe with each other.
And that lead is just too unassailable right now. Spain will take a second point. And yeah. Aitor, how many 200s is that? 4? Okay, I didn't think it was 4. I didn't think it would be that little. Suzuha with 12 there. Oh, both Japanese players are leaving the lobby, even though it is their turn to pick. Okay. Maybe just a very quick timeout from them. Oh, there you go. Koishi's back in.
Of course, he's back
Yeah.
in.
Very solid team performance from Spain. And let's see what Japan will go for. So that is both Chord Stream maps gone. Now we have 2 Rice maps remaining, but they're both pretty risky. I tracked dimensions, 290 BPM speed, and you have Sanji, which is dumps. It's vocal dump. So both are quite risky.
Yeah, as you say, it is pretty risky, but at this point, not seeing a lot of other options available.
Yeah, they are going for Sanji. I think this is the better choice of the two. Definitely a lot more manageable to play than Attractor Dimension. Who likes Hoshimachi Suisei in chat? I'm gonna hear it for the first time in this World Cup.
VTuber gang.
VTubers rise up, let's go. Shoutouts to Ganyu.
Shout out to Ganyu.
We do see Suzuha
yeah.
back in.
Suzuha back in, along with my angel Koichi.
Yeah, so the general description for this map, I would say, is dump burst. You have very tricky snap rhythms, and then once it hits the second half of the map, it gets a bit more dense. You have some alternating single hand core jacks, which can be a little bit trippy. Like, this is just very technical.
Yeah. Yeah, the entire map can just be boiled down to very technical.
Apparently Sanji Junihun means 312, but the map length is only 301. Explain this to me, Evening.
Unplayable.
Unplayable. Where's the missing 11 seconds?
I think the stock is 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Probably just drain time.
It's just drain. It is drain time, yeah. Yeah, you can already see the dump elements already in play with the vocals, you can see. A few
Yeah,
flames.
it's not dense. It's probably the least dense rice map in the pool, but the accuracy portion is a lot harder. You can see already
Definitely,
Suzuha and Koichi dropping down below 99.7.
Yeah, Spain's accuracy is unbelievable as we exit the intro. Now we go into the first Kiai, or the first chorus, I'll say. There's no Kiai in this map. Yeah, this is where the dump really shines, as you can see. Accuracy is still very close, Koichi though dropping to 99.4.
Well, actually 99.3 now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can definitely see the accuracy portion of this map is a lot trickier. And this part right here,
Oh yeah, the guitar. I think Koichi off guard, I think, with a couple of 200s themselves. And does seem like Suzuha has managed to creep back up to 99.6, actually almost getting the highest score of the lobby, but dropping back down to 99.62.
yeah, they were basically matching Aitor for a short moment.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Cookie Fanboy dropped 2.5. Not gonna matter too much if Koichi currently the back pedal of Japan, but it will mean that the lead is slightly smaller in his favor.
Yes, slightly smaller, but it is still pretty close to 10,000 points of difference. That definitely
And-
warrants a bit. Definitely need a miss happening.
Also entering the second half, things get more dense.
Nothing much has changed. Aitor still having the highest accuracy in the lobby, 99.63 as we hit this section here. Definitely gets a little bit more denser and a little bit trickier as well. You see a
these
couple
jacks.
of
Oh, I told the
man,
miss! Oh my gosh!
Oh, this is huge.
Oh, this could be huge. That's basically Spain's MVP. Just humble reset. Hold up.
The
Here
ending
comes the
here is the
jacks.
hardest part. This is the hardest part over here.
Yeah, the ending. Oh,
Everyone hit that pretty perfectly. Aitor picks up 100 in that.
oh, I think
ending
Spain
burst,
just
but
barely
that
managed to
was-
hold on. Oh, that was so close. If Aiton missed, I think if Aiton missed just slightly before, it would have been Japan's point.
Yeah.
Ooh. Aitor, you got a lifeline from that. Whew. And now we are back all square, 3-3. Spain has finally won a Rice map, and it's also Spain's pick.
They can go into Ohio now.
Or could be one of the hybrids as well, actually. Maybe?
Moon and Himeboshi has worked out well for them, so I don't see why not. But yeah, basically either Ohio or hybrids I think it's a pretty safe pick for Spain.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, it does seem like Japan is starting to run out of options now. Actually, looking at the map,
Yeah, the only-
we have like one LN, 3 hybrids, and 1 Vice. Like, I know, not in Japan's favor.
Yeah. Only rice map that's remaining is probably the hardest one.
Yeah, and even with a tracker dimension, like it's not even like a guaranteed chance that Japan can even win that. It's very difficult, very speed heavy. And yep, like you said, I thought we'll be going for Ohio for Spain's pick, and that is basically all of the LNs exhausted.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
We have a 3-minute mix LN. This one tests release and density. Have some vocal dumps. And in the middle section, there are some very tight LN releases, snap to 1/4. So it has a bit of everything. It's like a variety LN pick. Yeah, we're gonna wait for a pick from. Sorry, not a pick, a player swap.
Player swap. Might see Lulu coming back in. After all, I believe they are the ones who has played the long notes for.
Oh, it could
Yeah,
be Suzuha.
I think they're the one who played all the long notes.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it could be Suzuha as well.
Suzuha did leave lobby, so I'm not too sure now. No,
We
wait
could
for
be
that.
getting some last minute practice.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, that's a name we haven't seen yet.
We are both wrong.
But that is in fact the captain of the Japanese team, Lenses.
Yeah, we have Lanxes.
피곤해 죽겠어 해뜰만 하면 또 비가 내려 리모컨 좀 줘 TV 꺼 눈만 배려 요즘 가사에 누가 밖에 안 걸리는 대로 아무 노래나 일단 트러시 나는 걸로 갈수록 더 끈적끈적끈적 힘들어 여름이 나
Actually, one thing about Ohio is its releases are also really very difficult. So I think Spain definitely has a slight upper hand on this. This is something that Japan, I wouldn't say that they are really comfortable on.
Gonna wait for. Okay, we're gonna wait for Cookie Fanboy to get ready. Can I breathe for like 20 seconds? It's okay. We can all breathe for 20 seconds. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you don't breathe for 20 seconds, you kind of, don't have oxygen in your lungs. It's not really safe. Yeah, that's the nature of World
Can't
Cups.
argue with that. Can't argue
The
with
nature
that.
of World Cups. I mean, you've experienced so many 7K World Cups, and especially when
Yeah,
it
World
gets further on in the stages, things get a lot more tense.
World Cup takes your breath away.
Yeah, it does. We both have our fair share of World Cup experience, so we can both definitely relate to that. Hey, this is an LN map. Why is it only Rice?
Miscategorized.
It's categorized.
Oh, here-
Oh,
here
there,
we
there you go. Here comes the LNs. So right off the bat, Japan, both players not holding 99, and for Spain, both holding 99.
In fact, a 99.8
Yeah.
over on either side. They're definitely really very comfortable with this. So, but as I say that, Crooked Fanboy over also very close to putting out that 99%. Yeah, these LNs
Yeah, a little
are
bit
actually Koichi finds the
Koichi.
first break.
Yes. Oh, but it's the drop from
And
Aitor. Oh boy.
Aitor still holding good accuracy. Lenses finds themselves a break, so that is a trade.
Fanboy
Leaving
the only
Crooked Fanboy.
FC left. Thanks is dropping again.
Yeah, that section right there was brutal. But
the lead
still
is
holding the
gonna continue
combo,
to
that's
grow.
all that matters. But Lenses loses out on that full combo. Oh, not that full combo, my bad. Just loses out on that
Oh.
combo. So that's Crooked and Lenses once more.
Yeah, so I think this is the first time in a map so far that all players have missed. Pretty sure?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, here comes the vocal parts. These LNs get extremely spicy, as you can see. Releases get very tight. Cookie Fanboy picking up a drop from those releases. Aito's still holding the 99 though.
Yeah, we look over in Japan and they're actually close to losing their 98%, but I go over
Yeah.
99%. Crooked Fanboy finds another break, but his accuracy is also still much better than
Yeah.
both players on the Japan side.
No, Spain is missing so much, but you see that lead is not moving an inch
Yeah,
at all.
not-
That lead is just stagnant.
Not at all.
And it's really just coming from Aito. Like, Kuke Fanboy just missing, not changing anything if Japan can't pick up the pace on the accuracy.
Yeah. Well, we look over in Japan, both of them still have, or at least my Koichi, still have 2.5k combo. Actually, right now it's the highest combo in the lobby currently, but without
also
without,
slightly, yeah.
without good accuracy, it's not much that you can do.
Yeah, it's like
Not much
nothing they can do right now from Japan to try and bring this lead back. It's so huge just from Aito. And the map's gonna close out as well. That's gonna be a... Oh my god, Spain!
That double miss at the end is not gonna do anything. There is still a 50,000 point lead in favor of Spain thanks to Aitor and Kruke Fanboy's really strong accuracies.
It was kind of funny to look at though. I was just like, oh, Spain are doing so well, and then both of them miss. But yeah, that's very
It's what
solid
it
scores
is.
from Spain. Okay, now. Oh my, I didn't even... Okay. Koichi?
Tractor
Koichi didn't even let me speak. I was like, okay, Japan have a predicament. Abstract the dimension. Abstract the dimension. We're going for it. 290 BPM. Let's go.
And before they've already prepared their pick before Ohio started. But
Honestly, they probably have.
To just type in the chat, don't press enter, let play out Ohio, and then as soon as it finishes, all right, Japan,
Abstract the
pick Ohio.
dimension.
I mean, yeah, attract the dimension. Got
Abstract the dimension. Alright, so this is the first time we're also seeing Abstract the dimension being played because the previous match it was banned. So to sum it up, speed, have fun. You can already tell from the song as well. You can just listen to it.
It's not really a better way to describe it except for speed, fast, have fun.
Yep. Okay, but if you actually want more detail, you have single streams at the start with some chords. At the middle part, it becomes a rapid 1/4 burst with some short chord jacks. And at the end, you have a lot of dense bursts. You have 5-note staircase bursts. So that's all you need to really watch out for.
For Japan, Suzuha coming back in for Lenses, trying to salvage what they can. But actually, right now with Attracted Dimension arguably being one of the harder rise picks, I think Suzuha and my agent Koichi might be able to be more comfortable on the harder stuff. So you can see right now there is barely any lead going to either side. Little bit into Japan, but that is still not enough of
This lead's pretty much non-existent. Oh my god, Suzuha picked up 200 I think.
Oh,
Over Aito and Kuke and Fanboy too. Japan now, that lead is now visible. Okay, we're entering the middle part here.
yeah, a little bit of a trill action going on here.
These are the 1/4 bursts. You have these very short chord jacks that come in with the burst, but now we're going into even more dense bursts. And still holding really strongly though with the accuracies. But don't count Spain out.
Yeah, a lot can happen in the second half. Especially with this section right here. Very dense,
No
but
one dropped.
nobody drops on that. In fact, everyone pretty much just got all perfect.
Yeah. But now we're entering the ending, and the ending is arguably the hardest part of the chart. So let's see how well these players will fare. Alright. Hold your horses.
A little bit of a short break. Yeah, okay, this one.
Here's a break, yeah, here's a break.
Yeah, alright,
Now
here's
we're
the
back
break.
in. Oh boy, we're going to enter the big burst very soon as well.
Still full combos from both teams.
There's a 5-note.
Oh,
Still got more, we still got more. Suzuha, what are you doing? That's on the LN, isn't it? I think that was on the LN.
That's on the other end.
The map's not over yet.
Is there enough time? Is there enough combo? Will Spain be able to
Is there
take
enough?
it?
5-note burst, here we go. No,
It is not
enough time. Oh my gosh. Japan will take that point, but wow, Suzuha just caused a heart attack for himself. That was 4,000 points. Wow, Spain with a very clean team score as well. But yeah.
Yeah, but over right now, Japan on the other side of the rice results from before, it was normally Spain that took the rice picks, but yeah, Japan right now is showing.
Japan has actually taken 3 of the rice. Well, sorry, 4 of the
Oh.
rice. It's all been
yeah.
rice.
Oh, yeah,
It was
my
a
bad, my
tractor.
bad.
Yeah, a tractor.
I was
Oceanus electric
thinking-
beating was memory. You were
I
thinking of
was
Sandy,
thinking of
right?
qualifiers. Actually, I was thinking of
Oh, you're thinking of
qualifiers.
qualifiers. Okay, okay. Yeah, like if you're looking at qualifiers, Spain have very good rice qualifier scores, but Japan has taken 4 rice maps. But now we have 3 hybrids. Well, basically the entire hybrid pool open,
Yeah,
and
only hybrid.
each of these teams have a pick each. No matter what happens, they both have to pick something. No matter what. So it's gonna be either Unkyo Zoteki, Tenku no Yoake, or White Rose. We saw Unkyo Zoteki last match, and we haven't seen the other 2, right? We haven't seen them.
Yeah, we have not.
This is gonna be a interesting game now, because I have no idea who wins the hybrids. Because if you look at the hybrid qualifiers, for hybrid 1, Spain are 4th, Japan are 7th. On hybrid 2, Spain are 7th, Japan are 8th. It is that close. You could flip a coin, actually.
Tiebreaker height.
Oh boy, if there needs to be a tiebreaker, it has to be this match, right? Like, come on. This has been a roller coaster. And Spain versus Japan, like with 4K as well. 4K MWC, that match was crazy. And just living up to the hype for this one as well. And we're gonna see, we're gonna see Tenku no Yake.
Spain versus Japan never disappoints.
Never disappoints, and it's showing right in front of our faces as we go into Spain's final pick. And I guess we're jumping straight right in. Okay.
Alright.
Same rosters as well. Aitor, Kuki Fanboy, Suzuha, and Koishi all playing for 2 minutes on this hybrid. This one is pretty basic, I'll say, in terms of hybrid. I mean, 5.3 SR. There are some trip up points with the jacks. You'll see later on. There are some jacks with the LNs. Very easy to just misfire the LN and then, you get the LN miss, and that could be really bad. So right now we have some basic 1/4 streams with some jacks.
Yeah, it's very slow start right here, because the meat of the map is in the chorus, where
Yes.
where the patterns kind of switch in and out between going full rice and full long notes.
Yep, they will alternate and then they'll fuse into a chord stream rice LN section that you'll see later on. But yeah, here comes some of these LNs. There were some jacks. You really need to be
Yeah,
careful
a bit of a
there.
few
Yeah.
actions thrown in there. But still, full combos so far.
Yeah, a miss will be. Oh my gosh.
And there it is. It is from Aitor.
I was about to say a miss would be really bad. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Japan now
unfortunate,
takes the lead. Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, Aitor just has to
Zuha.
put that miss behind him and play out of his mind.
Zuha though, 99.78. Hard carrying
Yeah,
Japan for this
really,
map.
really solid.
But Koishi, that
this part-
accuracy is
this part
quite
is
low.
also-
Yeah, these jacks.
It's also very, very scary to play.
I won't be surprised if we see any misses here. These jacks, you know, you could just lose a bit of concentration and that L land would be a 50 and that would be really bad.
But so far, both teams actually handling them very well.
Yeah, and we're about to end the map as well.
Yeah, it's too well that it wasn't enough for Spain to be able to come back from that. Japan just perfected that entire section with that shield. Note.
200 from Suzuha. The only PFC coming from Kuki fanboy side. But now, match point to Japan on Japan's pick. Oh boy, it doesn't get
Great
any tenser than this. You have
Great point
Gunkyo
from Japan.
Zoteki. Yep. Break point and match point. Gunkyo Zoteki and White Rose. What do you go for? What do you go for? Do you want to go for...
At this point, I would just roll. I'll just roll my pick.
I don't know. Here's the thing. You have a 2-minute map that is like samba swing rhythm, and then you have the 4-minute map that Japan
Which
are
they
going
go
for.
Yes.
Okay, well, we have one heck of an ending to this match. Possibly, it's either going to be a Japan win on this, or for the first time we'll see Nvidia.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah, we might see Nvidia for the first time, or we'll see the first seeding upset of the World Cup. And that also means goodbye to my pick'ems.
Rest in peace, Dickens.
Rest in peace, pick'ems. You got this fit. Okay, I'm not gonna be biased. You know, Japan have been extremely solid this entire match, so I won't be surprised if they take this point. But you know, as a neutral, you gotta wanna see this get close.
And here we go.
Alright, whoever you root for, you might want to root for them now. This is the final map. Well, the final free mod map.
They need your support.
Oh, they need your support. They've been nervous this entire match. You've seen the IRC chat, you've seen the misses. They've been coming in left and right. And they are going in for one last swoop. Well, potentially one last swoop. Oh my gosh, that's a very early drop from Koishi. That's not good for Japan.
I'll start out with a miss.
Not a good start from Japan, but it's okay. It's 4 minutes, a lot of time to recover. But yeah,
Yeah, 400 notes in. Suzuha at they were at like 99.8% accuracy, but that Ellen right
yeah,
there just couldn't
the court L
hard.
land, yeah.
quite hard. And actually, same
this
for
hybrid.
Koichi, they lost out their 99% and are just only getting it back.
Those court Eldens are so brutal. And they don't stop coming, look at that. Everyone hitting that 7 court. Very nicely. But we've only just begun. Hey, they have the control, but they need to hold on for 4 minutes. Oh boy, I saw 200 from Cookie Fanboy.
Yeah, same.
Oh, this is tense.
Actually, same for Suzuha though.
Same for pretty much
Also,
everybody.
Yeah, pretty much everybody. They're all relatively around the same accuracy, except for manager Koichi. That is probably the sole reason that Spain still has
Yeah.
the lead.
Everyone's accuracies, apart from Koichi, are so neck and neck. Look at that.
Yeah, they are all
50,
equal to each
52.
other.
Things might change though. This pad is nasty. Suzuha picked up a little bit of an accuracy drop. That lead is going to stay in Spain's favor. We're already a third in. Oh, the pressure is on for Spain.
Yeah, a still three-way full combo, both from Spain and Suzuha from Japan.
You be careful of these L-Lens. These L-Lens get extremely dense. All of them make it
Doesn't-
unscathed.
Yeah.
Oh
Doesn't
my
face
gosh.
anyone.
Oh boy. That is incredible. Like, I don't understand how they are holding on still for... Note that they have been
7K.
playing for like
7K
50
is
minutes.
7K is just
Yeah.
a different breed.
They've been playing in a match lobby for 50 minutes and they are still holding this kind of accuracies on this kind of map. It's blowing my mind. But we're also gonna enter a pretty tricky section very soon as well. So really all eyes are on Spain. Channel solo. Some jacks, some flams.
Yeah, the double jack.
Oh, and there's the miss from Cookie Fanboy.
This is huge.
Accuracy drop isn't so. Do they even? Koichi drops though. That's the
Also
trade.
huge. That is
That's the
also
trade that
huge.
Spain needed.
The two huge ones cancel each other out.
Oh my gosh. Back into Ellen Courts.
I think that this hit Kruke Fanboy a little bit harder though because he lost out his 99.5, but as for Koichi,
Yeah.
they're still basically hovering around the same accuracy as they had before for the longest time.
The lead is pretty much just gonna stay this way if nothing else happens. Court streams, the Ellen Court burst, they don't stop coming. Even until the end, they all need to hold on.
Just hold on.
Just hold on. Spain needs to hold on to at least to have some winners bracket survival chance. These jacks.
We need the outro pretty
Okay,
soon.
fanboy.
Here.
Oh, both of Spain dropped! Oh my gosh!
And that just
That's
sends
a
the
double
lead
drop.
rocketing over to Japan. Oh my god! Any sort of hope for tiebreaker we had gone in a snap.
That was the fastest lead swap I've ever seen in my life.
My god, Thanos, is that you? Did you
Thanos,
just
is that you?
snap away did you just snap away their combo?
And suddenly Japan, being in the backseat for 4 minutes, has snatched it in the most unpredictable circumstances, taking a seeding upset, 6-4 over Spain. What a tragedy for Spain though. And Suzuha with the full combo as well. What an MVP performance from him.
Absolutely
That'll be it.
amazing.
That's that. What a match. What a block.
I'm still in shock and awe.
I leaned back so far in my chair I nearly fell off.
I nearly gave myself
yeah.
whiplash.
Yeah, commiserations to Spain. They will still be playing, but in the losers bracket. Japan, they will march on. Oh my gosh, that was a match.
I'm already afraid for whoever's gonna face Spain in losers bracket.
Oh yeah, Spain played out of their minds, honestly, despite the results. Yeah, that will be it for this block because we got about an hour before the next match, which is I think this match has been seen in multiple Mania World Cups, but we have Malaysia versus the United States. Yeah, I've seen this matchup quite a few times in 4K. I don't know about 7K, but knowing the players in both of these teams, this will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, for 7K, I believe it's in 2018 and 2016. Those are the only times that
7K?
opponents face off. Yeah, for 7K.
Oh, I remember for 4K back in I think it was 2018 too for 4K. And yeah, 2021, but I remember them in yeah, I remember them in 2018 as well. I think in group stage. Not mistaken, but yeah.
Oh yeah. They were in group stages as well.
That will be it from us because we will be I believe swapping. Oh, okay, let's actually look at the bracket first and we'll know who they might face. So Spain, oh my gosh, Spain has to face the loser of Malaysia and United States. Okay, well, that's a match you gotta watch then. Yeah. As for the previous match, Indonesia vs Chile, they'll be facing well, the winner / loser of China and Taiwan. And yeah, that top half bracket still unplayed. But I can already imagine some very spicy
Yeah.
matchups. Just in my head, like, oh. And this is gonna be a very interesting World Cup indeed. But yep, that'll be it from us. Anything you would like to add?
GG. Just GG WP. Both to Spain and Japan. Really played out
that
your
was a
mind.
very entertaining match. Yep, that'll be it for this block. Stay tuned. In about an hour's time, we will head into the third match of the round 16 with Malaysia and the United States. Until then, we will see you all for more 7K key smashing action.
Suddenly the deepness can get through. Realize I fall along with you. And we're looking into cold green eyes. Click.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back once again to the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2022. We have some round of 16 action coming up. This match for the only match of this block. We've got the United States versus Malaysia. And I will be commentating this. I'm Toph Daddy, and I'm joined by a new commentator, Sparky. Welcome to the mix. How's it going?
It is going really good. Excited to be here. Excited to cast this, hopefully, explosive matchup between the United States and Malaysia.
Yeah, and we promise we won't be biased. We won't be, even though we're both... You're in the United States, right? Is that what I'm getting? All right.
Yep.
We're both U.S. residents, but we won't be biased about this match.
Do our best.
Yes. This is going to be a really interesting match. Malaysia, third seed, extremely strong. Chiwi and Nyokje probably going to be two of the bigger names on this team, but Juan and Eni going to be there for backup if they have their own strengths. And then the United States, Alter, that big anchor on their team, Turney good at long notes, and Teo and Revo being pretty well-rounded as individuals. So we'll have to see if or how many of these players are going to get that limelight for this round of 16. But it's going to be a large wall to climb for the United States, I will say.
Yeah,
Malaysia's a tough opponent.
Definitely going to be an uphill battle, as we see the team's already done with the rolls. Chiwi rolling that very nice 69, Alter following it up with a 51, so Malaysia has won the roll.
Yeah, and United States will be banning first. I can't imagine a long note pick gets through this. Maybe I could see United States banning a long note pick like Himaboshu would probably be my best guess. But I might also see a hybrid. I could see a hybrid coming out as a ban here.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see what the United States' game plan is, depending on what they decide to ban. Like you said, LN and Hybrid seem to be on the chopping block, just given the nature of this Malaysian composition. Very proficient in LN in their own right, so...
Yeah, I mean, you got Chiwi, who is arguably the best LN player in the world. Maybe not in 7 key, but certainly in 4 key, and I've seen enough of Chiwi to know that he just destroys any LN map you throw at him. Ohio coming out as a ban. Not a surprise. But Himabosh, both release picks are coming out. I guess that's kind of, they're banking on Turney's ability to handle the lower physical requirement maps, but the higher, coordination long note type maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we're waiting on Malaysia's pick. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they responded back in kind with some rice bans.
No, they banned another long note map.
Oh boy, okay. Breaking
they
away
banned
from
the release one. They're scared of Turney, I guess. Scared of that US low-end long note release skill. But all race picks, all hybrid picks are open.
Yeah, definitely paying some respect there. Don't want to go in too overconfident into matches like this, especially when you're maybe trying to scope out what the comfort picks are. So Malaysia up to bat here, gonna be picking the first pick of this match. And Tegun no Yoke coming out.
Wait, there's 2 Yoakes. Huh. I didn't know that. But I guess that I'd assume that since they... okay, yeah, they set serve to Yoake, and then their pick is Tenku no Yoke. So we've got the difference there.
Okay. Managed to clarify that we're going to be heading into the hybrid pool.
Not really a surprise, I don't think. I think Malaysia had one of the best hybrid scores during the qualifiers for both of the 2 hybrid maps. So I'm not really surprised to see them going straight for this, and especially with how, not necessarily one-dimensional, but very, focused on their own skill sets the United States are. I think putting them out of their comfort zone with something that requires both a significant rice and LN skill set is going to be the best bet for Malaysia to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see who comes up to the plate for both teams, just settling some logistical issues in the lobby, just make sure everybody's in the right spot here.
And it looks like for the United States, it's going to be Alter and Turney. Not too surprising given early rounds with the long notes, Turney being good, and Alter, like I said, being that rock, probably going to play almost everything in this pool. And then Chiwi and Nyokje, I think, are going to be the 2 for Malaysia. Not surprising at all either.
Yeah, absolutely. And right on cue, Chiwi and Nyoke Going up against Alter and Tourney here. Looks like the players are already just getting everybody readied up.
Yeah, got everyone in the right positions. We had them switched where US was in Malaysia's spots and Malaysia was in the United States. But we have the right stuff going. Map number 1, Tenku no Yoake, hybrid pick by Ankle coming up if the 2 US players will load in.
Oh boy.
There we go. We're good.
We got there.
And we'll be getting the intro of this map out of the way. Pretty slow overall. I'm going to guess that was client.
Yeah, Banjo needs a second. Gotta warm up a little bit.
Gotta catch up to the players a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like as
There
the
we
dust
go.
settles, yep, everybody's synced up. The US holding on to a tiny lead. It's very, very marginal this early on in the pick.
I mean, this is by far the easiest part, so accuracy isn't going to really matter up to this point, but Neokje having some small accuracy difficulties, and now that accuracy is really heading in the side of Malaysia with Chiwi's 99.95.
Absolutely destroying this pick right now as we get into the second third of the map.
Yeah.
The score is flickering though.
Yeah, it is pretty close, but it looks like that lead is starting to increase as Alter and Tourney both find some accuracy drops. But though Tourney and Neokje are pretty much equivalent, it's just that difference between Chiwi and Alter right now.
Yeah, Chiwi really holding on the fort in the accuracy right now, giving Malaysia the lead, but Neokje does drop on the transition.
Oh, that's a big drop too. That was the lower accuracy, so it's going to be more significant than, say, a drop from Chiwi would have been. That lead is in favor of the United States right now. Not by a whole lot. Once that 400 combo comes back for Neokje, I'd assume the score is going to start inching ever so slightly towards Malaysia again, but I mean, it really just depends on how much time is left and whether Tourney and Alter are going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, it's up to them to hold on to the accuracy right now. There's only a quarter of the map left. This is not a long pick by any stretch of the imagination. That miss from Neokje really giving the lead right now over to the US, but it is very marginal. It's coming down to ratios at this point.
1 to 2,000. This ending a little bit easier to keep accuracy on if US doesn't drop. I think they might actually take this pick off of the Neokje miss.
Best not speak too soon. There's only an eighth of the map left. And as it stands right now, the US looking to take the first breakpoint, barring any calamities. Last release.
Immediate breakpoint for the United States, taking that hybrid pick. That is not what I expected to see.
But it is just what the doctor ordered. Chiwi with that 5-200 performance, not enough. Neokje with the only drop proves to be fatal, and the US take the first breakpoint of the match.
Yeah, just barely 3,300 points, and those two misses both at the same time. You saw some issues from Alter. Could have had some combo breaks from those, but luckily was able to keep the full combo, double full combo for the United States. Really, really good. But that ratio from Chiwi almost brought it back for them by itself.
Yeah, it's almost single-handedly carrying Malaysia at the end there, but and when all is said and done, it is the United States pick. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to go with here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just go with another hybrid. I mean, it worked out. I mean, they just got that breakpoint off of Malaysia on one, so it might be a good idea, but I really don't know. They would have to. I think they would have to bank on misses in that situation because they only won Tenku because of the miss from the Neokje.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, you take those in this scenario.
Against the third-seeded team, you take whatever you can get.
Absolutely. And while the United States deliberates, it'll be interesting to see what the game plan is here for them.
Lost memory, accuracy, Jack pick, I think, undeniably easiest pick in the pool across the board. For most of these players anyways. I mean, you could technically find some people who would probably say the Lungno release pick or, something like that would be easier just because of the physical requirement and the reading. But I think generally this is the easiest one to get good accuracy on, and I'm not really surprised to see that coming out as a pick from the United States, given they just want to hope for chokes.
Yeah.
And tightening that accuracy difference as much as possible is what's going to let those chokes give them the points. Or if they're just able to out-act Malaysia on this pick, then they can just take it like that.
Yeah, definitely going to be banking on that accuracy here. Probably going to be in for a bit of a ratio battle. Revo tagging in for Tourney here. And it looks like Neo going to be tagging out. Going to be interesting to see who comes in for Malaysia here.
I believe Neo is supposed to be playing this. If you look at the chat, Neo's restarted his game, so I think he's just having some client-side issues, potentially like lag or something, so he wanted to restart the game.
Yeah, might have come into play during that hybrid pick. Might want to take care of it here before they get any further into the match.
Definitely. But once we get Neo back in, there he is, we should be ready to go to start map number 2. United States' first pick. Them hoping to get a second point on the board to take advantage of that early break point against the Malaysian team.
Yeah, definitely want to put pedal to the metal here, especially when you have the advantage, so.
Yeah, and we're seeing Neo saying stuff about lag spikes, so he wanted to restart, but hopefully his client doesn't mess him up on this one.
Pray for no lag for Neo.
Yeah.
As we load into the second map of the match, it is going to be Lost Memory.
I think we can expect a couple of high 99.9s. I expect Chiwi to have like 99.99 for most of this map. Alter's probably not going to be too far behind. It's really just going to be about what Revo and Neo can do act-wise on this.
And as we get into it, Alter starting off with that auto up to 100% in this early exchange.
Indeed, he's still maintaining it. Chiwi not too far back, 99.95 right now. There goes Alter's auto mod, but Neo not doing too bad, 99.9. But similar to the previous pick, this intro is a lot easier than the rest of it, despite the whole thing being pretty easy to act for these players.
Yeah, right now Malaysia with a very slender advantage, just buoyed off of Revo's accuracy at the moment. Everybody in that high 99.8, close to 99.9 range.
Yeah, not by a whole lot, but because of Alter's accuracy advantage over Chiwi right now. 0.08% above Chiwi, and then only 0.05% behind Neo for Revo. So I think that accolade is actually favoring the United States for now. We really have to wait until the density starts picking up here.
Yeah, and a 200 from Revo going into transition into the second half of the map, but bit of an accuracy drop from Neo here. The lead buoying into the US's favor going into the last third.
Jeez, look at Alter's accuracy, 99.99% up to this point.
Somebody check that man's keyboard.
Yeah, someone check this man out. Revo actually out-acting Neo right now as well. This is a pretty solid lead for the United States.
This rice pick turning out to be paying out right now.
That was a 200 from Alter, so now the difference is Revo and Neo. This is extremely close.
Accuracy's tied at the top. It's a battle between the bottom players, Revo and Neo right now. Who can hold their nerve as we get into the last days of the map? The US still with the lead.
Any miss ends it, but we're coming up to the very... No!
Oh, and Alter misses the lead! Oh, no! The curse was signed, sealed, and delivered. Revo follows the miss close behind, and Malaysia takes the breakpoint right back at the end.
Wow, what a nail biter right there.
Oh my goodness. That run was going so well for the US right up until the end, and Malaysia tie it up 1-1.
What a heartbreaker right there. That was so close.
Can we talk about that ratio? 24-300s up until that miss.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, and I mean, I said earlier that I expected Chiwi to be like right up there, having really good accuracy, but Alter had 1/3 of the regular 300s as Chiwi. That is a flex if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, you got to hold on to it till the very end. It's not over until the playfield disappears. And is Malaysia's pick now?
Do they go for a hybrid again, or do they go with the rice again? I mean, they just won rice, but it was all about the misses in both of the picks that they've had. Malaysia won Lost Memory because of misses from the United States, but they lost Tenku because of misses on their own side. So a lot of risky picks when the accuracy battles are up this high.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like we're playing on razor-thin margins here. Not probably what most people were expecting given the seedings. 3 and 14, you think that level of difference would be a cakewalk for Malaysia, but that's not proving to be the case now as they take a second to deliberate on this pick. I would not be surprised if we saw an LN pick come out from Malaysia. But it's really just pick your poison.
What Malaysia has shown to be strong at historically. So, I mean, as we've already seen, the hybrids and the rights can go either way. I could see Moon coming out as a long no pick from Malaysia. I think that would be their best bet in terms of, you know, keeping things up. Because I don't think they want to fight against Tourney's LN accuracy on something like Hinoboshi.
True. With that being said, they gotta make a pick soon.
I do not blame Chiwi and the Malaysian team for having trouble picking something, because this, I mean, both of these picks have already gone a little bit haywire compared to what people expected.
Yeah, they probably thought they were gonna have a very easy 2-0 advantage right now, but that doesn't seem to be the case, and maybe rethinking the strategy a little bit. They probably wanted to harp on that second half, the bottom half of this map pool, but might not find as much comfort there now, given the US's performances so far.
Yeah, I am getting some notes that the Malaysian players are having a bit of issues connecting to Bancho's chat right now, but Chiwi did pick White Rose for the Malaysian team. So going with another hybrid here.
Yeah, definitely venturing back into the bottom half of the map pool, so maybe strategy stays the same, but definitely gotta be a bit more careful when it comes to the performances. Can't be lax for even a second.
Yeah, they've really got to make sure that they keep that combo, because it's already shown that Turney and Alter are able to keep that combo relatively consistently on the more, you know, physically simple charts, I suppose. Whether you want to call this physically simple is one thing. There's lots of choke heavy patterns like Jax, and that LN stream towards the end can be very tricky to read.
Yeah, coordination, the name of the game on picks like this, so looks like we are going to see Turney come back in for the United States. See how things go. It looks like Bancho being a bit of a nuisance for the Malaysian players, but hopefully we can get that sorted out, get them into this next pick.
Yeah, it looks like their chat started loading, so they are back in the game, and it looks like Chiwi and Neo are going to be staying in, as you might expect. Turney comes back in, and we're looking at these four players as the 4-4 White Rose.
Alrighty, looks like all the players are ready. We are loaded in. Let's see what happens.
I mean, this is already turning out to be a pretty exciting match. I can't imagine this doesn't stay exciting as far as what we've seen for these maps.
Absolutely, just waiting for Bancho to get everything synced up. And here we go.
Bit of a simpler opening, but it gets pretty heavy into the thick of the more complex releases really early on, and Alter already finding a break, but that's a good place to find a combo drop before the 400 combo mark, so that maximum or that maximum combo wasn't quite reached. Loses less score for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Better to get it out of the way early than somewhere disastrous like right in the middle of the map. But right now Malaysia carrying this very early lead. This is a really short map in the grand scheme of things, only 1:50. We're already a third of the way through.
Yeah, not to mention that miss from Alter also came with a quite heavy accuracy drop, all the way down to 99.35, and having trouble recovering that accuracy at the moment. So that lead is not only a combo advantage, but an accuracy advantage for the side of Malaysia right now.
Yeah, Turney and Alter lockstep in the accuracy, but both behind even Neoki right now, with that 99.58 on his side, 99.4s across the board for the United States right now. And we're going into the last third of the map. Malaysia still holding on to his lead and the full combos.
Yeah, and we're heading towards the end where I think the highest amount of choke potential is with some shields and some trickier long notes as well. So we could potentially see misses, but that lead for Malaysia is only increasing right now as Turney ended up having a bit of an accuracy drop earlier on.
Yeah, but very importantly, still holding on to the full combo here for right now. Could swing things in the very end, but we're running out of notes really fast here.
And here's that long note stream, which pretty much finishes out the chart, and looks like the Malaysian team is able to keep their composure very well, winning by almost 30,000 points on that. And they get their first own pick of this match and move it back to United States for the pick, which I'm honestly expecting. What's the COD 2 Junior map? Electro Peaceful. That's what it's called. Sorry, I have to make sure I say COD 2 Junior at least once every match.
Duly noted. And both players on this Malaysian side finishing off with perfect ratings, full combos. Alter dropping towards the end, that was unfortunate, but I would think the map was very well said and done at that point, and Malaysia takes that 2-1 advantage here. United States up to bat, gotta find something to equalize the match with.
Yeah, and like I said, Electro Peaceful I think is their best bet, and there's the pick. Their accuracy, or at least Alter's extreme accuracy, was enough to trump out Chiwi's in Lost Memory, only losing because of that miss. So this is the next easiest map to get good accuracy on. I'm not surprised to see it come out.
Yeah, and right on cue, Revo tagging back in for the United States. It seems to be the name of the game here. Alter hard carrying the United States right now, playing every map so far. Now it looks like Chiwi and Neo are going to be staying in for Malaysia here. Now, barring any substitutions, you wonder if Alter's going to be able to shake off what happened in that first Rice pick. Because right now it seems that accuracy is going to be the name of the game, and he's going to have to pull through against Chiwi if they're going to have any chance of tying this one up.
Yeah, I think the most important thing at this point, keeping accuracy is one thing, but you really need to make sure that combo stays intact, because unless you full combo against a team like Malaysia, you're really not giving yourself any chance to take that win.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, probably just sorting out a couple of issues in the background.
Oh, is Neo I don't know if Neo's restarting his game or if they just DC'd or something.
Yeah, it looks like Bancho's having a bit of a moment, but we'll get him in there. Oh, and it is going to be a substitution.
Is coming in probably for that accuracy advantage. Maybe the dense core stream kind of shows itself a little bit better from Juan than from Neo.
Yeah, so debut for Jiwon for Malaysia. Gonna see how they perform coming into this halfway through the match. It looks like the players are ready.
And here we go, map number 4. A hopeful, Malaysia here hoping to get another break point to extend that lead, but United States really needing this point to keep themselves in the match.
Yeah, a crucial pick for the United States here. It'll be interesting to see how it goes as we get everybody synced up and into the map.
I mean, if the US loses this, they kind of have lost almost any hope they have of taking these points, because they've been banking a lot on that strong accuracy over their opponents, especially on something like Last Battle or the Jack map. But they just weren't able to hold on to the combo enough. But that accuracy from Malaysia in this intro showing to be pretty strong, overpowering Revo's 99.5 with a 99.7 and a 99.9 nearly.
Yeah, right now it seems to be the battle of the bottom two playfields. Juan versus Revo right now, because Alter and Chiwi are holding lockstep, but Juan does drop and it hands the lead over to the United States almost immediately.
Yeah, that is exactly what they were looking for. Keep the accuracy high enough to be competitive, but Revo with a drop right after going into the break, and another one. That's a huge accuracy drop, 0.3% behind Juan now, and Chiwi and Alter are essentially matching themselves, so this is going to be quite the lead for Malaysia from here on out, unless we find more misses from Malaysia's side.
Yeah, already halfway through the map. There's still plenty of time. But with another drop from Revel, it looks like the door's going to be shutting pretty quickly on the United States' performances here.
Yeah, we've got some denser streams coming up towards this end, but Malaysia's not looking like they're lifting up on the gas. They're just going to keep heading forward with that over 10,000 point lead here.
Yeah, it's quick. It's amazing how quickly things can get out of hand, especially with that next drop from Revo there. And it looks like at this point, barring any calamities on Malaysia's side, might be done and dusted here. Last eighth of the map to go.
Yeah, and lots more accuracy and combo drops coming from Revo, and that is going to seal the deal for this pick. Malaysia takes yet another breakpoint, their second breakpoint of this match, and bring it 3-1 for their own pick.
And there we have it. Almost what, 46,000?
Yeah,
More comfortable.
Just about.
More comfortable margin. Crazy scores from Chiwi and Alter to be expected. It really just came down to that battle between Joan and Revo there. And Malaysia up 3-1 now. Their pick.
Would you expect the last hybrid to come out? Because given their pick strategy, I think that's all that's really left for them, for their confident picks, I should say.
I would put money on that last hybrid coming out also. Oh, but
no,
right as I say that,
we got our first long note pick.
and you would imagine, I mean, unsurprisingly, Chiwi's going to stay in for that. It'll be probably Neo coming back in if I were to harp in a guess.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Alter and Attorney are going to be the choices for the United States, as they have been for the hybrids and long notes so far.
Yeah, the United States all to play for right now. Want to stem the bleeding a little bit. See if they can take a breakpoint back. They were able to do it on the first pick. Let's see if they can muster up some confidence to take this next one.
I think I did mention earlier that this is probably Malaysia's best bet for a long note pick in this pool, given that it's a lot denser than the other LN pick open, and the United States have obviously already shown that they're not super comfortable by banning out the other dense long note pick of Ohio. So this is definitely a solid pick, I think, for Malaysia, and I wouldn't be surprised if they absolutely demolish it. But Alter and Turney are two players who have already shown that they're willing to put up a fight on stuff like this.
Yeah, they've definitely been able to take it to Malaysia at least once before. Let's see if they can do it again. Looks like we are going to see Neo tag back in for Malaysia. The players expressing their own respective nerves at each other. The mutual respect between the two teams.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since 7K World Cup for these players, so it's a bit of a new feeling after that long of being in having a break from World Cups for 7K. And even though Chiwi and Neo both played in 4K, it's a bit of a different story when you're talking about a completely different key mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the players are ready. We are loaded into the map. Let's see what happens here. Malaysia looking to take a clamp down on this match. The United States looking to answer back on Moon.
Please tell me, slowly my heart is still midnight.
And into the first volley of notes. Neo with a bit of an accuracy drop compared to the rest of the field. Answered back by Turney, dropping accuracy on his own, and Malaysia's going to take a very early lead into this pick.
Yeah, no misses thus far, though, in this slightly easier opening, I'll mention, but no major accuracy differences. Alter about 0.1% behind Chiwi, and Turney about 0.2% behind Neo. So, Alter and Turney at this point, this is Malaysia's pick. So you don't really have to worry about breaking these kinds of points, because when your opponent picks them, that's their confidence. They're confident in this pick to a certain extent. But as long as Alter and Turney can do what they need to, the only thing they can hope for at that point is just for mistakes to happen on the side of Malaysia. So once Alter and Turney get their job done, they're just hoping for accuracy drops. But that is Alter finding a break right before that small break in the chorus.
Yeah, and getting into the last third of the map. All to play for the United States. Alter with that drop. Turney following close behind, dropping his own full combo. And it looks like Malaysia's going to be able to hang on. Last quarter of the map, anything can happen, but with another drop from Alter, it looks like this one's coming to a close rather quickly for the United States here.
Indeed, the double full combo from Malaysia's side looking too strong to handle for them. And it's looking more and more like this is going to be a 4-1 and a potential situation where the United States could be on their last ropes.
Yeah, all to play for the United States. Gotta find a pick and gotta find it fast once this map is over. Neo and Chiwi holding on to the full combos. Amazing scores. A 990 from Chiwi. And Malaysia go up 4-1.
You know, this is United States. Well, this could be United States' last pick. They have, if they lose the next two, they don't get another pick in this match. They just end up losing the match at 6-1. But so with that in mind, they kind of need to go for risks here. This is where those risky picks start to come into play, where you have to take a chance on whether or not Malaysia is going to perform very well on it, or some combination of that. And I think if you wanted to take a risk as the United States, you'd pick Himaboshi with Turney's excellent coordination skill.
And when you're back,
and with Malaysia's ban of the other release pick.
I mean, when your back's against the wall, I mean, you got to throw the kitchen sink and see if anything sticks. So I would not be surprised.
I think Himaboshi is the pick, but is that a pick? I don't think that's a pick. Oh, it is. Okay.
Oh, it is.
That's one of the hybrids. That's the last hybrid available. It's the difficulty name of it. Didn't notice at first.
Gotta love these amazing difficulty names, especially with names as long as the ones in this map pool. So glad we were able to get that sorted. It is going to be the last hybrid coming out for the United States, potentially their last pick if things don't go their way here.
Yeah, 4 minute and 40-second chart. This is the kind of thing it looks like. I mean, this is another thing where it's like, this is the risk, where they're trying to bank on Malaysian missing, and a 4 minute 40-second chart is the way to do that, as long as they're feeling confident that they can hold consistently on it just as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Rebel's gonna be tagging in for Turney here for this hybrid. As like you said, it's like when you're going up against a powerhouse in Malaysia where they can probably full combo this map pool on demand, minus that one little blip on the first pick. I mean, you just gotta hold on for dear life and hope that your opponent makes the mistake first.
Yeah, and when you're hoping for misses, long maps, long consistency-based maps, especially when the map pool is as difficult as this is so early on. You know, this might be act to some of these players, but there are some difficult patterns throughout this. A lot of choke points that can be very difficult to hold on to, especially for how long this is.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'll be very interesting to see how the US performs on this pick, especially given the context of the situation.
Yeah, and I mean, they picked it. They must be somewhat confident in their ability to score on this.
You would hope. And it looks like the players are ready. We are going to be loaded into potentially the United States' last pick. See how things go.
Yeah, not their last chance to get back into this match, but this is the point where they're really going to want to win this point if they want any chance of winning, because you don't want to be at match point on your opponent's pick.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than that. And as we get into it, Malaysia eking out a very slight advantage. I mean, this is a 4 minute long map, so there's still plenty to go through, but
yeah, I mean, 1.5k in a 4.5 minute chart, over 6,000 combo, that can be a lot, even though it's just a matter of the accuracy dropped right at the beginning from Alter and Revo. But Neo falling a little bit behind on the accuracy as well, and Chiwi and Alter actually catching up to Chiwi a little bit in terms of accuracy, so that lead is now very, very close.
yeah, slender margins here going into the second quarter of the map. And Rebel finds the first drop.
Very early miss and a lot of accuracy drop as well. Down to the mid 98% though, climbing up very quickly. But now it's a matter of multiple drops potentially from Malaysia, unless those accuracy drops start coming very heavily for them as well. But again, when you're talking about a team like Malaysia, saying accuracy drop really isn't the thing that you're expecting. Misses, sure. Accuracy drops, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. This hill is quickly becoming a mountain for the United States to climb as we get into the second quarter of the map now. Malaysia still holding on to the advantage here, accuracy and score-wise.
Yeah, and that accuracy for Revo is not going any further up, staying at that 98.5 range, while Neo is still 99.35, and Chewy is still overtaking Alter by 0.15% at this point, so there's still a very massive hill to climb for these players if they want to get back into it.
Yeah, going into the second third, I mean, we see Neo nearly catching up in accuracy to Alter, and I mean, if Malaysia's second best player can catch up to the United States' top player, what does that say for the rest of this map as we get into it? And Rebel drops again.
Miss. Not looking too good for the United States here. That is extending the lead for Malaysia up to 20,000. Another miss is going to extend it even further. And like I said, 6,000 combo map, 4.5 minutes long. 20,000 points is a huge wall. That's upwards of 5 or 6 misses from Malaysia. They have so much room to work with as we get into the second half, where arguably the harder patterns do happen, but they have a lot of leeway here.
Yeah, all to play for. The ball is fully in Malaysia's court right now. Both players still holding on to their full combos. Alter doing very well to hang on to his own full combo, but really, the damage is being done right now. And if you're a United States fan, you're hoping for something to happen to either of these Malaysian players to trip them up.
Huge density burst, not tripping anyone up, not even on the United States. That doesn't bode well for the United States, though, right as Rebel drops on the LN transition, but Neo follows it up, and Rebel follows it up again with more trades.
And these trades only help Malaysia as we get into the last third of the map. 99.1, 99.7. Chiwi doing all the legwork right now, making sure that the lead is buoyed for Malaysia, that there's no damage done to the score lead going into the last quarter.
Yeah, Alter's accuracy not enough to just cancel out Chiwi's ability, and Revo's accuracy is now almost a full percent behind Neo's despite the drops from Neo. It's just not going to be enough unless we see some ability to catch up from, you know, we need to see misses from Malaysia here.
Yeah, we need to see misses from Malaysia, we need to see misses from Chiwi, but it looks like Rebel's the only one catching misses right now as we get into the last quarter of the map. Absolutely monstrous performances from the side of Malaysia right now.
Absolutely, we got these mini jets coming in with the lung notes. Can be very tricky. Alter finding a drop on them, but Chiwi holding strong, taking the victory on his back. Not
carrying the Malaysian team.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's that much of a carry. Neo is doing work for them, keeping himself well ahead of Revo at this point, and just really, this pick was all Malaysia all day.
Yeah, from very early on. I mean, we can't write it off when you're 1 minute in, but when we're reaching the end, it is very clear that Malaysia was well equipped for this pick. And it looks like it's going to be last chance saloon for the United States here as Malaysia starts to go up 5-1.
Yeah, nearly 50,000 points. I think that's the largest difference we've seen on anything.
Yeah, definitely growing into this match is Malaysia. And wow, a 989 out of Chiwi, 100, blemishing that performance.
Shown off by Chiwi, a full combo. And
Absolutely
Malaysia
incredible.
has a pick on whatever they want. But they have the coordination LN pick and then 3 Rice picks left in the pool, I think. Or 4 Rice picks.
Just pick of the litter.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what to do as Malaysia. I don't think they'd be comfortable with picking Himboshi. So they go with Oceanus. They go with the fast, lighter chord stream map. Probably trying to take advantage of Revo, just like what happened on Electro Peaceful, where Revo was just having some issues keeping combo on that.
Yeah, you see, on map pools like this, I mean, there's always got to be somebody lagging behind. It looks like we're going to see Teo come in for the United States, maybe just as maybe a bit more comfortable on this pick. I mean, you got to try something here when you're down.
Gotta have something happen, and this is the first time we've seen Teo for this match, so it'll be their induction into the World Cup here.
Trial by fire, welcome to the World Cup, the biggest stage for 7 Key. You are on match point, trying to stay alive in the winners bracket. Good luck.
This is a situation where you've got to step up for your team. You got to do everything you can. And I could maybe expect Juan. Oh no, Emmy, another player who hasn't seen any maps in this match so far. So we got 2 new players coming in. I'm curious how nerves are going to be handled by these two, because this is both of their first maps to be played on stream for the World Cup.
Yeah, composure starts to come into play here, and it'll be interesting to see what these players do. We've seen Chewy, we've seen Alter. It'll be up to the bottom playfields, Annie and Teo, to see if the United States can claw Breakpoint, stay alive in this match, get themselves another pick, but it remains to be seen. We are loaded into Oceanus, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's lots of points. Some people might call this pretty easy to handle, but it's very, very fast, and certain points of it can get pretty... Oh, no, Alter, that's not what you're supposed to do at the beginning.
That is not what the doctor ordered from Alter, but it is very early on in the pick, so... it could have come at a worse time, but Teo follows closely behind with a miss, and that is not what the doctor ordered. The United States falling behind very early on in this pick.
Yeah, but even with those misses, the accuracy is not that far behind. Any miss from Malaysia, I think, will make that lead very, very, very close between these two teams. Alter slightly behind, but Teo finding yet another drop, but still having an accuracy advantage over Annie. It really depends on this combo game between these players here.
Yeah, all eyes on Annie right now to see if they can hold on to their full combo. You would imagine that as soon as if they drop, that this lead there might be a dent made in this lead, but we're already halfway through the map, and it doesn't look like they have any signs of stopping here. Alter and Teo trading misses also, and they need to get back inside 400 combo cap immediately. This lead is quickly starting to become insurmountable for Malaysia.
Yeah, but
Chewy dropped.
Help that is going to help it, but unless Annie also finds some drops, and we find multiple here, we're going in the last quarter, and we have a lot to climb over if you're the United States. But they are back up to that 400 combo mark, so any misses from Malaysia will help that lead. But I don't really see enough happening towards this ending. This is slowly going out of the reach of the United States for this match.
Absolutely, and it looks like Annie stepped up to the plate and they were able to deliver, still holding on to the full combo. The only one left in this lobby. And they do it.
Combo, putting Malaysia on their back for that last point needed. And that's going to finish it off for Malaysia versus the United States. Malaysia dominating in many of those maps, but quite a few of them being close. United States nabbing a point on a hybrid pick and showing a lot of guts with that performance.
Yeah, definitely something to hold your head up high on, especially considering the seed disparity. But congratulations to Malaysia. They move on in the winners bracket. We will see the United States down in the losers bracket, so not the end of the road for them.
Both teams maintaining life in this tournament. Malaysia at least going to make it out to the semifinals round, but the United States going to have to fight for their life in the losers bracket next week in the quarterfinals map pool. And it's going to be a tough road, I think, for both of these teams, because this, if we want to look at the bracket, we can, but I actually know who these teams are facing. Malaysia facing Japan for the quarterfinals. Not the most fun matchup you want to see. And in the losers bracket, the United States gets knocked down to face the loser between Japan and Spain, which was Spain. Also a very, very tough opponent. The number 6 seed being knocked down into losers bracket by Japan, and that's got to be tough to see for the United States, but, they can always put up gutsy performances just like they did today, so.
Yeah, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down with a fight, so, with that being said, Toph, I think we're done for this one.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of this block. One match long, but we've got a nice, sizable break, a 10-hour break to be specific, before we go ahead and see Canada versus Brazil at 3 UTC. That is going to be a very exciting match. The seed 8 versus seed 9. I think, we've already seen the 6-4 against Japan, but I think this one's going to be the closest match of this tournament. This is going to be the exciting match of this round.
Yeah, definitely a spicy matchup, but we'll see you guys then.
Yeah, we will just see you guys next week, and make sure to return for the remaining matches in round of 16. All right, everybody, welcome back once again to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2022. We've got another one match block ready to go for us, and we're going to be seeing Canada versus Brazil, the 8th seed versus the 9th seed. I will be back to commentate once again. I am Toph Daddy, and I'm joined once again by Sparky. How's it going?
It is going great. It has been a wonderful evening, and it's just going to be topping it off with a very spicy matchup, Canada versus Brazil, the closest we can get in seeding.
Yeah, and I think I went on record earlier this week and last week during the showcase that Canada-Brazil is probably going to be the closest match of the weekend, or at least one of the matches with the most potential to be close. I think the other one I mentioned was Spain versus Japan, which definitely was close, ending in a 4-6, so I'm really excited to see how this ends up going.
Yeah, you have been absolutely on a roll predicting some of these matchups, and I mean, hopefully that stays true, and we are in for quite a bit of a ride here.
Yeah, and I think these are two teams that I don't know how many people expected them to be around the 8 or 9 seed. I think they were pretty well slated to be around that 12th and 13th and definitely push themselves above and beyond where they needed to be. So, two overachieving teams, I think, for the time being, but definitely going to be a really, really fun match to watch, especially with these early act-based, maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the lineups, I mean, we have some pretty well-known names if you're around even the 4-key scene. I mean, we have people like Silly Fangirl out here for Brazil.
Yeah, Nunatoba Shinobu as well, who was playing for the 4-key team this previous year. So we've got lots of well-known names, lots of very good players as well, L-Pop being very strong. And I mean, I think it just goes without saying that these two teams being able to qualify so well speaks for itself.
Yeah, two very well-represented countries looking to duke it out here. Let's see who manages to stay up in winner's bracket here. We should, once we get everything sorted out in the background, be getting you guys into those roles and protects and bans.
Well, no protects, but bans and picks, yes.
Bans and picks. So used to other tournament formats.
Yeah, but we're all good waiting for everything to just get set up properly, and we'll be right into, hopefully, the most exciting match of the weekend. And I think if anyone's looking forward to any tiebreakers for round of 16, this is probably your best bet.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully we go the distance. It remains to be seen. Anything can happen, especially when you're trying to start off on the right foot in a setting such as this.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of new players, I think, to both of these teams who are performing in the World Cup for the first time, so nerves are definitely going to be really interesting to look out for. I mean, you obviously have some veterans, like we were mentioning, from, say, 4-key World Cup, like Silly Fangirl, or the Canadian player that I mentioned earlier. I messed up.
Gotta love these long names.
Yeah. But for the most part, everyone else kind of is new to this and really has to tackle those nerves. And nerves are really not what you want to have to deal with when we're talking about trying to maximize your accuracy on these early game picks.
Yeah, when it comes down to nerves, you really start to see players shine through. Very good opportunities to show the world what you're made of. But it is also an opportunity. It is also comes with the chance to maybe falter a little bit, leave the door open for your opponents, and I mean, then we start getting these interesting dynamics. Picks start going back and forth, and next thing you know, we're both teams are at match point. I mean, anything can happen.
Back and forth, you start getting break points, nerves start skyrocketing even higher as that limit to the match goes. There's just so much that can happen, and the dynamic of this match is really going to be interesting to watch because, it could have that back and forth feel, or we could just see a blowout because sometimes that just happens. Sometimes one team just doesn't have the best of days, and the other is able to take huge advantage of it. So this, despite the fact that these teams are so closely matched together, and probably has the best chance of pushing to around a 5-4 or a tiebreaker. Not a 5-4, a 6-5. I keep forgetting that we're going to 6 for this first round. But, as high of a chance as we can have for a tiebreaker, there's an equal chance of seeing like a 6-2 or a 6-1 just because of how volatile these early rounds can be. And it really just depends on how these players are going to be able to approach this map pool.
Yeah, when it comes to these, like you say, volatile matchups, you start to look towards those veteran players, the ones that have been in these situations before, maybe rallying the troops a little bit, getting everybody to settle down just a bit. You start seeing those picks start flying back and forth. You really want to take your time, settle down, make sure that you're making the best decision for your team, make sure you get the right players in the right positions to really get them to show off what they're made of, because that's really all it's about. You are here to show the world what you are made of and what you have been practicing for, your opportunity to shine, and you really don't want to miss it.
Yeah, I think something to pay attention to for this match, obviously, like keeping your accuracy and keeping your combo against, your opponents is important, but also controlling the momentum of this match is going to be really important. When two teams are so closely matched, you really need to make sure that momentum doesn't get away from you, because this is the exact kind of match where momentum will carry a team to a victory.
Yeah, and just as easily, once you lose that momentum, trying to regain the composure and everything, super important in matches like this, especially like we've been saying in very close matchups. This is the closest you can get, 8 and 9. Anything goes. I'm pretty sure if you're waiting in the chat, if you did your pick'ems, this was probably the hardest one to decide a winner on.
Indeed, it was definitely the hardest one for me to decide a winner on. I kind of had to go towards my own biases to choose my favorite for winning this.
You've definitely been around the block before. This isn't your first rodeo, so you definitely have a lot more experience speaking about these players.
Well, I wouldn't even say it was about how good I think either one of the teams is. I just, because of how closely matched, I just went with whichever team I liked better. So it just...
hey, sometimes that works.
Sometimes it works. You have to trust in the heart of the cards.
Yep. And it looks like we were able to get everything settled. Thank you to the staff working in the background, making sure we were able to deliver the show to you guys. And it looks like everybody's in.
Yeah, it looks like we're just trying to get people into the lobby at this point and make sure that we can get the captains at the very least in so that we can start up our roles. But I think we actually may have already had our roles, but we had to wait for a little bit to get this on screen. And it looks like our two bands coming out are going to be Tadaro Kimi, one of the rice picks, the hardest rice pick of the pool, very safe, understanding ban, I would say. And if I'm looking at this right, it looks like the Camellia hybrid was also banned out by Brazil. So the longest map in the pool, outside of the tiebreaker, of course, has been banned out, and Brazil has elected to pick White Rose, going straight into a different hybrid. So an interesting strategy here from Brazil.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we're gonna see Silly Fangirl and very nicely named Lothus Fangirl going up against Lollipop and Mr. Moo, unless there are any last second substitutions. But it looks like the players are ready. We are gonna load into the first map, White Rose.
Yeah, and we're finally able to get started with a very exciting match once we get everyone synced up. Map number 1, and we have our first mirror match our first mirror mod that I've seen anyone use so far.
Yeah, I'd imagine in a key mode like this, mirror starts to come in pretty handy. A lot of hand bias in some of these maps, so comfort is of the utmost importance when you're playing a key mode as dense as this.
Yeah, especially that spacebar bias can be very important to keep an eye on. So whether you're a left or right-handed, thumb user, that can have a huge impact on how well you're able to play. So the option of mirror mod really, really helps in some scenarios.
Yeah, right now, very electric start from both teams. The leaderboard swinging back and forth. Canada with a very slight accuracy advantage. And as I say that, Mr. Moo does drop the first note of the map.
Yeah, and that gives the combo lead to Brazil pretty handily, but also gives them that accuracy lead based on the accuracy drops from Mr. Move with that combo break. So a steady lead for Brazil, but they're going to need to hold on to that combo for the rest of the map if they want to maintain the lead, because even now that accuracy advantage that Canada had is starting to bring that score slightly over now that Mr. Move has made it back to the 400 combo. But as I say that, he drops again, and that's going to give an even larger lead to Brazil. So potentially smart first pick from Brazil here taking advantage of that weakness on Canada's side here.
Yeah, perceived weakness abound. Oh, but as I say that, Lothus Fangirl does drop, traded a little bit back, and he did have the lowest accuracy in the lobby, so it is going to give Canada a bit of an advantage as this leaderboard starting to swing yet again as we get into the last eighth of the map.
And
until he drops.
Following that up, that's two. Oh, and Lothus Fangirl dropping again. That's going to be a huge accuracy drop, and that's going to be two full combos gone from Brazil, and one still remaining for Canada. And right at the end of the chart, too, is going to give Canada that first point and a break point to boot.
What a volatile lead indeed. And Canada, like you said, does take that first break point, takes the first point in this match, going up 1-0 right off the bat. Oh boy.
And this is the kind of thing I was mentioning. Momentum might end up being very important if Canada is able to really bank on this win right here, this first break point. They could just run away with this match now. Because Canada doesn't have to do anything special anymore. They just have to pick right and win their own picks, and they have the victory in their hands already. So that break point is huge for them.
Man, if only it were that easy, we could just call it a day right now and give Canada the win.
Not quite that simple, but I mean, you know, you have to think about that when you're a player, and I'm sure it's going through the head of Brazil where they need to get a point back.
Yeah, you start maybe overthinking some of these patterns, things that are rudimentary start becoming a lot harder once you get into these later picks. And it looks like Canada's going to go into that LN pool now.
Yeah, starting off with the slow release. Actually, notably, no long note maps were banned out in the banning phase. So we just lost a Rice and a Hybrid, so we have all four open.
Very exciting to see.
Really interesting. I mean, you know, you have two kind of categories of LNs in this one. We have the slow coordination release type ones, and then we have the denser ones in Ohio and Moon. And we could potentially see Canada being very strong on the release ones, but they might be a little bit more apprehensive to move on to the density LN maps just because of how different they are to play.
Yeah, absolutely, and it remains to be seen. Looks like we're going to see some substitutions coming out from both teams. Nuno Taba coming in for Canada and Makaba coming in for Brazil. See if they can contest these LN picks.
But, you know, before Canada is able to really decide what they're going to do later, they have to win this pick too. So, you know, to keep that momentum in their favor.
Yeah, I can't look too far ahead. You gotta take it one map at a time, and it looks like the players are ready. We're gonna be loading into the second map of this best of 11, I believe.
Best of 11, yes. First 6. But Canada starting off on the right foot, hoping to push their lead even further with their own pick. But 3 minutes to go in this map, and that's a long time if you're if you're just playing along with this.
Yeah, these maps in practice can sometimes come off as a little short, but when you're in a match in a pressure situation such as this, they could just feel like an eternity. You just want the map to be over with as soon as possible.
Yeah, and right out of the gate, we see a miss from Mr. Mu already, giving Brazil quite the lead, dropping down to 98% there, but Makaba not too far ahead of Mr. Mu in terms of accuracy right now, just holding on to that combo right now, but that combo is not going to be quite as important given how early Mr. Mu missed and how long this map is.
Yeah, that might have been a bit of a nervy miss right there. Like I said, in pressure situations, these patterns just feel a lot harder than normal.
Yeah, and you know, you also have to think about, like, this is the second physically easiest map in the pool, which can spike your nerves even harder, especially with having to hold down the long notes and coordinate your fingers properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Brazil holding on to the lead right now. Accuracy advantages for both Silly Fangirl and Makaba against their counterparts in Canada.
Actually, not quite. Shinobu is beating out Silly Fangirl in accuracy right now. It's just that combo and accuracy advantage from Makaba here that's giving Brazil the lead.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. And like I said, it's coordinating these LNs of the utmost importance. It cannot go understated how hard it can be on something this easy for these players.
Yeah, not to mention that this map gets harder towards the end, so you really have to watch for the focus once this last quarter starts, but we still have quite a bit to go before that. Second chorus coming a little bit harder, but not quite as bad as the ending gets.
Yeah, and getting into the last third, Silly Fangirl does find a drop here, and it looks like that lead from Brazil is going to be evaporating in an instant. Canada is starting to tug away at that lead.
Yeah, and here we go. Some more invasive patterning than we've seen throughout the rest of the chart. And this is where chokes might end up happening for players, even those who are really comfortable. We see Makaba and Shinobu keeping the full combos right now, but Mr. Mu not too far behind with that combo, having missed in the first 200 combo and really making a recovery there.
Yeah, recovery mission accomplished, but Nurotaba does drop, and now we're this lead. There's only a quarter of the map left, and we're starting to play Tug of War now.
One full combo on the side of Brazil might just be enough for them to snag this breakpoint right back from Canada.
And what is arguably the calmest song in the map pool is suddenly becoming very tense as we get down to the last eighth of the map.
And we just hit probably the end. Like, this is just a repeat of the beginning, which is pretty straightforward, and I don't see anything bad happening, but it's so close!
There are 200s flying around all over the place. These releases become of the utmost importance, and it looks like Brazil's going to be able to hang on 2,000 points.
Just barely over 1,000 points, and it's going to be another break point right back, and it's 1-1 back into Brazil's pick. So they were able to respond right away. This is the kind of thing you got to watch out for with close matches like this.
So if I'm getting flashbacks, the US-Malaysia match earlier today started off the exact same way, trading breakpoints.
Trading breakpoints, but then Malaysia was able to really get their momentum back and kind of stomp the rest of that match. But maybe Brazil will show up and do the exact same thing. You never really know. Like I said, momentum's a big thing in these kinds of matches.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is their pick. Gonna be able to take some time, deliberate just a little bit, see where they want to go with the rest of this match.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. They could go for long notes, but that was a little bit too close for comfort, I think, even for a team that thought they just won. But they are going to go with Himaboshi just taking that LN advantage right away and trying to take advantage of it.
Adrenaline is pumping. They're going to ride that high going back towards the LNs. No fear. Cannot show any fear in the face of adversity.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy too. You say that the adrenaline's pumping, but now we're going into the physically easiest map in the pool, the one that requires you to be as focused and coordinated as possible. But their adrenaline, as you said, has to be pumping right now. This is going to be a major test for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like there aren't going to be any substitutions by the looks of it. I
wouldn't imagine. So, I mean, the same people who are going to be doing the releases are probably going to be playing the coordination. So, no switches, just going to get right into pick number 3. And Brazil being pretty brave here.
I mean, what is it? There's a saying for this that isn't coming to mind right now, but you are rewarded for being bold is the general gist of it. And let's see if Brazil can be rewarded for staying with these LN picks despite how close that last one was.
If any team in this game is bold, it is Brazil.
Fair enough, and getting into it. Oh boy.
That accuracy lead starting off in favor of Canada right now. The accuracy not really terribly difficult to hold on to in this one compared to the previous long note pick, as long as you're able to coordinate the long notes properly. As we can see, no one dropping below the 99.7 quite yet. I think misses are going to be important to watch for.
Oh, and as you say that,
there's Silly Fangirl finding the first one and giving Canada a lead, but that is not even remotely close to as difficult as these coordination releases get. So if Silly Fangirl is dropping there, we might have to watch out for him on the later portions of this map.
Yeah, and already a third of the way through, Canada growing this lead. Makaba dropping, losing their full combo. No more full combos left on Brazil. And still holding on to both of theirs, and they're going to be able to grow this lead here.
Yeah, and the combo for this map is so small that lead just really extended there. And 2 full combos going into this break section for Canada, and they're looking to take that momentum straight back. If things go the way they are, this is going to be a third break point all right in a row to start this match.
Yeah, and that seems to be the word of the weekend here, momentum. And it looks like Canada, last third of the map, still holding on to those full combos, still holding on to very nice accuracy, 99.74 apiece. And right now, if you're Brazil, you're hoping for a miss, just hoping for something, a lifeline to get thrown your way going into the last quarter of the map.
Yeah, and Makaba still hasn't even gotten up to that 400 combo mark because of how slow it is, just now making it there. So now is the time to take advantage of mistakes. But even now, I don't think there's even 400 combo left. And Silly Fangirl finding yet another drop. Shinobu
Traded immediately.
Not going to be enough unless we see a drop from Mr. Moo, who is holding the last full combo of the lobby here.
Yeah, just absolute domination from Mr. Moo, and arguably well, I said the calmest map was the last one. This one's even calmer.
Yeah, that boldness from Brazil did not quite pay off here, and we're getting a third breakpoint in a row. What a way to start off this match.
What a start indeed. I mean, there is another way we can get the tiebreaker here, just all breakpoints.
That's a pretty impressive score from Mr. Moo here. 990k double S on the coordination LN pick. But that's both of the slower LN picks out of the way. The only two left are quite fast and a little bit more physically heavy. But most importantly, they are dense, which I don't know if Canada's going to want to tackle that right away.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. And right now it is Canada's pick, so gotta take a second, really see where they want to go with this strategy. The Rice has not been touched at all this match so far.
Yeah, very risky place to go, especially with these two teams who've been showing pretty close accuracies overall, so that Rice is going to be real contentious.
Yeah, but we're going to have to venture there eventually. There's only 3 hybrid long note maps left, and I mean, gotta have to pick something there, something in the Rice pool eventually, but today is not that day. We're going for Moon.
Not quite time for it now. Do we see another breakpoint from Brazil? Like I said, this is going to be a little bit of a different type of map than we saw from the previous 2 long note picks. It's a lot faster, and it's a lot more into someone like Silly Fangirl's wheelhouse.
We can't get 4 breakpoints in a row, Tove, can we?
I think you underestimate what can happen in these matches. I've seen some crazy stuff in these World Cup matches.
I can only imagine. And it looks like it's rewind time here for Canada, tagging in there. And it looks like Makaba and Silly Fangirl are going to stay in place with Mr. Moo for Canada as well.
Yeah, and it looks like these are the teams we're going to be sticking with and moving into pick number 4. A potential third point for Canada, unless Brazil's able to make this a 4th breakpoint in this match and bring it right back to an even game.
All right, it looks like the players are loaded, just giving Bancho a second to sync everything up.
Yeah, and this map is actually really short, just under 2 minutes, so there's not a lot of time to recover if you, say, break combo. Though the combo cap is more easily reached in a dense map like this than what we saw from Team of Boshi.
Yeah.
As I said, we're already getting into this beginning with a slight accuracy lead for Brazil here, all on the back of Silly Fangirl being a lot more comfortable with this kind of density. 99.77 from him and everyone else at that low 99 range right now.
Yeah, putting Brazil on his back right now. This accuracy lead from Silly really buoying this lead right now. That could change in an instant. Should we get any combo drops?
Yeah, but as long as Makaba's able to keep with it.
Oh, and he does drop.
I've been cursing people all day, and I can't stop. It's not stopping. But that gives Canada the lead right now, despite the massive accuracy advantage from Silly Fangirl. But already back up to that 400 combo mark, and the accuracy is still in favor of Brazil, which means that lead's going to start inching closer and closer over to Brazil.
And you start seeing it. It's slowly leaning over. And as we get further in, it's rewind time drops, and the lead immediately traded back by Makaba.
And that was a bigger accuracy drop there. It gets denser. It's being harder for Makaba to keep up with this, and that lead is starting to extend in favor of Canada here. We might be seeing our first non-break point here unless we see more breaks from Canada. Makaba finds some more combo drops, and that lead is extending going into this ending.
Last quarter of the map to go, and Canada holding on to the lead here on Mr. Moose, still holding on to the full combo along with Silly Fangirl, but right now it's really the drops from Makaba making the difference here. As we get into the last sliver of map, not a lot of time left.
Yeah, we're going to need to see pretty much a breakdown from Canada here, despite the incredible accuracy from Silly Fangirl. Not going to be able to carry Brazil to the win, and we have our first non-breakpoint, bringing it 3-1 in favor of Canada.
Oh boy. What a performance all across the board.
Yeah,
I mean,
really showing up in these previous couple of picks, getting full combos on Himeboshi and Moon now. I think they just needed to get the nerves out of the way, is what needed to happen.
yeah, and I mean, we've been harping on it all match. We start smelling that momentum here from Canada starting to build, and I mean,
finally started to get a semblance of some of that momentum, and they might just carry it out to the rest of the match. But knowing Brazil, they're not going to let it happen that easily.
No, they won't go down without a fight. So, what do you pick here in this situation in Brazil?
I think Rice has to come out by now. I think Electro Peaceful, or actually a Tracker Dimension, could be a really interesting pick for how physically capable the Brazilian team is.
It remains to be seen. Taking a bit of a second, slowing down the match, wanting to maybe catch their breath a little bit.
No,
they're going to go for the hybrid.
Oh my god. We're going to have to pick Rice eventually, guys.
We'll get there. It's like, it's okay, guys. You pick Rice when you're ready. When you're good and ready, we will venture into the Rice pool.
Well, it'll be picked eventually because the maximum at this point is Canada gets to 5-1, and then we only have Rice maps left. But I can't imagine Canada's not going to pick the last LN map available, so I'm pretty sure we're going to play every single pick in the pool before any Rice, which is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen from a match.
I mean, there's a first time for everything, but right now it is Silly asking in the lobby if they can repick.
Oh.
Might be reconsidering the options.
They're looking to get the evening tech in here. Change the world. VTuber song.
Oh boy. So we are going to venture into that Rice pool now. It looks like they are good and ready.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to allow the change in the pick to evening tech. And this is what I think is maybe the physically easiest Rice pick in the pool to keep up with, but definitely not the easiest to accuracy. Accuracy is going to be a big deal here.
Yeah, there's a difference between playing the map and performing the map, and it is up to these players to perform at their highest levels right now, especially on the Brazilian side if they're wanting to keep a foothold in this match. Looks like we are going to see a Lil Pop tag in for Canada, Lotus Fangirl tagging in for Brazil. Players seem to be ready.
And the Silly Fangirl staying in. They seem to be the rocks of their respective teams here. Unsurprising given the performances we've seen so far. Silly Fangirl obviously being extremely strong, and Mr. Moo having, I think, 3 out of 4 full combos so far. Maybe 2, but definitely winning some picks for his team. So definitely the 2 players to look out for as far as, keeping the combo and consistency. But Lil Bop and Lotus Fangirl are going to have to approach this really interestingly. Another mirror from Lotus Fangirl, as we saw on White Rose as well.
Yeah, again, the patterning difference on the hands really comes into play here.
There's also like a kind of thing with mind blocking where I've seen a lot of players who will practice maps on non-mirror and then completely reset it by moving to mirror during the match. And that's the first time they ever play mirror, or like first or second time, just so that they don't have the same muscle memory and can just play it normally, without any mind blocks.
Fair enough. And right now it looks like going into the second quarter of the map, Brazil holding on to that minor advantage, holding on to a very precarious 2,000 point lead as we get into the meat of this map.
Yeah, getting into the more difficult portions of it, the more difficult bursts to accuracy in the mini jacks here. We'll be getting into a slightly heavier section coming up here, but at the moment, Brazil's holding on pretty strong with that accuracy. 99.8 from Silly Fangirl. And Lotus Fangirl almost catching up to Mr. Moo here. And that accuracy is dropping on the side of Canada from Lil Pop almost down to the 98, but Silly Fangirl really holding on as that rock for Brazil here, and Lotus Fangirl backing him up perfectly.
Yeah, the perfect duo right now as it stands going into the back half of the map. And right now this lead is only growing for Brazil. Remains to be seen. There's still plenty of room, still plenty of opportunity for Canada, but right now it is ball in Brazil's court.
And no combo breaks thus far, but we do still have the hardest part of the map to go. And any drops from either side of the team is pretty much a nail in the coffin because of how quickly that difficulty section comes and goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And here it should be arriving soon. Last quarter of the map to go.
Yep, here we go, the final chorus, the last quarter, the last chance for any breaks to happen. I think even a break from Brazil might not be enough unless there's a substantial accuracy drop at the same time. That 15,000 point lead here might be enough to give them some leeway as far as combo goes.
Yeah, but if you're Brazil right now, you do not even want to chance that possibility. All players in this lobby doing very well to hold on to all of their full combos. It's really just separated by the accuracies from all the players in the lobby. Brazil.
Here we go, this density spike right here at the end. No combo breaks aside from Mr. Moo. And that's going to give Brazil their own pick as well.
Absolutely fantastic work from Brazil to stem the bleeding just a little bit. Make this 3-2 now. Make it a bit more of a match. 2 full combos on the Brazilian side. Absolutely wonderful performances.
Recovery, but they're still going to need to get a break point to get back into this match. And I'm guessing Canada's going to go with Ohio here, given that's the last long note map left and how well Moon and Himeboshi went for them. And I can't imagine anything going wrong for Canada, given how dominant they were on Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, I mean, high praise comes at a cost. I mean, Toph, you've been cursing these people pretty well this weekend, so I mean, Ohio does come out.
Yeah, there goes the last LN map, and after this we're down to the final hybrid in Tenku no Yake and 4 rice maps left to pick, and I think Brazil's already started moving in the rice direction, but Canada still has that ammo to work with here.
Yeah, and even though it does look like it has been selected, it is wiped off the board. It is still available to be picked for either team. I'm referring to Hybrid 2, of course. So just in case anybody's keeping track at home.
Yeah, the map selections are a little bit off right now because of the small issue that happened with Brazil switching their pick. But Tenku no Yake is still open.
But with that being said, we will be loading up Ohio, and right on cue, our wonderful background crew getting everything sorted out.
Yeah, the colors for Ohio and Change the World are wrong right now as well, but that's okay. We're not too worried about it.
No, not at all.
Here we go, switching it up there. Got the right picks coming out now. And here we go, players already ready before we even realize, and we're going into the, I think, hardest overall LN pick. It just has so much throwing at you that you need a lot of LN skill and a lot of LN accuracy skill to work with this.
Yeah, and as we get into it, it remains to be seen. Maybe, again, that momentum shifting over in Brazil's favor, but there's 3 minutes of LN to contend with. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, especially with how variable this is. You know, we see a lot of release heavy patterns, but also a lot of density, and Canada's shown to be very strong on both of those fronts. But most significantly, in terms of their ability to keep combo, their accuracy has been generally a little bit behind Brazil on most of these long note picks. It's just keeping that consistency in combo that's allowing them to stay afloat. And this beginning is showing that very well. It's rewind time being behind Makiba pretty significantly in terms of accuracy. But keeping that combo and Makiba finding the break is going to give Canada an ability to bring that lead back.
Exactly. Why act when you can combo? It's so simple. If only everything worked like that. As we get into the second quarter of the map, Brazil still holding on to the lead here. That accuracy discrepancy right now from its rewind time really playing in favor of Brazil as Makaba gets back over that 400 combo cap.
Yeah, and
Still all to play for though.
Maintains that lead despite the break from Makaba. That accuracy maintaining itself, but Makaba with another break is not going to bode too well for that lead for Brazil.
No, but he still has that accuracy advantage over its rewind time, so this lead for Canada, even though it has shifted over, once Makaba gets back over that 400 combo cap, we might see a dent being made in that lead.
Yeah, but Makaba's going to have to stay more consistent than that if they want to bring that lead back. But
and they trade misses!
Indeed, and Mr. Moo and Silly Fangirl being roughly equivalent, Mr. Moo taking that accuracy lead, but overall, that's a double miss. Mr. Moo, the last full combo available, and that break is going to hurt Brazil more, because now both Silly Fangirl and Makaba have to get up to that 400 combo mark, but Mr. Moo's taking full advantage of this combo here.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into the last third of the map, lead a little precarious. It's still swinging despite all the misses from Brazil's side and all the misses from its rewind time. Mr. Moo really carrying this performance on Canada. Still holding on to the full combo as we get into the last quarter.
Yeah, but this lead is so small that accuracy advantage definitely still favoring Brazil, and if there are no more misses, there should be enough time. But Makaba,
I'd rather say that.
I think any hope for Brazil might be banking on a break from either its rewind time or Mr. Moo. A break from Mr. Moo would be devastating here at the end.
Absolutely.
But he's immune to my cursing powers, clearly.
Yeah, the message was not delivered. Please try again later. Last eighth of the map on Mr. Moo, still holding on to the full combo, still holding on to the lead for Canada.
Yeah, ready to keep Canada on his back and bring them to their fourth point. Coming up to the very end of the map, this is really close, but without any breaks, nothing's going to be able to happen, and there it goes. Another point in favor of Canada, and it's now 4-2. On to Brazil's pick.
Man, and it is all to play for now. It is starting. There's running out of time here. Brazil really need to start scraping together some points where they can. But with that being said, the Ellen pool is gone. There's only one hybrid left. We are going to see some rice here eventually. It'll just be who decides to pick it.
Brazil's picking some. I think Brazil needs to start picking rice. I don't think Tenkanyaka is a remotely good pick for Brazil at this point. They lost the hybrid and they've lost 3 of the 4 LM picks. I do think Attractor Dimension or Oceanus has to come out here. One of those two.
Yeah, right now Brazil taking their time, wanting to deliberate maybe just a little bit, sort out the team dynamics. You want to put the right players in the right spots in the situation.
You gotta make sure the players are comfortable with whatever's coming out too.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a ratio battle, they best be prepared to put their best foot forward.
But taking their due time to get the right pick out, it's good to see Brazil planning out and making sure that they can do whatever they can to get back into this match.
Yeah, maybe putting together some sort of contingency plan in case this next pick doesn't go their way, and they're gonna go for Electrical Peaceful.
The second easiest act pick in the pool. An interesting choice. I'm curious about how they're feeling about this, because obviously I think it's going to be less prone to misses than something like Attractor Dimension or Oceanus, but it really has to be a point of confidence in Brazil's accuracy if they're willing to go for this over one of the more physically demanding maps like Attractor Dimension or Oceanus.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides with some of these easier picks. It's like misses are absolutely devastating. Heck, even 200s, 100s are devastating in their own rights on maps like this. And it looks like the players are ready. We do see Lelpop and Lotus Fangirl coming back in to contest this rice with Silly Fangirl and Mr. Moo on both their sides respectively.
Indeed, those rocks still staying in. Mr. Moo been so consistent today. Silly Fangirl not quite as consistent, but keeping the accuracy up extremely well. And with how, like I said, with how straightforward this is, I think this is a big combo thing. And as long as Nate and Mr. Moo are very comfortable, then this is going to be a battle between Lelpop and Lotus Fangirl here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, very short map, only 2 minutes to contest with. It'll really come down to those ratios. Who can hold their nerve here? Keep their composure.
Accuracy lead well in the favor of Brazil right now, but that's a miss from Lotus Fangirl right as I say that.
And like we said, those misses can be devastating. That lead immediately swing over to Canada and growing right now.
Yeah, but once that 400 combo is gotten to by Lotus Fangirl, we should start seeing a bit of a more even, or potentially even, it start inching towards Brazil with that accuracy advantage. 99.90 from Silly Fangirl, trying to put Brazil on his back, trying to bring it back for them. But we're already halfway through, and we only have the one miss from Lotus Fangirl up to this point.
Yeah, that one miss being the difference right now. And I mean, he's done very well to climb back in the accuracy, but he is the lowest accuracy in the lobby, so not much of a dent to be made even after he got back up to that 400 combo cap. But as I say that, that lead is starting to trickle just a little bit towards Brazil. There's still a chance.
Yeah, Lotus Fangirl is keeping his accuracy where it needs to be, coming back up to the 99.52s, approaching Lelpops, and with Silly Fangirl being so far ahead, that could be what they need. And I think if both of them combo through this ending, that should be enough to bring the lead back. Maybe.
The combo,
it's
combo has been the thing. Oh my god, Brazil just
lead back.
They have taken this map by the scruff of the neck, and they are dragging the lead by force to their side. Only a sliver of map left.
Putting the country on his back, bringing the point from the brink, and getting that third point for Brazil.
My god, he sheer force of willed that leaderboard back over to his side.
Yeah,
and they make it 4-3.
300 V1SS, 900.
That is how you do it.
1,000. That is how you bring the match back to you.
Oh my goodness, what a show of force from an absolute rock for Brazil.
Yeah, and that 200 count from Lotus Fangirl, very, very good. 3 200s beating out both of the Canadians. Just that ratio and that miss kind of giving Canada an ability to get back into it, but not enough.
Right, but with that being said, it is Canada's pick, and they are going straight for that hybrid. They smelled the blood in the water earlier with all these other LN picks. Maybe they can find another point to take away from Brazil with this hybrid.
Indeed, and this is their best chance for their 5th point. I think what's interesting about this is that obviously, if no matter what happens here, the next pick from Canada, if they get another pick after this, is going to have to be Rice. It's going to have to be that position, and if Canada is not confident enough to take any points from Brazil on Rice, then they are going to max out at 5 points before the tiebreaker.
Oh boy!
So we could be seeing a pretty interestingly laid out match up to this point, because we could see Canada winning this, but then just not able to bring any points back on the Rice, and we could just see Brazil take it to tiebreaker after that.
Yeah, absolutely. But it all hinges on Canada doing their part on their pick. They gotta take this one if they want to at least, at worst, secure themselves that tiebreaker as a fallback.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see.
Also interesting to mention here, in the same vein, if Canada doesn't win this and Brazil's able to take that Rice advantage, Canada might just lose outright.
That is very true.
Going to tiebreaker.
Could have a bit of a Japan-Spain situation. That same similar 6-4 scoreline looms over these two teams' heads. That being said, they gotta contend with this pick first. They are loaded into the map. Let's see what happens.
Indeed, we got a bit of a slow section to start, but those dense LNs, once they start sneaking in, is gonna be really where we're gonna watch the accuracies and potential combo drops.
Yeah, and just like the last pick, it's not very long, only 2 minutes. It flies by in the blink of an eye.
Accuracy advantage inside of Canada for now, especially once these long notes are starting to come around, but not by a whole lot. Makaba staying in that mid-98 range, but Silly Fangirl keeping his accuracy above both of the Canadian players, and no combo drops up to this point.
Oh, and as you say that, Makaba does drop.
Alright, I'm just going to stop talking.
That one was signed, sealed, and delivered. That one did hit the mark, and Canada's going to be able to take a massive advantage right now in the grand scheme of things, already halfway through the map.
Yeah, my name was on that parcel there. Return address, Toph Daddy.
Pay for shipping too, how generous.
Truly. But we're coming up to the ending, some slightly difficult rice section and some dense LNs, but we're about to be getting into some of the easiest portions of the chart as we get closer and closer to the ending. And if Canada's able to keep that combo, this is just theirs for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're already last quarter of the map to go. Makaba doing very well to recover from that earlier miss, but right now it is not up to them to determine who wins this map. It is up to Canada holding on to these full combos to see if they can close this point out.
Yeah, the big difficulty here just being those shields, and no issues coming up from the Canadian side as we're hitting the very ending patterns of this chart. And we're gonna see a double full combo from Canada here. And Makaba finding that final drop, but 2 full combos from Canada, 1 from Brazil. Very impressive plays from both teams, but that's going to give Canada, at the very least, tiebreaker hopes.
Yeah, tiebreaker secured, so they can rest just a tiny bit on knowing that they can't lose this match outright. They at least have to force the tiebreaker, and it is all up to Brazil to take their pick, and then, very crucially, a break point away from Canada on a rice pick. So right now, if you're Brazil, what do you decide to go with?
I think given their previous picks, Lost Memory is going to be the pick here. Electro Peaceful and Lost Memory being the easier to act picks, but Oceanus coming out, going for the Chord Stream option, which I guess, same kind of deal as Electro Peaceful, just faster.
Yeah, if you can do it at one speed, you can obviously do it at the other speed, but it remains to be seen who's going to be contesting this one. See some tag outs, Makaba coming out, Lotus Fangirl coming back in.
Yeah, Brazil gonna need to play out of their minds for the next 2 picks to just bring it to tiebreaker here. And then if they want to win, they need to perform on that tiebreaker. So there's a big hill to climb for Brazil here, but I think they're in as good of a position as they can be with only rice picks remaining in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this from the whole perspective, I mean, it's good that it's ending on the rice. They have been winning these rice picks, so I mean, best shots available to them, they've just got to perform now. And it just feels like these picks get shorter and shorter, 1:49 separating these 2 teams. And 2 very different outcomes.
Indeed, and lots of places to mess up in a map like this. Lots of trilly patterns that can be awkward to hit, and especially when you get down to that 1/6 stream towards the end, a lot can happen, and I would be surprised to see everyone full combo this year. So misses are going to be very, very, very important to watch out for. But that accuracy from Brazil giving them an early lead here. 99.92 from Silly Fangirl, really starting off that rock here with Lotus Fangirl at the 99.3. Each of them beating out one of the players on the Canadian side. It's all about combo at this point for Brazil.
Yeah, but combo has been the thing that's been really hamstringing them this match, so very important to keep an eye on those combo scores right there on their playfields. You gotta keep the composure here. The lead starting to trickle a little bit towards Canada as we get into this middle section of the map.
Yeah, especially with how short this is, even one break can cause a lot of issues as far as, keeping that score goes. And it's hard to recover from that, especially if your opponents don't give you any other breaks, which Canada has been doing a great job of keeping Brazil in their strike zone.
Yeah, absolutely. This lead is very precarious as we get into the last third. We see cross-map battles going on back and forth. Silly Fangirl on Mr. Moo and Lotus Fangirl versus Lollipop here. The accuracies on all sides starting to even out just a little bit. Silly Fangirl being the one standout, 99.8 versus the 99.6. But I mean, Lotus Fangirl does drop and the lead goes immediately to Canada.
That's the miss we were trying to watch out for. There's a 1/6 stream coming up.
And it couldn't have come at a worse time. There's so little map left. It's going to take a calamity from Canada to give this lead back over to Brazil, and I don't think there's enough time.
Yeah, there isn't enough time. That's the end of the map, and Canada is going to snag that final break point and bring the victory to them, 6-3.
very well played at the end, held the composure, and we were saying the combo had been the issue for Brazil, and it is the combo that cost them that last point. Very well done for Canada. And I mean, if you're Brazil, I mean, this isn't the end of the road, but I mean, these last couple of picks.
That's a hard loss to take if you're Brazil here. That chance to stay in the winner's bracket is huge, but like you said, neither team is out. Canada will move on in the winner's bracket for the quarterfinals, and Brazil will move down to the loser's bracket for quarterfinals.
Absolutely insane. Well done to Canada. Commiserations for Brazil, but like I said, they're not out of it yet, but long road ahead for them as Canada might have a date. Yeah.
Date with either Korea or Switzerland.
Let's go Switzerland.
Yeah. And then Brazil facing whichever of those two teams loses that match. So we'll be able to see that as this weekend moves forward. But those are the stakes for these two teams. And that is also going to be the end of this short block of one match. And after this, we'll have a nice 4-hour break before China versus Taiwan. And that'll be its own little block. And then you'll get an hour break between that before the final block of this weekend, which will have the final 3 matches all right in a row.
Great way to end off the weekend. And I mean, thank you all for watching. Toph, if you want to.
Not much else to say. Thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you back in 4 hours to watch China versus Taiwan, as well as the 3 remaining matches that will be following that shortly after. I hope to see you guys back, and we'll be signing off.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2022 round of 16. We are in a brand new day and we are already halfway through the matches. We've already seen 4 countries make it into the quarterfinals winners bracket and 4 countries down in the losers bracket, and we're going to see another 4 more progress today. So we have China versus Taiwan coming in just a few minutes time. And my name is Reviel. I'm joined by Cryolian once again. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Really excited to see this match. I say this is kind of a David versus Goliath match right here. China being seed 2 or Taiwan almost out during qualifiers, but they managed to get to seed 15. But yeah, this is a pretty spicy matchup.
Yeah, this is a huge seed disparity, and China, their qualifying showing was very scary, I would say.
Yeah, talking about consistency, this is the team. None of their qualifying stages were ever below number 4. They only had 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th across all stages.
Yeah. And they got first on the LN1, which is, I believe, sorry, not Sonic Base, 7 scope? Was it 7 scope or was it Sonic Base?
LN1 it was...
Oh, it was, I don't know, never mind.
Farewell.
Oh, Farewell? Okay.
LN1.
LN1. But we're already into roles and bands, and we already see the band coming from China.
Yeah. Dunkyo
We're now...
is the band from China, and Taiwan responding with Tadaru Kimio Koete.
It also means that Taiwan will be opening first with their pick.
Yeah, I kind of find it a little bit difficult to see what Taiwan will be picking, aside from maybe something like Electro Peaceful, because that is by far the least dense map. But
pretty
it's
sure they
also
will like to
very
try
eccentric.
They will need to try and mitigate the damage, because China is pretty much good at every skill set, as we have seen
they're
qualifiers.
good at everything. And yeah, speaking of qualifiers, Taiwan, none of their scores were ever in the top 10.
Yes, that's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, pretty much. But still, have to play, they have to do their best, try to at least get some points. I say their goal for them is not to get swept. Alright, opening out with Lost Memory.
Yeah,
okay, that's also I would say a decent pick for them. Very much filler intros and core jacks. If they have accuracy down pat, then they should be able to at least contest China with it.
It is as straightforward as it can really be with chord jacks, so they're most likely just gonna bank on the fact that they can try and hope for a slip up from China and just act their way to victory.
Yeah, see the rosters here from Team China. We have Satori and Liang Laijan. Over on Taiwan, Snow Rabbit and I's and L's. We'll call him Barcode this time.
Yep.
Because that's what it looks like. Alright, immediately starting right up with Lost Memory. So yeah, we've seen Lost Memory quite a few times already. You know the intro. It's just filler notes up till like 400-ish. Then when the long jacks and anchors come in, we might see a little bit of an accuracy drop happen. But until then, we're just gonna have to, be content with this very basic patterning right here.
Right now, Taiwan are actually doing pretty well to just keep on pace with China. But of course, this is just the easy portion of the map until we get
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
actual quad jacks, then we might see something change.
We're just about to hit that very soon. Snow Rabbit is the only one below 99.9%.
Yep. So here comes some of the long jacks.
Long jacks coming in. Nobody rushing. Except for maybe Snow Rabbit. His UR bar is a little bit spread out. And
And as you
first
say, that's Snow
blood.
Rabbit.
First blood goes to Snow Rabbit. On top of already not having the best accuracy in the lobby, also finds a couple more breaks.
Yeah, in China, just 99.9s.
Yeah, 99.9s all around. I don't know, their accuracy is really scary. The barcode
It needs to
down
be a
there,
drop from China.
that's not China.
That's
Snow
not
Rabbit.
China. Yeah.
Yeah, Mrs. came from Taiwan, Snow Rabbit. The only one who has found Mrs. so far.
And it does seem like Team
Barcode.
China will run away with it.
Yeah, barcode.
Yeah, Barcode
also
at the...
falling
Oh
off the
no,
combo.
Satori! Satori
Right
missing
at the end,
right at the end.
Satori.
Young Liajan,
Young
65, 62 from Satori. Wow. And also a V1SS from Barcode.
Yeah, V1SS over on Taiwan side. That is pretty good score as well. Only Snow Rabbit finding multiple misses. Yeah, with that, Taiwan's first pick comes to a little bit of a disastrous start, with Snow Rabbit picking up misses and getting China that first point. And China responds with LN3, Himiboshi.
This is gonna be very interesting to watch. Himiboshi may be the slowest LN pick, but it could also be the hardest LN pick.
Yeah, as we said before, density isn't an issue here. It's the intense focus and coordination you need when you're releasing the notes, trying to hit them and release at the same time. And with 7 columns, you're more than likely to at least to misrelease something else that you're not supposed to.
Yep, and we might actually see a couple of player swaps. Or maybe not.
So far,
Seem like-
nothing yet. Barcode might be asking if he should stay on or swap out for someone else. Not sure of
Yeah.
that yet. Oh, there you go.
There's a swap,
Barcode. Yeah, Barcode stepping out. Who's gonna come in? There is Fola and
Oh. Yeah, maybe Fola?
it's either Fola or Hero Jeff. Honestly, I'm not too sure about Hero Jeff or Fola, because I know Fola is primarily a 4-key player, but he also does play 7-key, so who knows? Maybe Ellen might be something he's a bit more comfortable with.
I think Fola might have played the LN qualifiers, or at least one of them. Actually, no, all of them play the LN qualifiers. Actually,
Oh, everyone.
all 4 players. Yeah.
Trying
I'm just looking at-
to find out who is the most suited to play LNs.
Yeah, Fola and Snow Rabbit played Farewell. As for Seven's Code, it was Barcode and Hero Jeff. So, yeah, all of them played LNs. But it does seem like Fola will be subbing in here for Taiwan.
Ooh, starting out once again, we see Snow Rabbit. Accuracy down into 99.5, the mid-range. Not a lot has happened though.
Oh, as you say, the head
but-
fall out with the misses.
well, that is something big that happens, and also below 400 combo, so did not get to capitalize on did not get to capitalize a lot on that.
Yeah, and there was a couple of misses as well. It wasn't just a clean miss. And
Yeah.
speaking of a clean miss,
Snow
that's
Rabbit.
a that's
wow,
a
that
couple
is-
of misses from Snow Rabbit actually. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple in quick succession. Over on China's side, once again, we're not seeing any sort of issues whatsoever. Liang Laijian still at 99.9. Snow Rabbit takes another drop.
Yeah, the biggest issue with these slow LNs are just the coordination and release aspect of having to focus on a couple of these LNs and then changing your fingers. And the map isn't going to slow down. The second half is also as difficult or even more difficult than the first half.
Yeah, but first we see just a couple of singles and doubles before going back into the coordinated LN releases. At this point, if China isn't going to give them any misses, this pretty much just in China's ballpark. They're just gonna run away
Yep.
with it.
It's getting into an unassailable lead for Taiwan to try and chase. This team score from China actually is just
Yeah, both of them.
something else.
I would say both of them will get at least like 994.
Maybe even higher for Lion.
Yeah,
That's
for
still a
Liang,
9.9.
maybe. Liang might be on 997.
jeez. Oh, you
Almost
almost
there.
got it? 9966
Yeah, almost
from
there.
Lion.
But team score 1.99 million for China, and Taiwan with 1.91 million.
What? That's double V1
Double
SS.
V1 double S.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, they did score really well in the LN qualifiers, but
Yeah,
still,
yeah.
like,
Yeah,
to
first
do this.
on. Yeah, they got first on one of it. It's kind of expected.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
it is kind of expected that they will score pretty good, but I don't know, man. 1.99 million team score is surprised even me.
yeah, 1.99 million team score is a 995 average. On an LN map, nonetheless. I was back to Iwan's pick. I think it could be Electro Peaceful. I'm not sure if they have many other safer choices than that.
Yeah, I fully
Like-
agree with you there.
I mean, I could see Sanji. Sanji is
Yeah, in terms of density, it's not that much harder than Electro Peaceful, but
oh, they're going for
apparently
Yoake.
they were going. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yoake.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick to go from releases to releases. But to be fair, this in a way could be easier for Taiwan to
Yeah,
handle.
it is also. Yeah, the density is
But-
also pretty tame with
Yeah.
it with the star rating only being 3.5.
But the issue is you're up against China.
Yeah, you're up against China.
If any, avoid LNs at all costs. So I am a little bit skeptical of this pick, but we'll have to see if it works out for Taiwan.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit difficult, considering China did just 1.99 million. Really not sure what Taiwan was, contemplating. But
Maybe they're just
nonetheless,
picking maps that they
nonetheless,
feel like
it
they
is
can
LN1.
score well. Yeah. little bit of a shaky
accuracy
start
for
from
this
Satori.
one. Yeah, Snow Rabbit as well, but Snow Rabbit has been finding the lowest accuracy for across the whole lobby for most of the picks already. But yeah, Satori right now also actually falling down to the mid 99s. A lot of those flams taking a chunk of their accuracy off. But no problems for Liang or Fola. Still up at 99.7 and 99.8. The difference is definitely being made by Snow Rabbit. Lowest accuracy right now and actually continues to fall down a little bit more. More
these
200s
flams
here and
catching Snow
there.
Rabbit. Yeah. But the most important part is they need to hold on to the full combos and hope that China breaks. Satori actually taking a few 200s. Not from the flams, but from the releases. But so is Snow Rabbit and Fola.
Releases is also a little bit tricky because some of these LNs are somewhat staggered, where the end isn't really snapped to anything else, so that you can hit with. That is one of the hard things about LNs, personally.
Yeah, and Snow Rabbit actually falling below 99%.
Yeah, Satori also falls down to 99.35%. Yang Laijian still holding that 99.8%.
That is scary.
Ellen players are just, something else. Especially coming from Okuchan. Yeah, it's not a good place for Taiwan.
Yeah, and the map's not gonna let up as well. Towards the end, some of these releases get a little bit trickier to hit. Fola.
Oh, Fola
the
now
victim
finding
of
this
that,
3-second break for Taiwan. And still, two-way FC over from China. As usual, still shows no sign of letting up, but Snow Rabbit did let up on that wrong column, which resulted in a miss.
There's still a two-way FC from Team China. Fola does pick up
And
another
also
miss again.
another two misses over from Taiwan. Fola not really having a good time here this section. As we hit an ending, you see Taiwan's chances of staging a comeback goes away further and further.
That should
As
be a
we
third
hit the
point to Team
outro.
China.
As we hit the outro, yeah.
991 from Liang.
Team China picks up their third point. Another break point in
Wow.
favor of them.
5200 FC.
Yeah, okay.
Now the pick
Okay,
goes back
Liang.
to China. Oh, they are going for Sanji. They were talking about evening in the IRC chat, so
Yeah, saw that.
this is Team China's first vice pick.
Well, if you're Team China, honestly, going up against Taiwan seed 2 versus seed 15, there is very little risk involved in picking a lot of the
Yeah.
maps.
You can really just go for anything. Like, I don't really see China having a very specific weakness against Taiwan on any of the maps that we see here.
Yeah, not at all. They're pretty much comfortable on anything. So far, only
think-
Liang and Satori has been playing for China.
Yeah, they haven't swapped at all. So Taiwan really just need to depend on China somehow finding random misses. Because they are all capable, Team China, to consistently FC anything. Oh, but we are gonna see a swap from Team China actually. We see Yuan Hao
Oh, Yuan
coming
Hao.
for Satori, yeah. First swap from China.
Not too sure about Yuenhao's skill set, but just looking at their global rank, they're almost a 2-digit, so yeah, they're pretty good at the game.
Yeah, they're decent at the game.
Yeah, I think China still has a pretty good chance even with that swap.
It all depends on performance that you put in the lobby. I have to see how things play out. You also see a barcode coming in of Fola. So one swap apiece.
And so we get into Sanji Junihun, VTuber gang.
VTuber gang. So for those who are unaware about how this map is gonna go, it is pretty much vocal dump / tech. Very accuracy heavy when it comes to hitting some of these snaps.
Yeah, and speaking of accuracy heavy, we saw Barcode just drop down below the S rank very early on.
That's the nature of this map, and that is how this entire map's gonna play out. So if you're gonna struggle with this intro, you're not gonna have a very fun time when it comes to the Colossus.
Yeah, it is just an accuracy killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, accuracy-wise, you might have a little bit of trouble, but in terms of density, like this intro part here, Taiwan shouldn't have any problems comboing through that anyway.
Yeah, but now we're already into the first Colossus, so we'll see if anything changes on Team Taiwan's side. We do see a slight ac drop from Yuenhao and Snow Rabbit, and actually Barcode now overtakes Snow Rabbit in accuracy.
Yeah, but not by much. They're still within 0.1% away from each other. Or with Liang Lai still holding.
Oh my gosh.
9.8.
They can play anything! You just throw a map to Liang and they're just holding 99.8, so whatever happens. The most important thing is that everyone still holding FCs.
Yeah,
already
for sure.
halfway through the map.
Everyone hit that spare pattern. No problem.
That burst was pretty clean throughout the entire lobby, but we still got another chorus.
Yeah, slower section here. Everyone can take a breather. Snow Rabbit releases at 200.
Yeah, you say you can take a breather, but you also gotta be aware of some of the snaps still. Again, the nature of this map is a dump.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's client. I think that's client. Oh my gosh. Is that not? If that's not client, that's the weirdest miss of. Oh no!
Client, you've had your fun.
Oh, yep. Client had their fun.
They had their fun. They brought it back. But unfortunately for Barcode, that might have been a real one.
That is a real one from Barcode, yeah. That's also really unfortunate for Taiwan to at least hope for a comeback if China did actually find a drop, but
yeah, the ending
accuracy
section
from Snow Rabbit,
which is the hardest one, which is possible for China to miss on, but
all these jacks here,
right here,
catching Yuenhao and catching both Chinese.
And Liang.
But it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. Barcode actually his miss earlier would have actually brought it a lot closer if he didn't then.
Wow, that was actually pretty unexpected from Team China to both miss around the same area within 25 nodes of each other, but
yeah, but Snow Rabbit
like
though,
I said,
full combo.
Too late. Yeah, that's a full combo from Snow Rabbit as well, but yeah, accuracy wise, not doing too well in the lobby, thus having the lowest score.
Having the full combo, but also the lowest score.
Yeah. When combo means nothing, you also need the accuracy to carry your score.
Osmania is an accuracy game through and through.
Yep. And that also means that Taiwan They need this pick to count.
What's it gonna be? Would they be going for Electro Peaceful for a less denser, more straightforward pick? But with that also comes the risk of China just absolutely demolishing the ratio. Or would they probably go for some, I don't know, some really difficult map, such as like one of the hybrids, just in hopes that they can get a full combo and China picks up random misses, which is basically going to be their strategy for any pick.
Yeah. I mean, we did see the random misses come from Team China at the end of Sanji, and they are going for the hybrid, which is White Rose.
White Rose. I'm not too sure about this pick, but then again, none of the picks I'll be too sure of either way.
This one's a very short pick at one.
Yeah, just under 2 minutes.
There's some swing rhythms in the map as well. And there's also a lot of these kind of rise sections with LN sections.
Yeah,
This map has a
that is what hybrids are. They test mostly the combination of both
Yeah.
long note and rise together. Some harder than others. This is one of them.
I think Team Taiwan is talking about their scores in the IRC.
Yeah, just a casual. Hey, what did you get? What did you get in practice? What's your best score? Yeah, who's gonna play this? Who do you want to play? So discussion over. It looks like there's no swap for them. Satori comes back in for China though.
Yep. I'm just waiting for line to load up. There we go. So you'll see at the start here, what I mean by this kind of samba swing rhythm, that will be laced throughout this entire map. So that's the kind of rhythm that you'll be seeing. Yep.
Ooh, actually, that LN releases is actually really tricky to play, really tricky to release properly. As you see, Snow Rabbit did fall victim to that.
There's another miss from Snow Rabbit as well.
Yeah, another one from Snow Rabbit. Barcode still holding an FC, but China's with their insane accuracies, 99.7.
Yeah, and both players also still holding on to FCs.
Yeah, there's just very little you can do against these powerhouses.
We're gonna approach the drum solo soon. Okay, so here's the drum solo. It's fully rice.
Yeah, a few sweeps here and there. Also a little bit of a mini jack happening on the outer columns, I'd say.
And here
But
comes the piano,
overall-
which is LN's.
Yeah, but overall that drum solo it's not really the most difficult thing to play.
Yeah, it is not. It can be trippy, but to all of these players, that was just an accuracy builder. But in this LN section here, Snow Rabbit does pick up a miss.
Yeah,
already
accuracy
closing out the map too.
below 99%. And this LN stare right here, Atlee hit that pretty nice.
But that is still a landslide victory from China on this map. 3,206 with a single 100 from Satori in China's side.
Yeah, that is not a lot you can do against 991 and 987. Barcode with a full combo of their own, but with also picking up 35 200s. Accuracy is not on their side.
Yeah, and this is also going to be China's pick on match point.
Yeah, they can pretty much go for anything.
Yeah, in order for Taiwan to still stay alive, they have to start winning now.
Right, reverse sweep incoming. We're going to tiebreaker.
All
What
depends
is
on
the
what
map
China
that-
goes for here. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the map they're gonna start with? China still seems to be taking a bit of time to decide their pick. Honestly, they
I was... Yeah?
Yeah, I was saying they could just stick with long notes because something. Oh wait, okay.
Never for a second I
Go
mentioned
long
them.
notes.
Yeah. I would say the actual peaceful at first, just to get something a little bit more confident. But I guess I'm just gonna go with the speed rise.
I think they're just trying to completely shut out Taiwan.
Yeah, give them no chance.
But Liang did leave the lobby, so we might actually be seeing a swap from that.
But maybe Liang is not comfortable with this kind of map, and we do see Yu Hao, yeah.
You know how coming, but then you also see in IRC, they're saying him and TYR here. Maybe. Not sure if Satori is gonna stay in for that, or whether we're gonna be seeing another new Chinese player.
Oh yeah. We do see Tux in the IRC chat. Are you ready?
They're still taking a little bit of time to decide. Wonder if they just want to let everybody play at least one map.
Okay, well they're asking to kick Satori.
Okay,
so
Satori might just be stuck.
we are going to, we are going to see the last China player to not play in this match.
And there he is. Turks and Yuan Hao on Attractor Dimension, taking on Snow Rabbit and Barco.
Let's see how things go then. We are seeing a fresh face.
A fresh face and a very well-rested Turk. Now once again, no swaps from Taiwan. Is going to be Snow Rabbit and Barco taking on Turks and Yuan Hao on what is potentially the final pick, depending on the outcome.
Yep, and we'll... Does seem like Yuan Hao is in the wrong map.
They really wanted to play.
Oceanus.
Is that Oceanus?
Oh yeah, that is Oceanus. Okay, there we go. Client is fixed. Okay, so is Turks a hidden main? Because they are having hidden on. I'm gonna assume
Hang
that's the
on.
case. Alright, there we go. We are all caught up.
I've never known that Turks played hidden.
Yeah.
I don't think their scores have hidden in it. Like his
is it?
top plays. I'm not too sure.
That's very
I don't think
interesting if that's the case. Okay, I was wondering why the lead was in China's favor because Taiwan have the better accuracy, but there we go.
Yeah, alright.
Well, we do see a lead from Taiwan for the first time in a long time, but how long will this is?
Well, Barco taking a little bit of an act drop, going from 99.7 down to 99.6. But Yuan Hao
is not doing too well, but slow rabbit misses.
This is that
And that's
throw
another miss as well.
Also that triple. I think Turks
Yeah,
might
that's
be
hot,
going
bro.
with hidden because of the... Oh wait, hold on. Yuan Hao.
Oh,
Yuan Hao. Also another miss.
that's a heavy drop of Yuan Hao as well. The lead is gonna slowly shrink.
Slowly string, but yeah, Snow Rabbit's accuracy is definitely got to not miss. But unfortunately he does. His accuracy drops further down, and Turks with a hidden FC currently, and Barcode as well. Highest score right now is for Barcode on Taiwan. Alright, the final third of the map. Another chorus to go through. I think Turks might be going with hidden because, Attracted Dimension is also a pretty dense, pretty speedy map. Could just be putting on hidden to limit how much stuff he sees on screen, as to not get overwhelmed by it. But as I say that, Barcode is the one who finds a miss on that, losing out their full combo. Might still be the highest score for the lobby right now. But definitely Yuan Hao keeping up with that.
Alex is still holding on to the FC though. Final burst, Snow Rabbit does find the miss.
There goes Snow Rabbit. Unfortunately, with
That will be
one,
the win.
That miss.
Perfect FC from Tarks. There will be a 6 point to China and the victory, as Team China will progress into the quarterfinals, knocking Team Taiwan down into the losers bracket.
The reverse sweep, it wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be. Maybe next time.
Yeah, definitely next time. But for now, we say congratulations to China for moving on in the winners bracket. Taiwan, as we said earlier, is still not out. We still have a losers bracket match to play.
Yep, and we also have 3 more matches in quick succession later on, as we see Korea and Switzerland happening in about an hour's time, followed by Thailand, Russia, and Philippines, Poland.
Yeah, Korea versus Switzerland, David versus Goliath Part 2.
Indeed. We could actually look at the bracket too. So we can...
Alright, so next match, Korea versus Switzerland. Winner takes on Canada. The unlikely victors according to the Twitch predictions.
We also see Team China having to face Indonesia. That's going to be a very interesting one to watch. And also Taiwan and Chile.
Yeah, Taiwan and Chile. Also kind of a exciting match per se. A little bit more equal. Not so David versus Goliath. We have David versus David.
Both countries definitely have like a very equal opportunity to move on. But yeah, we do have Korea and Switzerland, like you've mentioned. So with that, anything else you'd like to add?
Not at all. Except for GG's once again, both teams. And yeah, that's about it. Stay tuned for about an hour and 20 minutes from now. We will be seeing Korea take on Switzerland at 10 UTC.
Yep, so take care We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2022. We're here with the last block of the matches for the round of 16. I'm Potassium F, commentating here again with Cryolian. Hi Cryo.
Hey. What's up?
Doing pretty good so far. Matches have been quite exciting, actually. A couple of those in particular there. Saw a little bit of a seed upset as well. Spain versus Japan.
And that match was so close, literally seconds away from a tiebreaker, but stuff had to happen, unfortunately, for Spain.
Speaking of seed upsets, this would be the biggest one of all if Switzerland could bring it home here against South Korea, but it is definitely going to be a monumental task.
Major uphill battle. That itself is an understatement.
Yeah, so obviously South Korea being the tournament favorites coming in the first seed, getting number 1 on 5 of the 8 qualifier maps, and Switzerland coming in just barely making it into the top 16 here at 16th place, and also only with 2 players in, so they are going to be struggling quite a bit against South Korea, I would imagine.
Yeah, having to play all the maps, not having anyone to swap out for, they might probably be a little bit fatigued as the matches go on, if it takes a long time.
Yeah, and like even though it is the first round, really, some of these maps are actually quite physically demanding, so the stamina aspect as well in a best of 13 can really crush your score sometimes towards the end here.
Yeah, it's a little bit different from all the previous iterations of 7 Key NWC, where we start off round of 16 with a first to 6, basically. However, the one thing that does not change is that the winner of the road picks first and bans second. I think South Korea did not get the memo, trying to ban first, which it's not happening.
Yeah,
No.
well, to be fair, I think the bans and picks for both teams are quite clear, or will be quite clear. We do see Switzerland banning here one of the rice maps, which makes a lot of sense.
For sure. You have to mitigate the damage as much as you can.
And to no one's surprise, South Korea banning the one category they did not come first in, which is the LNs. And I feel like this is going to be pretty cut and dry with the picks as well. South Korea having their biggest weakness, their only real weakness they showed was in the LNs. And Switzerland more comfortable with the LNs than everything else, I would imagine, given their qualifier standing.
Yeah, but still, South Korea with their long milk being 7 is still nothing to scoff at.
Oh, it is still really high.
It might not be as comfortable as a rice pick, but they still can definitely hold their own very well.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Switzerland either way, but weakness in massive quotation marks right there, because it's weakness meaning the only one that any team in the world managed to beat them on.
Definitely. Alright, so starting off first pick for South Korea, Attraction or Attractor Dimension. Rice 1, the speed pick.
Straight away with the speed pick, they're looking to really, I guess, hit on the accuracy component here. Obviously South Korea, very, very strong with their accuracy.
Yeah, I think, in fact, I don't even think it's like just purely based on accuracy. It's the density is also pretty harsh on, at least for Switzerland, I would say. So like they're just instantly going for something where they know they're capable of, whereas Switzerland might have a little bit of trouble keeping up with it. Also, South Korea, their team has 2 1 digits in their team, with Dresser and YC1155 both being number 2 and number 4 respectively in the global leaderboard.
Yeah, and that is really scary.
That alone is enough to send a lot of people down into spiraling fear.
Yeah, you can imagine what it's like being in the lobby right now with you have 2 single-digit numbers next to their names. But we're still waiting. It looks like South Korea waiting for their second player to come in. Looks like it's going to be YZ actually from the chat, which is interesting. I don't think YZ played in any of the Rice maps in the qualifiers. But we will see them here now. Dressurf obviously being the other one in the lobby here for South Korea, while Switzerland doesn't really have much of a choice with their players.
Stuck with Gamer97 and Akario for the whole match.
Yeah. 2 exceptionally strong players though. If you were to pick any 2 players, just those 2 actually being enough to be in the top 16 is an extremely impressive accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Akario and Gamer, they're both not new in the World Cup scene. They've been basically the backbone for Team Switzerland since ever.
There's been not even just 7-key World Cup. I think the same pair has kind of showed up in 4-key World Cups as well in the past.
Yeah, they have.
So it's just been really these 2 players holding it down for Switzerland, keeping the entire country on their back for several years now. And we'll see how they do on this first map, South Korea's pick.
Yeah, South Korea's pick. So, Attractive Dimension, you're going to see a lot of single streams at the start with quite a few chords. So, right off the bat, we see a pretty dense section going in. But not this one, but just after this one.
And at 290 BPM, we are starting extremely fast.
Yeah, here we go. A lot of these broken snare patterns.
When actually,
Gamer up.
Yeah, both of the Switzerland players struggling a little bit to keep up, both below 99%, and Gamer, of course, with that early miss as well. While in comparison, South Korea, 299s, 99.6 and 99.8 from Dressurf right now.
Yeah,
currently at the start of the
Yeah, there's not a lot has happened, but yeah, there is still a really big score discrepancy between both teams right now.
Gamer97 finding another few misses actually in a row here. Transitioning into this little bit of a trill section.
Yeah, the trill section, the first one will definitely catch you off guard if you're not prepared for it. Really,
they are extremely
right there.
fast, so you do need to be really focused to be able to hit them. And oh, that's a miss for Akero. No more full combos from the Switzerland team now.
And still being perfect over on South Korea side. No drop combos as of yet.
Not even any drop down accuracy for South Korea.
Yeah, why is that did drop down below 99.7, but that's still a really good score in comparison to both players from Switzerland. Almost 2% better accuracy.
Yeah, for both players as well. Is looking quite dominant for this first pick so far. South Korea actually looking like they're on pace for 2 990k scores.
This ending part is also a little bit dense, but shouldn't really be much of an issue for YZ or Dressurf at all.
Actually, all 4 players doing them really well.
Final section, a little bit more broken screens and these 5-note sweeps here. As
those sweeps can be absolutely brutal in accuracy, but 1-200 for both of the players in South Korea here.
Both players.
Exceptionally strong team score. This is This is scary to go up against. This is one that
Yeah.
not really many teams could really compete with at all.
It's definitely going to be hard for whoever faces South Korea next.
But it was just the first pick. It was South Korea's own pick, so Switzerland now have the opportunity to pick what they want to pick. Wonder if they're going to go with one of the LN picks, maybe Himeboshi. I would like to see Himeboshi coming out. It's a cool map to watch.
Yeah,
The old
it looks cool,
2.5
but it's
style.
also probably one of the most riskiest picks. But yeah, if anything, I would imagine Switzerland being the one to pick that.
Yeah, I think especially after that performance from South Korea, I don't think Korea is going to need to jump around too much with their picks. They can really just stick with what they're good at in that sense. But it looks like Switzerland's going to go with one of the hybrids, actually, in Tenku no
Hybrids.
Yuake.
Yeah, I was not expecting it. Not expecting that.
Yeah, there's an interesting pick. This hybrid, obviously containing a lot of different, like both Rice and the LNs. And when you're trying to challenge South Korea on, just overall versatility, kind of hard to get them beaten at that regards.
Yeah, this was not something that I saw, not something I predicted. But it is what it is. They might have a sort of a secret weapon choosing this.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe this just has their best scores on it, the most comfortable with this map. And of course, being a very, very different map from the first one we saw, maybe we can potentially see some really high scores from the Switzerland side.
Yeah, potentially time for Kario and Gamer to show out their LN prowess.
Yeah, and we
Even
do
if
have
this is a hybrid
Estonians.
class.
Estonians coming in here, switching in for Dress Surf as well.
And why is that? Just can't get enough of Attracted Dimension.
He's gone off to play the same map again. Okay, we're getting into it now. Both teams perfectly tied. Very close
Yeah,
map so far.
0 points. Not sure if that is actually an early accuracy break by Gamer, but less than those intro LNs, his accuracy went down below 99%.
Yeah, it did look like that was real. Oh no, it's jumped back up again. So it was Klein in the end. 99.6.
All right.
A little bit lower than South Korea. I mean, South Korea right now, 99.9 for both players.
Yeah.
And oh, that's rough for Switzerland. Both players missing.
That was like a 1-2 punch to their combo.
Oh, and repeated misses here from Akira, not having the best of times with this LN section, actually.
Yeah, this Tenku no Yuake's LNs and Rice, they're like interchanging. You go into Rice and then you come out of it, it's going straight into long nose. They're like alternating between the Rice and LN sections. So yeah, that definitely didn't look good for the Swiss players.
Yeah, there's plenty more LN sections where that one came from. And all gamer now as well with a drop. Both full combos still intact on South Korean side. Switzerland really needs to start holding on to their combos now.
Oh, and this part here with the shields.
Yeah, the shields are
Kario,
going to be rough.
first victim to it. I won't be surprised to see another miss coming at this very section right here, because the single note, the single LN, single shield into LN, that is also a pretty hard thing to do, but apparently it looks like, or never mind, it looks like Gamer manages to hold it can't say the same for Akario.
Yeah, those
His end with
single note shields are deceptively hard to actually be able to hit, especially in the middle of all of those LNs and other notes.
yeah, with
Looks
everything
like
else going on.
it's going to be the first breakpoint coming in here for South Korea. Another like exceptionally good team score here. Estonians with 1-200, getting just an absolutely
That's
absurd
absolutely-
ratio as well.
Absolutely phenomenal play. Probably going to be the highest that we see.
And again, this is like almost a 992k average on South Korea. So really like requiring perfection to really be able to beat this version of South Korea we're seeing today. And now they also get another pick of their own. And really, they have the board open for them.
If they really want to flex their accuracies, definitely Electro Peaceful or Lost Memory is a very good pick. The Lost Memory being basically Court Jacks, South Korea, I would say they would definitely have no problems 997 or above. For both players even.
We have seen a lot of misses happening on Lost Memory as well, though, that have cost the match for the team with the higher accuracy. So for now, they're actually going to go for Sanji Junihun.
Yeah, a little bit of the technical side. Vocal dumps, I mean.
Yeah, very technical, very dump heavy map, and a OD 8.5 exceptionally hard to be able to act.
Not to mention the snapping is pretty difficult as well. It's not. It won't be much of a surprise to see people already dropping 200s within the first 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the snapping is just so extremely weird, and it's not all the notes are really snapped specifically to a certain sound, which can really throw some people off as well.
Yeah, that is the nature of dump mapping.
Yeah, and those sweeps as well. I've seen some absolutely brutal 200 rushes on those sweeps. It is so easy to do.
Right, and here we go. Sanji Junihun. Also, shout out to Ganyu.
We're seeing 0133 joining in for South Korea now. So all 4 South Korea players making their appearance, just rotating out one by one. And yes, shout out to Ganyu from Genshin Impact.
Still waiting on the client to start the map. It's gonna be any second now.
And there's the 200s at the start we see from both Gamer and 0133 actually.
Oh yeah, 0133 also dipping below the 99% mark.
It'd be very hard to adjust to a map like this early on just from the intro, so quite easy
as
to
it
cut
goes
those.
as it goes further into the map, you start to get a feeling of the rhythm a little bit better.
But at
you
the
can
same
start building
time,
your act from there.
yeah, at the same time, the density does pick up later on, so still going to be extremely easy to drop that accuracy down. But so far, Estonians with 99.9. Yep, there it is. Oh,
Yeah, here we go.
but just as I say that, that's a miss.
And it's from Estonians.
Both of the Switzerland players with full combos now, but the accuracy is still well in favor of South Korea. Might not be enough to actually switch the lead over to Switzerland.
Yeah, also not to mention, Estonians dropped his combo right before the 400 combo, so that won't be able to get the full benefit of the score bonus from Score P2. And now, as I say that, Gamer trades it with a miss of his own.
One miss for either team, but the accuracy well in favor of South Korea. Estonians, despite that one miss, still with the highest accuracy in the entire lobby there.
Yeah, these sort of tricky snaps are of no issue to him. Acario, in fact, finds themselves another break right before this 6-note sweep. But that is pretty much trivial to these teams right now.
Switzerland really needing to hope for a few more breaks to come in, and probably also some accuracy drops, but we're already more than half of the way through the map. There is still plenty of choke potential left in the map.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. We had to see to the... Yeah, actually this part right here was a really big one.
For the game of the one.
The only one finding that miss.
And Akira finding the miss right after as well. Now, even if both South Korean players miss a huge amount, I don't think there's really enough time in the map for Switzerland.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look like it. Now, we are going to be looking at 0133 to see if the final section here, the hardest part of the map, whether he will trip up from that or not. Especially with those triple jacks on the outer, this part right here.
Oh, those are rough.
Oh, breached through that just like a champion. Yeah, in fact, everyone just got through that. No issues whatsoever.
And Estonians actually maintained that accurate 1-200 with the one miss.
Wow.
And 207 300s as well. 0133 as well with the full combo and 10 200s only. And actually Estonians getting the highest score in the lobby just with that incredibly good accuracy, even with the miss.
Yeah, who needs full combos?
Ack game. That's what this map is right now.
Truly. And with it being 3-0 right now, things are looking a little bit dire for Switzerland as they try to salvage what they can by picking Moon.
It's going to be Moon. We're going to see the first full LN map, the more density-focused one of the bunch. We did see a little bit of struggle happening on some of the LN sections in Tenku before, so we'll see if Moon is any different here for Switzerland. See if they can pick up their accuracy a little bit here.
Yeah, if releases are Switzerland's less favorite LN skill set, this one should be still fine. With LN density, the releases aren't as strict as something like, Himiboshi or what was that LN? What's the other LN one? Yoake. Yeah, that one.
There's two Yoakes in the pool, actually, yeah.
Yoake no Uta.
Yeah,
there we go.
But this one definitely going to be one. At ODE 6.5 as well, accuracy is going to be a little bit less relevant than something like Sanji Junihun that we just saw. More about trying to maintain that combo and just having your accuracy decent enough to be able to capitalize on a mistake from the other team.
Yeah, as the countdown starts, we'll see if Switzerland will be able to pull it off. Ooh, Estonians with the first note 200, giving Switzerland the very, very early lead.
Already tying his 200 count for Sanji Junihun in the very first note.
Yeah.
But it looks like South Korea very quickly taking that lead back. Akira actually finding an early miss there as well. Gamer now following.
Another 1-2 punch to their combo.
South Korea just looking so comfortable on every single pick.
Acario, another one more miss. South Korea still going strong. Gamer doing their absolute best trying to catch up to them. Acario finds another break.
About a 1% difference per person here from the South Korea and Switzerland. So this is a very significant accuracy lead, even ignoring the combo breaks that are happening. But Gamer now actually stabilizing the combo very well, holding above 1.5k, reaching now.
Yeah, accuracy still does leave a little bit to be desired, though their UR bar is still quite spread out. But I mean, LN density, you're definitely bound to see quite a few of that regardless of the player. It's all a matter if you can reduce the amount of 200s that you're getting from the LNs.
Yeah, definitely. When you have as many notes coming at you as this, right? Both the initial presses and the releases, it's very hard to hit all of them as precisely as you would another map.
Yeah, especially like with different 1/4s, 1/4 LNs and 1/2s being thrown in there. There's a lot to keep track of as well. But with that, South Korea does take their 4th point.
Yeah, there's going to be a double FC as well from South Korea. Once again, 991k from Estonians there. And they've just been so ridiculously consistent on every single map. And it's their pick again. 4-0 now.
Oh, what is it gonna be? I mean, there's like three possible choices I can see right off the bat, right up there. Oceanus, Electro Peaceful, and Lost Memory. Definitely gonna go for one of that.
Just any of the rice definitely will be a very good pick for South Korea here. Looks like it is going to be Lost Memory, actually. We're going for the Jack map.
Jack map. Definitely predicting very high scores from South Korea.
We are going to see some exceptionally high scores. The ratios we've seen have been high in general from them so far. When we have a map that's this easy to ratio, consistent. I would say. Yeah, very consistent snapping. So they'll definitely be looking to try and flex their ratios on this map. As long as there are no misses, that is. That can definitely happen. And a map that's only 2 minutes long as well. Switzerland just need to try and maintain their combo through the whole thing with decent enough accuracy, which shouldn't be too hard for them.
But yeah, here we go. Lost Memory. Time to see if Switzerland can do the impossible, quote unquote. Because really, anything can happen.
You never really know.
Yeah, starting here is just filler, very basic patternings. Nothing hard at all. At least until around 600-ish notes. That's where the real chord jack starts. But for now, we see Estonians who just lost his 100% accuracy.
Like 250 notes in. Very nice start to the map from Estonians. They're actually going back up to 100, rounded up.
Oh, wow, okay. Okay.
But actually, Switzerland holding very good accuracies as well. 99.86, 99.81. Close behind, but yeah, South Korea holding that one rounded 100% at 99.92.
Yeah, they are close, but here we go. We're starting out with the long jacks.
Here we are.
So far, haven't really seen anybody rushing or dragging these too badly. But here we go, starting up with the chord jacks.
It's really going to be if anyone finds any misses towards these, dense chord jacks here, and Gamer actually going to be the first one.
Finds one.
It's a clean miss, but it's a miss nonetheless. If you give South
definitely.
Korea even a little bit, it's going to be hard to come back from that.
Yeah, South Korea are just going to run away with it. Almost 1/4 of the map left, and Estonians still at 99.99. Possible he might be going back up to 100%.
This is ridiculous.
That UR bar is just absolutely not moving from the center at all. Gamer finds another break, not looking good once again. Akario is also still holding that full combo with actually pretty good accuracy as well, 9.89. But when you're going up against someone like Dresser or Estonians, that's just not good enough.
Yeah, Cairo actually with a fantastic score of his own right there, but
Estonians sub 10.
It's a single
Top 10.
digit. 999.7 thousand points for Estonians here. 9,300s is absurd.
Yo, you don't just. Okay, it is Estonians. You should expect at least that much.
Yeah,
But like,
no team's beating this team score. This is ridiculous.
it's just mind blowing to see that in person.
And Dress Surf as well, 61,300s, double S. Akira actually doing really well as well, but unfortunately, it's not the team that you can realistically beat. It seems.
Yeah, the Akaru score is also insane. Don't get me wrong, but South Korea just whole different level. With that, it is now 5-0.
Yeah,
Not sure what
man,
Switzerland has left in the tank.
It's like almost a 999k average. Have we even seen a 999k single score on that map yet?
I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, let alone a team average. Oh my god.
Team average, that no way. We have
Absolutely
not seen that.
It's not even close. But here we go now, 5-0 up for South Korea. Switzerland, this is potentially going to be their last pick now, so they're going to have to think carefully about what they want to go for here.
Yeah, I mean, they have to give us a reverse sweep, and then it all will start from the moment they pick that one map, probably Himiboshi. Never mind. It is Electro Peaceful.
Oh, we're going right back to one of the easier maps in the pool here.
Yeah, one of the easiest, potentially, in my personal opinion, it is also the easiest one. Also very straightforward. It's just basically court streams at 160 BPM. Nothing too out there.
It's fairly comfortable BPM. Mostly pretty standard patterning as well, and I don't think there's really any difficulty spikes to really speak of either.
But yeah, this is also very consistent in terms of density. It doesn't really spike, it doesn't really dip that hard. It's kind of basically just, chord streams, here you go. From start to finish.
This is gonna be looking pretty dangerous. After what we just saw, I am pretty terrified of Estonians right now.
Yeah, no cap. Estonians is probably one of the best tournament players. They've also played like 2019, 2018, and their performance is just absolutely stellar.
Yeah, easily one of the best players we've seen so far in this tournament. Even, yeah, absolutely crushing every map he's played so far, actually. So we'll see what ends up happening here on Electro Peaceful, another one that has very high potential for insanely high accuracy.
Yeah, I'm expecting another V1SS from both South Koreans actually. It's up to Switzerland to see if they can match that.
Switzerland's gonna have to, well, they're gonna really be hoping for some kind of choke to come out of South Korea, but it doesn't really seem like the map that they would choke on.
Yeah, if anything, Himiboshi has a lot more choke potential, but that also comes with the risk of Switzerland choking themselves.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a double-edged sword picking those high-risk maps.
once again, starting off, early lead for South Korea. 200 notes in, we still see 99.94 from Dresser, 99.98 from Estonians. It's pretty much expected. Estonians being the sharpshooter for South Korea.
99.7 here for Akero as well, holding a really good score himself, but Gamer actually finding a miss, dropping down to 99. That was a very heavy accuracy drop.
Yeah, that one hit him pretty hard. Just like that, South Korea is going to extend their lead by a pretty sizable one.
And still holding that 99.95 for both South Korean players as well, with
And
those
now-
full combos.
Now 99.94, they are virtually tied with each other. Or not anymore.
They're taking turns, swapping their accuracies around.
Yeah,
everyone's
at this
seeming
point,
to-
at this point, it doesn't look like there's going to be any close happening whatsoever. The rest of the map is still pretty standard. That's pretty much this for the entire duration.
Yeah, Cryolium trying his best there to curse South Korea right there.
Oh, no. No, definitely not.
No chokes
yeah,
will
that-
happen
yeah,
right
that was-
now.
Yeah, I was actually not expecting the miss to happen now, but previously, like a few hundred notes before, with that like trill with the 5 notes, then 2 notes. I don't know what to call that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gamer missing at the end there as well, and that's going to seal the deal here. South Korea just being just ridiculously strong, I guess as expected as well. 2 997k scores on this last map here.
And V1 double S from Estonians, 1 200 from Dresser. That is just pretty much insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, Akira score again, 988k. Extremely good score against most other teams, right? That
Yeah,
would
definitely.
be really strong
988K
against all
would-
other teams.
It would be able to contend at least some other higher seeded teams.
But at the end of the day, it is South Korea they are versing, and they will complete the sweep here. 6-0, and they'll continue on in the winners bracket. While Switzerland, unfortunately, is knocked down to the losers bracket. They still do have a chance, though, against their opponent next week.
I believe right now Korea will be going up against Canada, if I'm not mistaken.
That's going to be an
Oh,
interesting
there they
match,
are.
yeah.
That means it will be Switzerland taking on Brazil in the losers bracket.
Oh, that is actually another scary matchup there. Brazil, another one of those very scary, like higher seeded teams coming into the tournament in that very close match against Canada that they had. So then only 2 matches left of the weekend here. We can see both of them coming up in this same block. Thailand versus Russia next in 21 minutes, and then Philippines versus Poland to decide the last winners of this weekend. So until we get to that point, we will be having a bit of a break for 21 minutes, about 20 minutes, and we'll be back after that. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
The knowing feeling could make you fall from the dreamy skies. Suddenly the deepness can't get through. Realize I'll fall along with you, and we're looking into cold green eyes.
Click.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second last match of the round of 16 in the Mania 7K World Cup 2022. I am once again Potassium F, here joined by by Raviel.
Hello, I am back. We're gonna do this.
Back here for what could be an exciting match here. Thailand versus Russian Federation here. This is seed 5 of Thailand versus the 12th seed. So a little bit of a gap, but not so much as the match that we just saw before.
Ah yes, the Korea and Switzerland match, yeah. So this could also be pretty interesting. We do see a few familiar faces from back in the 7K days, like Lost Cool.
Yeah, Lost Cool's still extremely good at the game, clearly, getting some ridiculously good performances on the qualifiers we saw last week. And on the Russian side, we of course have Mage. I think Mage has been playing for quite a while now.
Yeah, Mage is pretty experienced. I've had the unfortunate experience of having to fight them before. So I know their ability, but their 7K ability is also up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, very high up there, definitely. Thailand, though, being the one to really excel, especially in the LNs in qualifiers.
Oh yeah.
I think overall, getting the second best LN qualifier results of any team.
Yeah, they were second place
basically-
on Farewell, third on 7th Coast, yeah.
Yeah, basically, it was basically the strongest team in LNs. Because although Malaysia did get better than them, I think by the stats, they're basically tied.
Yeah,
In
it's like
terms of
Thailand second and third, Malaysia third and second.
Yeah. So easily one of the strongest LN teams in this tournament here in Thailand, and Russia, very well-rounded overall. Not any particular skill set that really stands out as being better than others, and that kind of means that Russia gets to pick whatever they're comfortable with, really. And I guess can pick away from Thailand's strengths if they wanted to.
Very high rolls actually, Mage of 94, Lost Group 85. But that means that Russia will win the roll. Thailand will be banning first.
First ban from Thailand here. Wonder what they'll decide to ban. I can only imagine it'll be one of the Rice maps.
It has to be one of the Rice maps. They need to play the LN to their advantage, so... let's maybe call... Let's call it Lost Memory, because I feel that Lost Memory is such a coin flip.
I would say Russia probably going to be banning either Yoeka no Uta or Himaboshi.
Yeah, one of the two releases, yes.
But what Thailand bans?
I think Lost Memory is just way too risky to kind of go for, because it's
Lost
such
Memory
an accuracy
has-
battle.
Yeah, it has been one that we've really seen coin flip back and forth a little bit, but we're actually seeing Sanji Junihun.
Yeah, pretty understandable. This one's a pretty tech-based map, very accuracy heavy when it comes to the snaps.
Has been one that we've seen played a lot, actually.
Yes.
More than I would have thought. It is a very weird map to be able to play. Very accuracy intensive as well, with the weird snappings everywhere, but it's going to be off the table for now. And Russia, they're going to pick which LN map they want to ban here. And it's actually not going to be any of them. We're actually going to see another Rice ban. We're going to see two. Yeah, we're seeing two of them. Two Rice bans
really
here.
Interesting. Okay.
All the LNs are on the table.
They're leaving LNs open.
I'm excited. I want to see Himaboshi come out.
Oh, I think Thailand are probably going to open with that, but we'll have to see what happens when they do get a pick, because
Russia.
it is going to be
I wonder what
pick,
Russia's. Yeah, I wonder what Russia's game plan is here after banning that Rice map. See what they want to pick.
Lost Memory? I want
That
to see
is,
Lost Memory.
Yeah, that's one that actually can go either way. We've seen most players being relatively comfortable, with their 200 counts and all that. and ratio on the map, but really has come down to combo in a lot of matches we've seen so far. So we're just waiting on that first pick.
Yeah, I think maybe Russia are thinking whether or not to play it safe.
Yeah, we are really limited now in the rice pool.
Yep.
Just a
We
bit.
have 2 chord streams. We have a speed. We have the chord jack.
All the simpler picks, I guess, in a way, are still up for the rice pool.
Also, the hybrids are open. All 3 of them.
Yeah, hybrids haven't really been seeing much attention as far as the bans are concerned, but so it looks like it's going to be Attracted Dimension.
Ooh. Huh.
Going with the speed first.
Okay, I mean, I can see why. I think that's a pretty okay choice to open up with.
Yeah, Russia actually one of their better scores being Scarlet Tempest
Yeah.
in their qualifiers, so perhaps maybe a little bit more comfortable with the speed, the less dense speed picks.
Yeah, so for Scarlet Tempest, Lost Crew and Mitski played that, and we do see them in the lobby right now.
Yeah, I think actually for Thailand, Lost Cool and Miski played almost all of the qualifiers.
Yeah.
It's been the power pair so far for Thailand. Whereas Russia has had, I think, a little bit more switching out. Mage is the one consistent thing that I would expect to see throughout most maps for Russia. They have some
see
flexibility with their second player.
Yeah. That being Legend 27. Who was their second player for Scarlet Tempest, so hence the swap in for Russia.
But we'll see how they fare with these
Let's
ones,
go,
because
yeah.
this is 290 BPM. No joke.
Streams in very quick succession, you get breaks in between, but otherwise it's just pure concentration on the speed. Right off the bat.
Yeah, when it comes to streams this fast, it becomes very hard to control.
And we already see Legend 27 starting with the accuracy down to 99.3, Mitski and Mage around the middle of the board with Lost Crew 99.8.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of players there, Mizkey, Legend 27 and Mage, all holding around mid-99s. Lost Cool right now is the one that's really pulling himself ahead with 99.7. That's giving Thailand a little bit of an advantage.
Final stream, catching no one. Oh, Lost Crew actually picked up a little bit of an accuracy drop, now tying with Mitski in accuracy.
Legend 27 lagging a little bit behind, but it's a very small advantage so far. But
Oh, it's a miss from Mage.
one of the first
Those
trills
very
there.
quick. Yeah,
Very
quick
hard
trills.
to transition into those trills if you're not really prepared for them there. Mage unfortunately gets that one miss, another miss coming out now, and that's going to be a pretty large lead for Thailand.
Lost Crew has been losing accuracy steadily though, down to 99.5 now. Mitski with the highest accuracy in the lobby. As we end this section.
Those couple of breaks there from Mage. Accuracy doesn't matter too much if Lost Pool drops a little bit more accuracy. It's mainly about holding on to that combo. Because a combo break from Thailand is going to be the one way that Russia manages to get back into this map.
Going into the Kiai.
This is the last opportunity here. It's going to need to be a miss pretty quickly if Russia want to be able to come back in this match.
Yeah, it needs to be soon as well. Otherwise, accuracies has been pretty steady across the board.
Yeah, we do see
Wait, the
Lost
five
School
notes.
Mizkey, Legend 27. Oh, Mizkey actually dropping a lot of act right there. Those are really easy to rush.
That was close. Okay, 5 note. Final bursts one more time. See if anyone trips on those.
Oh, there's
No
a few
one.
200s coming in
Yeah,
there
I
from
saw a few
Mizkey,
200s.
but no misses, and that's all that really mattered in that situation there. We see Thailand actually getting the very first point as a break point as well. Legend 27 actually beating Mizkey in the end in the accuracy. But it was those misses that really made most of that difference there. 200 counts actually basically tied between the two teams.
Very close, yeah. It was just those misses from Mage contributing to the extended 20k point lead that Thailand had.
Now we're in a
Now
scary
Thailand's pick.
position where Thailand is 1-0 up and they get their own pick of any of the 4 LN maps in the
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't ban any of the LNs. You have that liberty. White Rose, they are not going for LN. Okay.
Okay, what's going on?
What a way to make me
We
sound like a
just
clown.
ignore LNs don't exist in the pool. Let's just remove LNs.
What
from the pool,
LNs?
and
What
let's
LNs?
just play Rice and hybrids. Let's let's remove all the bans from the LNs. Let's not pick it, completely ignore them. White Rose coming in here. One that is actually quite technical, pretty hard to be able to pull off as well. And a very good mix of both kind of Rice and LN. And I mean, both of these teams are quite well rounded, so I expect both of them to be able to play this, but you know, it's just how well, right?
Yeah, it is also a pretty short map, so very little room for error as opposed to the other maps in the hybrid section.
Yeah, when it comes to maps less than 2 minutes especially, you know, you get one miss and that could swing that lead back really quickly.
You see a swap from Russia, you see Alumnus in. Otherwise, doesn't seem like there's going to be any changes. We'll be starting really soon. This is basically samba, swing, rhythm-ish chord stream with LNs, with a drum solo that's fully Rice, and piano notes mapped to LNs. I think I just summarized the entire map, basically.
And here we go. And an
That's an
early
early
miss.
drop. Yep, early miss from Alumnus. It actually does seem like Alumnus is rushing, or well, maybe releasing these LNs a bit too early. So is Mitsuki.
Yeah, everyone actually finding some small drops here and there on the LNs especially. Lost Cool though.
Lost
Still
Cool
on that
keeping that
99.7, just about. And that's after a few 200s I saw there. That was a 99.8 just before. As we said, this is a very short map, so that early miss from Alumnus, even though it was really early in the map, it will have a pretty big impact if things continue the way they are right now.
Yeah, you can already see the lead being about 20,000 points. As we're already halfway in. And now we're going into the jump solo. This could be an accuracy builder or an accuracy killer, depending on the skill set that you main. It does seem like everyone is picking up accuracy. Now we have the piano with the LNs.
Alumnus dropping a little bit in accuracy though, towards the end of that solo. It does seem like in general this accuracy advantage, mostly by Lost Cool here, still holding that 99.7. Alumnus finding a break now, another one. And as we're so late in the map now, it doesn't really matter if Thailand, both of their players could miss right now. It wouldn't mean anything because there's simply not enough time in the map.
Yeah, and they won't miss. Lost Cool just shy of the 990k. Otherwise, a
dropping
very
in
solid
accuracy
team score.
right at the end from Lost
Yeah.
Cool there, but still 8 200s, extremely impressive. Right,
Yeah,
we
that's
see
a really
Mage
solid pick.
and Mage and Miski also getting the FCs there. both performing really well. But at the end of the day, 2-0 up for Thailand, still holding strong. And now it's back to Russia's pick. Are we going to continue this this weird game of ignore the LN picks? I think
ignore
we might.
anti-LN spray, yeah.
Anti-LN spray.
Well, we have 3 Rice, 2 hybrids, and a lot of LN. But I don't think Russia will want to go for any LN. It's probably just gonna be Rice again.
This
Maybe
is
lost
just
memory?
weird. This is
Yeah.
crazy to me that none of the LN has been touched whatsoever. When we have one of the best
Okay.
LN teams right here. The player that got the number 1 and the number 2 score on stage 4.
Yeah. So they asked asking for an invite for Legend 27, so I assume it's gonna be a Rice pick.
Yeah, Legend 27 definitely one of the Rice specialists in Russia there.
And it's Oceanus. So we
Okay,
have
going-
dense costumes.
Yeah, going with the fast chord streams here.
Yep, 210 BPM.
Not quite as dense as Electro Peaceful, but the speed definitely makes up for that difficulty.
Yeah, and this is the shortest map of the entire pool as well. And once that Ki kicks in, you have no break. So it's all about the control of the chord streams. And it also gets progressively harder.
Yeah, so Russia's definitely going to need to try to keep on to their combos this time. Because Thailand's had the better accuracy, but it's not been by an unbeatable amount. There's definitely potential for Russia to come back in this with a slip up from one of the Thailand players. We'll see if that ends up happening here.
Oh,
And
and you say that?
Lost
That's
School,
the first miss
actually.
of Lost School.
Yeah, and
Out of
all
all
4
the players.
all 4 players holding similar accuracies as well. That means that Russia is just going to get a direct advantage from that.
Okay, that's a interesting drop.
It was an early drop though, so it's not going to count
Yeah.
for the full 400 combo, but it is a short map. So it is going to matter quite a lot. Russia just needs to keep up these combos, keep up the accuracies well enough for the rest of the map, but that's easier said than done.
But right now, Russia having pretty decent accuracies. Thailand overall accuracy is still better. Just that one miss from Lost School. Now we're going into the Ki section. No breaks from here on out. So it's just
And,
costume after costume.
Lost School is mad right now. This accuracy is just rising up higher and higher, 99.7
Lost
now.
School is upset. They are mad that they missed and now they have the highest accuracy in the lobby.
But is it going to be enough to bring it back just with accuracy? So far, Russia's managed to maintain this lead. Legend
getting
27
very
holding
small.
really strong accuracy. Mage not far behind either. It's looking like it's so far good enough to hold on to this lead. We're at the end of the map now. They just need to hold on
We
for
still
a
got
little
one more
bit
section
longer.
though. There's a 1-6 piano
Oh,
roll.
it's flickering back. Mage drops a
There's
couple
a 1-6
200s
piano roll.
there.
The 1-6 piano roll. Does anyone miss on it?
Oh, those 200s.
That's an accuracy drop of Mage.
Oh, that was a
That's
huge
enough.
accuracy drop, and that's enough just barely for Thailand to take it back, and that was so close. Unfortunate 200s right there. Double FC from Russia. Really good scores, actually. 991 from Legend 27.
This is
But it
where
is that
combo doesn't
small
mean
accuracy
everything.
lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that miss from Lost School was any later than it was, this would have probably been a point for Russia, you would have to imagine.
It would be extremely close. They're going for Moon now, Thailand. Finally bringing out
Yeah,
the
now
LN.
we're going straight for the LN, although it's the least LN map out of them. I want to see one of the exciting ones. I want to see Himalotion, but you know, they don't care what I think. It's gonna be Moon. It's gonna be the density pick. Another one that I'm sure Thailand are very, very comfortable with. So definitely a good pick here for them.
Yeah, so this is dense streams, but the bulk of the difficulty really comes from reading the 1/4 with the half LN snaps.
Yeah, definitely one of those reading focused maps rather than the accuracy and coordination that some of the other ones require.
Yeah, with Kimi Boshi being very slow, with inverse as well, you have Yorkin Uta with some right slams with the releases, and you have Ohio, which is basically just a mixed kind of LN pick.
It's just everything
One is
thrown
just-
at you at once.
Yeah. Going for Moon, I'll say this is Island safest bet. Or LN,
Yeah, Moon definitely the one that I feel like a lot of countries would feel like is more comfortable than any of the other ones, the other LN picks. Some of those LN maps can be absolutely brutal.
But yeah, we get to finally see some that Thailand LN in action, as well as the Russian LN we see in
Let me
London.
see how Russia, because even though we've been saying Thailand is very good at LN, Russia is not bad at all at LN either. As I said before, they are a very well-rounded team. They can basically play any skill set. So we'll see how this ends up going. But definitely the player to watch here being Lost Cool.
Oh yes.
One of the best LN players we have here.
Please tell me. Slowly my heart is still midnight. But I
So right off the bat, accuracy leads to Thailand, and Alumnus the only player not holding a 99%.
Struggling a little bit in the accuracy there.
Yeah, they were rushing the intro just slightly. I think now they are kind of stabilizing a little bit, but still, Thailand's accuracies across the board are just unimaginably high for an LN map.
Yeah, holding 99.75, 99.6 on Thailand's side. There's going to need to be some misses if Russia wants to take this back already, it's looking like. Mage still holding strong with 99.5 coming up to now. And Alumnus slowly bringing up the accuracy, but it's not quite going to be enough time to be able to get back on Thailand's accuracy level. Already
Yeah, but
halfway
the
through
important
map,
part,
actually.
the important part for Russia is that they are also holding FCs, which means that if there's a miss from Thailand, things can shake up a little bit.
Yeah, they are in a good position to be able to capitalize, but it does rely on Thailand finding those important misses.
Yeah, that's the risky part, and you can see Alumnus dropping down below the 99 threshold.
And Mizki actually dropping a lot of accuracy as well. Mage now with the higher accuracy of the two.
Indeed, but Lost Cool, like you said.
It's that difference.
And that's a
Alumnus
bit of
actually
Alumnus.
finding the break there, and that's really going to seal the deal here. Lost Cool is just too comfortable right now.
Yeah, that miss from Alumnus did feel a little bit inevitable with the accuracy dropping. But that's the control that Thailand were hoping to get in this map, and they've managed it comfortably with Lost Cool 991.
Only
Oh,
five
oh,
200s there, and with
Only
the
five.
pretty fantastic ratio as well. Ratio, not the easiest thing to come by in LN maps. Actually very difficult. So that is actually a fantastic ratio from Lost Cool as well. FCs from Mage and Mizki. Mage with only 14 200s is actually really strong as well.
Yeah, it was just that second player that Russia just couldn't
there's just
capitalize on.
not quite a second player in Russia that's able to keep up with Lost Cool specifically.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's what's really making the difference here. And
hardly
now,
any players can keep up with Lost Cool now.
yeah, there are very few players that can.
Very
That's what
few.
makes the team so scary in the LNs right now.
But it is back to Russia's pick, and this could be a pretty important one as well.
Yeah, it's already 4-0 now to Thailand, so Russia are really going to want to win a point as soon as possible. Because this could actually be potentially their last pick.
With the way that Oceanus went, I won't be surprised if they went with Electro Peaceful this time.
It's definitely a possibility. Lost Memory also on the board if they want to bank on some misses. We have definitely seen some very strong teams drop some misses on Lost Memory.
Yeah, Lost Memory is the Cloud Jack map, so it's either you can play it or, getting that 0001 or 0010, it can happen, those adjustments. I guess gonna wait for a bit, understandably so. They're going for Lost Memory.
Okay, we're going for the Quad Jacks.
Quad Jacks. This was the map that I expected Russia to open up with, honestly.
It's a map that can definitely very quickly swing either way, and I think that Russia, this match specifically, Russia is not, I've said it before, they're not that far behind in accuracy.
Definitely
it is
not
mostly
at all.
that LN comfort that we've seen that Thailand have edged out on, and we're actually going to see Karace come in for the first time for Russia.
Oh!
Swapping out for
Wait,
Mage.
not Mage. Okay, I was expecting Mage to fully play this one. But okay. Maybe this is their best
Maybe
team
some
composition?
Accuracy specialists coming in potentially here.
Yep.
And Thailand looking like they're keeping the same two, Lost Cool and Mizki. And it's going to come
we
down
haven't-
to who misses.
Yep. We haven't seen Harlem Shake or Panic P just yet. Just waiting for Karace to load in. There we go. We're going into Lost Memory. So we have about a minute of accuracy builder. And then the next minute is Kojax. So we're gonna wait a while as these players all build up their accuracy.
So this first minute, all about flexing. Who can flex the most? Right now, Russia actually.
Everyone lost 100% already right from the start.
But Russia doing a pretty good job right now, but basically all four players hovering around 99.9.
Yeah, this is what we mean by accuracy builder. Oh, what are you doing, Miski?
Okay, we haven't seen that so far.
We have never seen that before.
So we've always been saying this intro is filler, but you can't be
Wow.
affording to miss still, right?
The good news for Thailand is it's pretty early on, so once we hit the Kojax, maybe things can stabilize, but
Yeah,
That is
it's
very
early
unexpected.
on, but now Russia have one job, and that's to hold combo.
yes.
Can be very hard to hold combo through the denser chords towards the end, but if they manage to pull it off, this is gonna be a win for them. And now we're getting into it. Oh, that was a
Long
bad
jacks.
200 drop from Karace. And
Oh, there's a miss from Karace!
big miss from Karace. That's gonna swing right back towards Thailand. They're gonna need
that
to hope
already
for
negates
another
the
drop.
miss. They need another drop from Miski. I think Lost Crew is just a metronome at this point with 99.97.
Yeah, Lost Cool and Legend 27 looking like they're playing really stably so far.
Yeah, it's just between
Lost
Karace
Cool,
and Miski.
Lost Cool especially. It's
Lost
gone
Crew
out.
is gaining accuracy.
Gaining accurate. This is the easy section for him.
And the map is closing out really soon. There needs to be another miss from Thailand's side for any hope for Russia to win.
It's the accuracies are still very close, but
Oh.
that's not the team that they
That
wanted to
seals
miss
it.
from. That's gonna seal the deal right now for Thailand. So we're getting towards the very end of the map. The only question is how many 300s does Lost Cool have?
I am going to say 15. I'm gonna call 15. 22. That is still really
That
good.
is one of the best we've seen, definitely.
That is, yeah.
Legend 27 as well with the double S with a really good ratio as well. 997k from them. Just the unfortunate
Mitski.
couple of misses there that really cost that point. And it is going to be 5-0 up for Thailand. Russia, the reverse sweep starts now.
Yep, and they need to win a breakpoint if that's the case.
Yep.
And looking at the amount of LNs remaining,
We've got
They
3
need to
LNs
mount,
left and 2 hybrids. Whereas Thailand have all the ammunition they need in the world.
Russia will need to play out of their minds.
It's gonna
They're
be
going for Tenko
pink.
New York.
So we're going for another.
Another
We're
hybrid.
going for another hybrid. Okay.
This one
being
is also kind
potentially-
of LN heavy, yeah.
Yeah, potentially Thailand's last pick as well, so we might have just completely skipped over most of the LN pool this match. But
When
this is
more
definitely
hybrids
one... Yeah, this is
played in
definitely
LN.
a hybrid that mixes both, right? It has a lot of Rise sections, has a lot of LN sections, but it doesn't really require you to do both together that much.
You have like alternating Rise and LN sections, you have a Cold Stream build-up, you have some 1-8 bursts, you have Jax with the LNs.
Oh, we have the shields towards the end.
We have the shields, yes. This is a bit of everything, really.
It has a lot of things, and transitioning between each section can be much harder than it looks.
Yep, we do see Mage back in for this one. Otherwise, everyone else still staying in their same positions.
Lost Cool is shanking right now.
Lost Cool is shanking. Yeah, we should be good to go.
Yeah, well, actually, looks like Legend 27 is swapping out. Maybe seeing Illuminus coming in for Russia.
Yeah, I think Illuminus. Yeah, you're right. Alright then.
We're getting into it potentially. The last map here in this match, Russia is going to need to win this one to at least get something on the board.
Already early 200s coming from Illuminus. That's going to give this slight accuracy advantage to Thailand.
Able to catch back up in accuracy pretty fast, should be able to at least. There's still plenty more sections later in the map where accuracy can tank quite a lot. So you're going to want to keep that as high as possible early on.
Now we see the LNs come in.
And
double misses!
Mage
Yeah.
and Minsky lost
Oh,
cool
and lost
as well.
cool!
On the LN,
That's a huge one!
That was 99.8 down to 99.2. That's massive.
Oh my
And now
gosh.
Russia. Hello, Russia. In the lead
Illuminus
right now.
holding the FC, yeah, but be careful of accuracies though. The lead might swap back to Thailand just on the accuracy alone.
It's close. It's really close. The accuracy is in Thailand's favor, and the combo advantage, very, very slight for Russia. So Russia really needs to build up their accuracies fast, because Thailand, they're going to be building them up ridiculously fast now. We can already see 99.4 just about reached for both players on Thailand. The Mage dropping an accuracy further down, 99.2 now, and it's going to be back to Thailand's lead as we're getting into these shields. This last section, plenty of potential for more misses to come in, more accuracy drops though as we're getting into the shield section.
Yeah, these jacks can be very brutal. Just watching Thailand, if anything happens, they can definitely swing it back, but
all four players holding on, and that means that unfortunately Thailand are going to take the point. Unfortunately for Russia, that is. And Illuminus with the only full combo that map.
yeah, lost
But
with
the
4
accuracy.
misses. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big drop there, but only 4 200s, and the ACK. That ACK is what really brought them back into that. Thailand ends up winning the clean sweep 6-0 with a couple of really close maps in there actually.
Yep. So congratulations to Thailand. Russia will be playing in the losers bracket still. And we do have one more match remaining, and that's happening in half an hour.
Yeah, so that last match is actually going to be the one that decides who these two teams that we just saw is going to play next week. So Philippines versus Poland, the winner is going to be versing Thailand. loser will verse Russia. So that will be coming up in about 25 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned for that one, and we'll be right back.
Yep, see you all then.
Reports of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
きないですね。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the very last match of the weekend here. Philippines versus Poland to round out the round of 16. I am Potassium F once again, now joined by Sparky. Hello, Sparky.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. Nice and late at night for me over here in Australia, but different time zones work like that.
Gotta love it. And it looks like we have a very exciting matchup to round out this round of 16. We got Philippines versus Poland. A bit of a discrepancy in terms of the seeding. We got 4 versus, I believe, 13. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah, 13.
But we hope that this is going to be something a little bit different. I think if we saw that schedule a little bit earlier, we saw sweeps rounding out this later half of the round of 16. But hopefully we get some fireworks to round out this round of 16.
Yeah, and just like the match we saw previously, these two teams both very, very well-rounded. Poland, very kind of similar to Russia, very good at basically every type of map. They perform pretty consistently in qualifiers. And Philippines also scoring very high in a lot of maps. I think a slight edge, or a slight, what would you say? Strength for Philippines being in the Rice. But they are still very strong in the LNs.
Yeah, they're staffed by a pretty considerable lineup. I recognize some of these players from either the 4-Key World Cup or just tournaments strewn about in the community. So there are definitely some heavy hitters on both lineups, and it's going to be interesting to see who steps up to the plate to perform, especially now we're getting into the roles. So it looks like they're already getting everything underway in the lobby.
Got a 20 roll from Poland there.
Very powerful. Let's see what Philippines responds with.
We'll see if Kura's bad gacha luck is able to beat out the 20.
It remains to be seen. Who knows? Maybe we have Bancho having a little bit of a break, but no, it looks like they're going to be able to beat that 43. That luck turning in their favor. Hopefully that carries through into the match as well.
So Poland going to get the first ban, and really being a team with no obvious strengths and weaknesses, I would imagine them to ban something that really targets Philippine strengths, but there is the large problem that Philippines, kind of everything is their strength. I would think banning one of the Rice would make a lot of sense, but I think all it really comes down to is what is the comfort levels for Poland here.
Yeah, definitely, especially if they feel like maybe these LNs, like you said, the Rice for Philippines being a strength, but it looks like they're going to get rid of one of the Yaki no Uras. It just depends on which one, the LN or the hybrid one.
Yeah, there are 2 Yoakes, that's true. But it's going to be the LN map, the Surf Chew heavy release timing oriented map, so definitely one that you can imagine a lot of players are going to be quite uncomfortable on. So maybe Poland players not quite comfortable with that, just get it out of the way and they can work with the rest of the maps on the table.
Yeah, judging by reaction in the lobby, it might have been a bit of a misban. It looks like the captain for the Philippines just singing the praises of like, thanks for getting rid of that, we didn't want to play it either.
So Philippines probably not going to be picking the LN in much of a hurry either. Maybe we might get a double LN ban.
Could see that. I mean, every match that I've been on to watch, we've seen the teams hovering in that lower half of the map pool, just saving the Rice for later, only when it needs to, just to close out these picks. But it looks like...
Actually, we're going to see Sanji Junihun being banned out here by Philippines. They're not wanting any of that weird technical dump.
Very well, and it looks like everybody seems to be in agreement with that ban as well, so it looks like some mutual respect between the teams, wanting to get rid of some of the more uncomfortable picks, just make this nice and straightforward, take it down to maybe just a ratio battle here.
Yep, bit of a handshake for both teams there. They were both just like, yep, we don't want to try and play these uncomfortable maps, let's just go for some of the easy ones. Maybe we'll see a Lost Memory come out here, or Electro Peaceful.
Something, but it remains to be seen, and it looks like it's going to be the Philippines' first pick, taking some time to deliberate. Want to make sure they start this match off on the right foot. Meanwhile, we got some smooth jazz in the background, really setting the scene for this first pick to come out.
I'm sure everyone will agree the background playlist has been absolute fire during the breaks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Philippines really taking their time, want to make sure that they get this pick absolutely correct. Might just be bit of just reassuring, got to get the players in, got to make sure they're all in the right spot. Want to make sure you get your best players in the best positions to put their best foot forward here. So, not surprising that they're taking a little bit of time. That, or it could just be Banjo not loading the messages.
That's always the possibility, right?
Yeah, we have seen that before, but I mean, it tries its best.
And it looks like they're going with Teroru, actually. Haven't seen this map too much so far in many of the matches, at least I haven't so far. One of the more tricky Rice maps in the pool, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this one definitely one of the less popular picks, but I mean, if it's available, I mean, I've seen it banned in a couple of matches myself, so gonna be nice to see them venturing into the Rice for here. Looks like it's gonna be Kura and Jose coming in for the Philippines. Jose, formerly known as Boji, for those that have been around around the block a bit. And it looks like Hudanam and Sid KX coming in for Poland here.
Yeah, Kura and Jose being two names that are very familiar with players that have been following the 4-key Mania World Cup in recent years. Both of them, of course, being extremely good at 7-key in their own right as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how they perform here, both of them on the bottom of the screen here. And while they get everything settled, do you have any expectations for this match, Potassium?
Well, I definitely do think Philippines are the ones favored to win, being the 4th seed, having such extremely good scores all across the board, but I'm hoping for a few points either way for Poland. See if we can make a nice close match to round out the weekend. We are going to actually get Yamakaze in for Poland instead of Sitek in the end. Hudanam and Yamakaze being the two players who played, I think, every single qualifier map for Poland, so looking like they might keep that team throughout most of the picks in this match as well.
Most likely, it'll be very interesting to see how the team dynamics shape out once we get further into this match. See if we see some of the other players come in, give them their chance to shine. But right now, just making sure everybody's ready. Gotta get them all readied up, and we should get into this first map very soon.
Here we go, first pick for Philippines. So looking to get off to a good start for them.
And here we go. And it looks Jose taking the first hidden I've seen.
Oh, okay. Interesting, actually. I think most people that opt for lane covers like hidden tend to put it directly into their skin, so it doesn't have that dynamic moving of the lane cover with combo.
Yeah, it can be very discombobulating seeing the playfield slowly trickle upwards, and it looks like Yamakaze gonna be the first one dropping a miss here on this first map, giving a very early lead over the Philippines.
Yeah, those jacks can be absolutely brutal. This is 160 BPM jacks, which is extremely fast. Even if they are relatively simple by themselves, that speed is nothing to really scoff at.
Yeah, especially in pressure situations, it's very easy to rush patterns like that. And right now, Philippines really holding it down, 99.8 and 99.78 respectively. Both of them in charge of the accuracy here, and taking a good advantage in the score department as well.
Hudanam is not too far behind still with the full combo as well, behind the Philippines players, but Yamakaze with that miss also struggling a little bit in accuracy. It's giving a sizable advantage right now to Philippines as we're getting in some of these patterns being really physically difficult as well. One of the hardest physical maps of the pool.
Yeah, right now going into the last side of the map, Philippines still holding on to this lead, still holding on to the accuracy advantages. Hudanam doing very well to try and keep up, but that couple of 200s littering their playfield, not going to do much to give Poland any semblance of return into this map. We're already in the last quarter, and it looks like Philippines going to be able to hold this down. Yamakaze dropping again.
Yeah, these Jacks finding one more miss here towards the end of the map, and the Trill catching up Hudanam right at the end of that, and that's going to be basically sealing the deal here for Philippines with that massive accuracy advantage and 2 full combos still, even at that very end of the map.
Yeah, and can we talk for a second, just this crazy performance from Jose coming out right now, 99.8 to round it off. Incredible score.
2 200s only, and I think those are pretty early on in the map as well, gaining accuracy through the entire thing. Kura as well, only 6 200s, and that is just a really, really solid team score from Philippines there.
Absolutely, and they're going to take a quick 1-0 lead now going into this match. Poland up to pick now. Got to make sure you get the right pick in here. Last thing you want to do is start off with a break point.
Yeah, thankfully for Poland, there's that was probably the hardest of the rice picks left over here. So they might have a better chance on some of the other rice picks there, but we'll see if Poland want to try and shake things up a bit, maybe delve into one of the LN or hybrids if they feel comfortable with doing so.
Yeah, and I mean, they might have to here. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to break the dichotomy here, and they're going to go with the tractor dimension, actually. They're going to stick with the rice here.
Both teams wanting to stick with this rice pool just for now at least. We are going to see the speed pick come out, so much less jacky, much less dense in terms of notes, but definitely very fast, very easy to lose your balance and just completely flub an entire stream when it gets this fast.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a substitution for Poland. CKX coming in to back up Hudanam here. See how they decide to compose themselves, see if they can get themselves back into this match.
We'll see how this substitution ends up going. We still have the same 2 players on Philippines, it looks like, staying in the lobby for now, Kura and Jose. Hudanam was able to put up a really good fight for at least the majority of the first map we saw, so if they're able to keep it up here, there is a potential to capitalize on any mistakes that the Philippines might make on a map such as this.
Yeah, especially in these early rounds, it's one of those cases where misses can prove to be very fatal in certain situations, especially when players of this caliber are able to basically full combo on demand. But in pressure situations, these patterns might be rudimentary and very simple in practice, but when you have to do it on the big stage, that's when everything starts to feel a bit harder.
So we'll see everyone sync up just for now, it looks like.
Yeah, I can see the EV trickle just a little bit, but right now, very early on in Philippines' favor.
Looks like C-Tech having a little bit of an accuracy struggle towards the start compared to the other 2 players, other 3 players that is, but still relatively okay, still above 99%. Plenty of time to catch that accuracy back up.
Yeah, and in situations like this, really, if you know that you're going to be having a bit of an accuracy discrepancy, maybe just lagging a little bit behind the rest of the playfield, just holding onto that combo can prove to be very important, especially if the other team starts catching little misses here and there.
Yeah, just keeping within that kind of capitalization range of the accuracy close enough so that the miss can turn the advantage over the other sides. Looks like everyone's hitting these trills well. We have seen quite a few chokes on the start of those trills before. Everyone's still on the full combo so far.
Yeah, and everybody navigating the sweeps right afterwards very well. Halfway through the map, Philippines still holding on to the advantage here. Everybody full comboing, but the accuracy proving to be the big difference here.
Yeah, Hudanon keeping up pretty closely with Kura, but it is Jose right now, 99.77%. And that is just not being matched from Poland so far.
Yeah, but going into the last third, I mean, there's still room for opportunity. There are a couple choke points left in this map, so I just got to stay within that striking distance of Poland doing everything they can to make sure that they are able to capitalize should those come out from the Philippines, but it doesn't look like they're looking to drop anytime soon.
It's going to have to be immediately if Poland want a chance to come back, because there really is no time in the map left.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, not a lot of room to work with, and we're down to the last quarter of the map, and I mean, Philippines right now is just putting on a clinic.
And throughout this entire section, Jose is gaining accuracy, some way, somehow. Very slightly up to 99.78 now.
In ways only he can, and I mean, for the fact that all 4 players are full comboing a map like this, I mean, just the fact that we're down to just a ratio battle, I mean, credit to Poland for the full combos, but the accuracy gonna be carrying Philippines through in the end, and they take the first breakpoint of this match.
Yeah, actually really good double full combo from Poland as well. Philippines, of course, also getting the double full combo, so it comes down to the accuracy, and Philippines looking like they have Poland beat in that regards. That was so close to a V1 double S from Jose. God, that 100.
We can just scrub off that one. Just put your finger over the 100 and you're good. That's a V1 double S.
That's a 1-to-8 ratio as well. Speed
Absolutely
maps,
insane.
not very easy to get high ratios like that on.
Not unless you're Jose, apparently. But right now it is Philippines' next pick. Gonna see if they can put the pedal to the metal right now. Just really take a stranglehold on this match now.
And if they wanted, they could just keep going with these rise picks. They have been working out for them so far. If they want to really leverage that accuracy advantage they have, all 3 of the remaining rise picks, they all kind of work.
Yeah, right now it just looks like they have the pick of the litter on this map pool, and I mean, if they're gonna stick with the rice, I mean, so be it. It's been working, and you know you have the accuracy advantage, might as well keep going with it if it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They are having a bit of a think about it, deciding which one that they feel the most comfortable with at this point in time.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, do you start wondering maybe if you start giving your other teammates the World Cup experience, give them that opportunity to shake off some of their own nerves? I mean, if you know you have the advantage in a matchup like this, maybe you start looking ahead just a little bit to your next potential matchup. Just want to make sure that everybody's going to be performing at their absolute best here.
Yeah, that's definitely an idea, especially because, you know, all 4 of the Philippines players, I think, can play. Well, they're very well-rounded players, all 4 of them, and I think they can all play all the Rice maps and the LN maps pretty well by themselves. So, but I do think that for now, though, you should probably keep in the 2 that have been putting in the work, at least for the Rice pool, unless you want to pick LNs.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, sure, you can deliberate all you want, but there is a bit of a time limit. We are on a bit of a clock for the Philippines, so we're going to need to get that pick in rather soon. And it looks like our ref might have to take matters into their own hands. No pick coming out from the Philippines. They might have to roll for this next pick.
Roll a random pick? Can we see Himabushi coming in?
Ooh, maybe.
I just want to see it once. We haven't seen it so far on this block, so on stream.
It remains to be seen. Not a lot of time left for the Philippines to get their pick in. And, I mean, we saw it with the Malaysia-US match. I mean, Malaysia was having a bit of an issue connecting to Bancho, so maybe those picks are just being behind a connection issue. So hopefully that's the case, because you would hate to see the Philippines stalling a little bit for time.
There's definitely a potential for that. It is suspiciously quiet from all Philippines players right now. So there is definitely potential for us to see a massive block of text randomly appear any second, and for one of the Philippines players to be kicked from the lobby.
That would be most unfortunate, but I think they have things settled in the background. 7. I think that's...
Oh, the Camellia one. Gunkyo Zoteki. Out of the map. 3, 4, 5. Yep. Looks like we're seeing Gunkyo Zoteki here for the Philippines. It's going to be a hybrid, and a really long one as well.
Oh boy.
This one actually being quite difficult, very physically demanding, and very difficult to combo in general. So we'll see how it goes. It might actually favor the Philippines anyway, but it is definitely a very, very long one.
Oh, okay, and it looks like Kuro was having internet issues, so they weren't able to get the pick in. So we might see a forced substitution here from the Philippines.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some new Philippines players for this one. Tend to have different players playing for some of the hybrids and LN maps if the qualifiers were any indicator of that.
Yeah, and our referee just reminding the players that if issues do arise, the other players in the lobby can make the pick if need be. So hopefully those logistical issues get sorted out for the future picks. That should Kura not be able to reconnect for this, but for now they have Hybrid 1 to contend with, and might be throwing a wrench in the plans. But you would imagine with players as good as the ones on the Philippines, won't have to worry too much.
Yeah, the good thing is they are both very well-rounded teams, so at the end of the day, it's not gonna throw the match too hard, having a random pick hit.
Right. But definitely not the situation you want to find yourself in. But for right now, might need to kick Kuro from the lobby here if he disconnected and he's still showing up on slot 1. And sure enough, he is showing up, so we might have to just give him a little there.
A little nudge.
Just a little nudge, get him out of the lobby just so he can proceed with things. Looks like some of the other Philippines players are in the lobby looking to take. And sure enough, there he goes.
Yeah, we'll see who the Philippines decides to play for this map. I think Poland are looking like they'll bring Yamakaze back in.
Yeah, right now it looks like gonna need to decide for the Philippines who's gonna come in here. Got Lack Points and Sani in the back.
Lack Points and Sani both actually really strong players for hybrids as well, so if Kura doesn't manage to reconnect, they still do have players they can fall back on.
You go from strength to strength there in the roster. But for right now, I mean, if you're Poland, looking at this hybrid pick, maybe this was something that might have had to have come up later on in the match, so better to get it out of the way now. See if maybe the difficulty spike in having to play something like this hybrid can play into their favor. Maybe they can sneak a point away from the Philippines here. And it looks like it is going to be Sani coming in for the Philippines. Replacing Kura here, Kura having to deal with those internet connection issues.
Oh, so Sani saying, I don't 99 this help.
Oh boy.
So, I mean, 99 on this map is still very, very hard, but if this is not really within the comfort zone of Philippines, maybe this is a chance for Poland.
Yeah, to be fair, Hudanam responded very in kind with the I only played this once. So interesting strategies being employed here in terms of the practice regime, but I'm not one to judge. I mean, if you only play it once, there's no room to mind block. So
that's true. Valid point.
If you don't know the map, don't got anything to mind block. So the players are ready. Thank you guys for sticking with us while we get everything sorted out in the lobby. Looks like it is going to be Sunny and Jose going up against Hudanam and Yamakaze in this third pick.
So we'll see how this one plays out. Not a map that either team seems to be expecting to have been playing at this point in time. Seemed like both teams were planning on ignoring this one in particular, but here we are, forced to play it anyway.
Yeah, you gotta love the World Cup wildcard picks. And it looks like Yamakaze gonna be dropping the first note of the map. I mean, we got almost 5 minutes of map to contend with, so early misses, not too detrimental, but you don't want to be catching too many throughout the map.
Yeah, single miss is not too bad. Accuracy does matter a lot with these long maps, though. But also, specifically with this map, there are a lot of places you can break combos, so it's very easy to repeatedly get those misses, and that will really cost a lot of points.
Yeah, this pick, not for the faint of heart, and definitely not one that was regularly scheduled for either team by the looks of it. And right now, Philippines going to be holding on to a slender advantage here going into the second quarter of the map.
Yeah, actually, the act not that far apart from both teams. Yamakaze a little bit behind Sani, Hudanam a little bit behind Jose, and there's the miss from Sani. This is going to get really close now. It looks like Sani and Yamakaze going to be basically tied in score, both combo and accuracy. It's just between Hudanam and Jose right now, and Jose is just edging out that accuracy battle by a little bit.
Yeah, and that lead is shrinking right now. About 2,000 points separating the teams as we get into the second third of the map. Oh boy, these accuracy battles are intense to watch. Cross field, Jose right now carrying the entire lobby, 99.5 versus the 99.1 of Hudanam, the next closest. So right now the Philippines lead is really just buoyed by that, despite both misses from either side.
It really is just the story of Jose being the only one to not have, you know, massive struggles on some of these LN releases.
Incredibly admirable, especially on Hidden, of all things. But I mean, if you're able to read it a lot more comfortably with Hidden, go for it. It's what it's there for. And going in.
Everyone kind of stabilizing a little bit now.
Yeah, some composure gain from both sides. Going into the back half of the map. Again, Jose still holding on to the lead in the lobby overall. And his next closest competitor, Hudanam, 99.2, just 0.3 behind, but Yamakaze finds another miss going into the last third. Quickly traded by Sani there.
And actually, Sani was the one that lost more accuracy than Yamakaze, so that is going to be a little bit more impactful of a miss. Overall, however, it is still just Jose making that accuracy lead for Philippines. The combo, they've had the same... Oh!
And there's a bit of a call block from Jose, but Yamakaze trades it right back. And Hudanam holds on to the full combo here.
That was a really important drop from Jose, but it was traded right back. The accuracy drops only a tiny bit, really, for Jose, so accuracy leads still well in favor of Philippines for now.
Yeah, and with maps like this, getting back up to that 400 combo cap, very easy. So, damage mitigation successful for Jose. Philippines still in the lead here, despite both players dropping their full combos. Hudanam, the only full combo left in this lobby.
But it is close. It is within a couple misses, maybe a little bit of a act drop from one of the Philippines players, and it could very easily go back to Poland.
That being said, another drop from Jose.
That's going to be big. Is it going to be enough though? I think it might not quite be enough to make up for this accuracy. There's going to need to be a little bit more, but Yamazaki the one to find a miss on those jacks there now. That's going to balance it out now. Yamazaki actually falling behind in accuracy now to Sani.
I mean, those drops from Jose were relatively clean in the grand scheme of things, still holding on to the accuracy lead overall in the lobby. Very admirable. Last sliver of map left. Philippines still holding on to the lead here. And despite this incredible performance of Hudanam right now, still holding on to the full combo when all things said and done, not enough to take it away from the Philippines in the end here.
I was scared of cursing, so I was avoiding saying it, but Hudanam being the only full combo right now, actually really impressive. might actually get, oh, not quite the highest score in the lobby. It looks like the accuracy from Jose just manages to eke out that MVP spot, but it is going to be Philippines winning it in the end through that accuracy. Really close back and forths in general.
Yeah,
But
very
Jose's
admirable.
accuracy was just too good there.
Just a bit too much. Those ratios coming in. Very handy for the Philippines, and they go up 3-0 now. Oh boy, Poland up to bat here now, and if you're Poland, down 3-0, halfway through this match potentially, what do you decide to go with? The hybrid seems to be maybe a little bit of a way in there, a little bit closer than the scores let on.
It's a bit closer on the hybrids, and it looks like they are going to agree with that. They're going to go back into White Rose, another map kind of similar in a way to Gunkyo Zoteki, but it is much shorter. And that means that the misses that come across from either team are going to matter that much more.
Yeah, but if you have a performance like that from Hudanam again, managing to hold on to a full combo through a map that long, maybe there's some room for potential there to maybe sneak a point away from the Philippines here.
Looks like actually Jose is going to be switching out of the lobby here. Maybe we see lack points coming in.
Maybe that, or Kuro managed to reconnect to the lobby. Might just be a point of comfort. Everybody here should be relatively familiar with this map pool by now, so hopefully the tag-in comes rather soon. Oh, and it looks like it is going to be Kura popping back into the lobby, just going to get him back in there. And right as I say that, lack points instead. Pulling the bait and switch there, making me look like a fool.
The absolute bait from the chat there.
Oh boy. Last time I trust the lobby chat ever.
Never again.
Never again.
We are going to see a switch though. Sunny and lack points now. Hunnom and Yamakaze again. Same team for Poland, and I think, you know, this has real potential. If Poland managed to keep their combo game up, they had a very good combo game just then from Hunnom especially.
Yeah, Lackpoint saying his hands are cold. Gotta try and keep them warm. It has been rather cold weather recently, so hopefully that doesn't play a factor in this map. And it looks like the players are ready. We are loaded in. See if the Philippines can take another breakpoint from Poland here. Or if Poland can get their first point in this match.
Let's see how it goes here. A very technical kind of hybrid coming in here. So far, actually very close scores.
Yeah, everybody in lockstep with each other. Lack points, the one person above all, 0.2% lead over the next highest person right now going into this second quarter of the map. This one definitely a lot shorter than the previous hybrid, so not a lot of room for error here. And it looks like the Philippines is going to be eking out an early accuracy advantage as Yamakaze drops the first note of the map.
Oh, that's going to be big. The accuracy difference actually getting pretty significant now, but not something that's unrecoverable. But there has to be a couple of misses from the Philippines now with that miss.
Yeah, we're already halfway through the map. Lack Points and Sani doing very well holding on to their combos. Hudanam holding on to his own. Gonna need to hold that there. See if they can capitalize on any potential misses from the Philippines. But, I mean, given the state of this match so far, it doesn't look like the Philippines are in any mood to drop on maps like this.
Yeah, Philippines just looking so comfortable. All four players really looking comfortable in that rise section. But now we're getting into the LNs and Yamakaze finding another miss. And this is such a short map, there's just not enough time to really come back from this.
Yeah, and that second miss coming out of Yamakaze might be the nail in the coffin for this pick. Only an eighth of map left, and Hudanam drops his full combo.
And the combos are just gone from Poland. There is no opportunity to be able to come back now. Still the double FC from Philippines.
And right as the map winds down, not a lot of time left. And that being said, Philippines take another breakpoint from the Polish side.
And that was actually really good accuracy from Hoonam as well. Would have actually almost tied lag points score without that unfortunate miss towards the end of the map. But it is Philippines being a little bit more consistent at the end of the day here. 4-0 up, and they have their own pick as well.
Oh boy. And if you're Philippines, you have pick of the litter now. It seems like you have control on the hybrids. We haven't seen any LNs come out, but they might not be needed in this match. They could easily go back into the rice pool and just close it out on some ratio battles. But it remains to be seen. They gotta get that pick in. They were notified that even though Kura's not here, they can make picks in his stead.
So now we'll see what Philippines wanted to actually pick. Do they want to keep going for those Rice picks again? Yeah, it looks like they will. Electro Peaceful comes in the slower of the chord stream picks. Definitely accuracy territory here for the Philippines players.
Yeah, and you would imagine Jose might be tagging back in here. Oh, and Kura looks like managed to reconnect, so it looks like the main lineup for the Philippines here for the Rice side of the map pool has arrived. Definitely not what you want to see if you're on the Polish side, seeing Kura and Jose on the other side of the lobby.
And Hoonam has been doing exceptionally well, to be fair, actually keeping up with Kura and beating Kura actually in a few maps, but it is really just Jose that has been exceeding everyone else's scores in the lobby by quite a bit with his accuracy in general.
Yeah, in a battle in a lobby where everybody can FC those ratios, the accuracy starts to play a big factor, and right now it just seems like Jose is just that one step ahead of everybody else in the lobby, really making the difference for the Philippines right now, especially in this round of 16 match.
Yeah, Poland are really going to be banking on, well, they're going to have to double FC this map themselves, and they're going to have to hope the Philippines finds some unfortunate drop somewhere throughout the map, but this is a very consistent map. There are not very many choke points at all. So if Philippines are comfortable with this kind of BPM, this kind of density, I don't really expect them to be missing.
No, but that remains to be seen. I mean, once you start getting closer to that finish line, it is very easy to lose some composure. Some of those easy patterns start to become just a little bit harder, especially when you see the end in sight. But that remains to be seen. We are loaded into the map.
Commentator curse.
Yes.
No one's gonna miss on this map, right?
There's no way. Everybody's gonna full combo. Everybody's gonna V1 double
No one's
S.
gonna miss in this easy introduction, right?
No, absolutely not.
Looks like they actually won't though, and it is going to be a very small lead for Philippines here. 99.95 for Jose, but another 99.92 for Hoonam actually, holding up extremely well. And actually, the accuracies are just about tied here, but Hoonam finding a little bit of an accuracy drop. Yamazaki also dropping in accuracy a little bit, and that's going to be a slight advantage towards the Philippines.
Yeah, and as we get into the second third of the map, it has been the word of the day, ratio. Jose, 99.95 on a pick like this is absolutely insane right now as we get into the back half of the map. Yamakaze and Hoonam holding on to the full combos, Kura as well holding on to his full combo. Everybody doing exceptionally well, but right now there is a standout performance in this lobby that is really making the difference for the Philippines.
We're halfway through the map as well, and I mean, if you can act the first half, then you can act the second half. Jose manages to keep this up. This is going to be a really scary score from the Philippines.
Yeah, and I mean, Kura climbing accuracy, coming up to that 99.8. I mean, this is shaping up to be a really, really good team score from the Philippines. Credit to Poland for holding on to the full combos here as well. I mean, some really good performances in their own right, but right now the difference is being made, the lead just based on ratio alone for the Philippines. And Yamakaze drops.
Oh, Oh, that's an unfortunate drop right towards the end of the map.
Oh, Boji dropped! Oh
It's
boy!
it's gonna be traded though. There's not gonna be any difference in who wins them. Oh no.
Oh no, the Kura's disconnect. Okay, no, it was just a bit of a desync.
That would be the most unfortunate place to disconnect from a map, but it is going to be a win for the Philippines here in the end. 1 200 from Kura, 0 200s from Jose, but the 50 and the miss, presumably at the same time with a ridiculously good ratio. Hudenum as well with the FC, consistently putting out these really strong, like 990k scores on a lot of maps, but
Yeah,
just
but
not quite enough to match these Philippine scores.
Yeah, it is a two-man team, and the supporting cast lagging just a little bit behind, really bringing down Hudenum's performances here. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And right now, it is Poland's pick, so backs against the wall, and I'm starting to hear some brooms coming out here. What can they do to put those away?
The reverse sweep begins.
It looks like they're gonna go with Lost Memory.
Okay, Lost Memory coming in here. This is one that definitely a lot of potential for misses. These chord jacks, very, very dense towards the midsection. We've seen time and time again a lot of misses from players who seemingly find it very comfortable to act. So it can be deceptively easy to find some little misses, silly misses here and there on a map like this, especially if you're feeling quite nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the lineups are going to stay the same. It looks like these are the core Rice players for both teams.
Yes, the one thing I will say though is that when you have someone as good at a ratio as Jose is, this map is somewhat terrifying.
Yeah, it remains
I think
to be seen.
Jose can... Like, I would expect Jose to see get a really ridiculous score if he manages to keep up the combo and not get any silly misses anywhere. We might see another one of these 999k scores.
Maybe. I mean, do you wanna pay for the shipping on that curse there, Potassium? Cause you're hyping him up. Let's see if he can deliver. It looks like Kura did disconnect, so I mean, it would have been incredibly unfortunate if he disconnected right before the map ended in the last pick. So Internet managed to hold on to the very end, but it looks like he did get disconnected. So it looks like Sandy's going to be coming in for the Philippines on this pick.
I've had a quick swap this time.
Yeah, we're able to sort out the logistics a bit faster. Didn't have to wait for our referee to make a pick for them this time. And as I say that, I remember this is Poland's pick. This is Poland's opportunity to try and get a point in this match and avoid the sweep. Yeah, it looks like the players are ready. We are loaded into what is potentially the last pick in this match if the Philippines can close this out.
And it's going to start with a nice and calm introduction for the first minute or so.
So basically the first half, gonna be settling in, really take the opportunity to settle in, get the accuracy there, and in the back half of the map, hold on for dear life, see if you can hold on to your full combo, see if you can take a point away from the Philippines here. Poland all to do now.
And oh man, all four players right now are flexing. There's 99.97s basically across the board here.
Yeah, right now the leaderboard playing tug of war.
See if they manage to hold on to this kind of ratio when the jacks really kick in the second half. But for now, actually Poland with a very, very tiny lead. Sunny actually dropping below 99.9, but it doesn't quite make much of a difference just yet. It's in that hard section that's going to start soon it's really going to matter. But Sunny actually dropping accuracy a little bit more as well, dropping that ratio down in some of the chords there. But here we're getting the jacks now, and oh, massive drops from both Hudenum and Yamazaki, dropping the accuracy and Yamazaki dropping the combo.
Oh boy, last chance saloon for Poland here. Not a lot of room for error left as we get into the last third of the map. And I mean, you would imagine with that one combo break, just that one little slip up might have just shut the door on any chances of Poland getting back into this map.
They're going to need a bank on a miss coming in from Philippines, preferably from Jose. But I'm not sure if Jose is going to let them.
No, he is closing the door rather quickly. Sani does drop. There's a bit of room for opportunity, but Yamakaze trades it back.
There is not enough time, it looks like. That might just be it.
Oh my goodness, what a very calm ending to a very, very tense pick. Jose doing the work right now, 99.94. Hudenam following close behind with that 99.9, but it is not enough.
Hudenam's ratio might be better. Yeah, it is.
Oh my goodness.
I saw Hudenam get a couple of like 200s and 100s at the start of the Jack section. That is an insane ratio there, 53. But unfortunately, the misses just came in at an unfortunate time for Poland, and Philippines managed to take it back, just being a little bit more consistent in the end of the day. And that will be the clean sweep from Philippines. They're going to move on, I believe, to face Thailand.
Oh, very exciting matchup.
That'll be a very spicy matchup, actually. I think we might get a classic Rise vs LN battle in that one. And Poland are going to be sent, still have a chance. They're going to be sent to verse Russia in the losers bracket. So that will also be another interesting one of two very well-rounded teams.
Yeah, and as you can see on screen, we do have the matchups sorted out for the quarterfinals. And Potassium, if you would like to let everybody know, we do have a showcase coming up soon now that all the matches are said and done.
Yeah, I believe that the showcase for the quarterfinals is planned to start, if nothing else has changed, on the hour, so in about 13 minutes. So we can assume for now that the showcase will be very, very soon, in about 13 minutes, unless anything else is announced shortly. But yeah, very exciting matches this week. There were some really close ones, specifically that Spain and Japan match, but some even better ones lined up for next week, so you better stick around for that map pool showcase, because that's what's gonna be playing for next week. So stick around, we'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves another showcase this time around. The matches are all finished. And we'll be going over the quarterfinals map pool this time around. And I am Davey, joined here by none other than Evening and Jinjin. We got 3 people here to give you some comforting voices to talk you through all of the maps, I guess. So we also have a very important announcement to make. This will be very important for all y'all, especially those who will be playing on the finals or the semifinals. This will be a game changer. So, are you ready? Well, a fix to Score V2 is going to be happening on the live servers on Monday. And this Score V2 patch will potentially change the way LNs work in that no column locks will not be a thing anymore. And this means that when you're playing all of these dense long note map, you no longer have to worry about potentially dying like instantly, because you know what happens when you column lock. It's a bad feeling. But yeah, I hope this change will be a welcome addition. No more column locking, woo! And with that being said, mind if you introduce yourselves, Evening and Jinjin?
Would you like to go first, Evening?
Me.
Yeah.
Hello,
you.
I'm Evening. Not much to say. Except the pun, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yeah.
I'm way ahead of you.
Yeah,
yeah.
And we also have Jin from BTS.
No, that's not.
And Davey from Coldplay.
Oh my god. BTS Coldplay collab confirmed. Okay, hello
Yeah, we'll
everyone.
be doing the tiebreaker.
Yep. I'm Jinjin. Yep. Yeah, we can go on with the showcase now, right? So I think Evening will be introducing us to the first map.
Okay, sure. Let's start. Okay, so for the first map, we have Japanese titles. Shoujo ga mita Nihon no Genfuke by Bengsok. We have this hot stream density map at around 164 BPM. So this is, I would say, one of the more staple staple rice picks. Sorry, right? So this one would be a go-to if you are, a rice team. They just want to get a very easy score on. And obviously, this one is going to be it's going to be just BMS patterns all the way, except for one single LN, which you might not want to break on. Yeah, so this is a very casual pick, I would say. It's just a very standard pick if you're just a rice team, right? So, we are going into I'm not too sure what to say. It's just chord streams.
Yeah,
it's
chord streams. That's it.
We've just went to the first, the first chorus section, and we can see that there's the LN.
Oh, and a single LN. I wonder when there's to be another LN.
Oh, that was the last one.
There won't be.
So yeah, this map mainly has 2 main dense chord stream sections. So we've just passed the first chord stream section, and now we are at a slow kind of a chord jack with some BMS patterns. So this is kind of a break section for people to gain their accuracy, and we are back to the dense chord streams again, which will be continuing until the end of the map.
And yeah, that's the absolute god having 99.92. He's eating through this rice.
Yeah, it's just a very simple pick if you just don't know what to pick. It's a good starting pick, basically.
Yeah, if you're a rice team especially, you'll definitely want to pick this. I don't think this will be banned like any at all. from what I can tell, at least of the remaining teams.
Double S. Okay. Okay.
Yes, and now we got a. And speaking of something that will probably not get banned a lot, we have something that will probably get banned a lot. It's going to be a LN release pick, and don't be fooled by the SR, because it's pretty difficult if you're not used to LNs.
Wait, why did no fail?
It's a thing, don't worry about it. Well, this map has all kinds of wacky releases, like you have to coordinate your middle finger and your second and ring finger a lot of the time. So, and you have all these elements where you'll be staying like in one lane to coordinate. Ooh. And now there's a bit of Rise joining in the fray, but nothing difficult. It's still mostly all based on your LN release ability. It's kind of short too as a song, so probably not super difficult to get used to, but it'll take some practice.
And it is also worth noting that this map, although having a high percentage of long notes, has an HP of 9, so it's very relatively unforgiving for an LN focused map. And also the OD is 8, which is also pretty high. So this map really tests that accuracy for releases and punishes you hard for each time that you mess up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you can actually fail on this. I almost failed, so I don't play LNs. But is this harder than the stage 4 qualifiers though?
I'd say so. Yeah, it's actually pretty hard because of the releases all being in different times. It's very easy to slip up, I think.
Yeah, it's just almost on par A-roll, but not quite, because A-roll is just another beast entirely.
There's all these calming songs and it's just LN releases. So difficult.
Yeah. It lulls yourself into a false sense of security, and then you just die.
And so next up for the third map, we have Linear Ring, Enchanted Love, a blind difficulty by, again, Peng-seok, or also known as Gotti Jr. or Gautier. This is going to be our first hybrid pick for this showcase. BPM of 190, and it's all swing rhythm. The rhythm is all swing, so a lot of, I guess, triplets, should I say, right? Yeah, the map has a lot of mini jacks, and we're going to be seeing some tricky patterns throughout the map. And as we go on with this map, it's also going to feature a lot of speedy delay bursts. We can see already some jacks happening here. And we see the delays happening with the synths. And all those little mini LNs make it really difficult to achieve high accuracy for this map. Oh, and I just realized that
it just picks up a lot in difficulty. Well, I'm sure people will love this. Okay.
It's really one of the easier picks if you're a Rice main. It's one of the easiest hybrid.
Yeah, I would say it is one of the easiest hybrids, but it is also that being easy doesn't mean that it is typically easy to full combo because of all those jack sections. So players would have to
pick up a lot in difficulty at this point, it seems. And the LNs are nothing to scoff at either, but they don't prove themselves to be much of a challenge compared to some of the other hybrid picks we'll be going through. Yeah, this also has a lot of jacks and all that jazz.
And here we come to the ending section where it's just more LNs. Yeah, I don't expect a lot of players to miss here, but you would still have to keep focus because of those short, long notes that appear here and there.
The rhythm is still a bit unconventional. Well, it's not unconventional in a musical sense, but for rhythm game players, It's slightly unusual. And we'll be going over a short jack pick now. It's Nautio L99. I just wanted to say level 99. Like this will be O2 Jam level 99 suddenly.
Oh god, imagine O2J level 99 in quarterfinals.
Yeah. We'll see if we get there. Yeah.
I mean, this is a really just... I mean, you can't describe this much. It's just chord jacks. Again.
Well, simplicity is, it's a virtue. You want things to be simple, otherwise people will ban it.
Well, this is a very safe pick, or a very dangerous pick. Well, see if you can actually jack those. And this is also a long song, because there's almost no breaks on this. Well, as I say that, yeah, there's a break there. I mean...
It's tiny. It'll get you some momentum back, but otherwise not much. I should say that if you're struggling on a short jack pick this caliber, you'll probably not gonna do so great on all the others, because this BPM should be pretty doable for pretty much every team left. So I don't see this being much of a banned pick. It is pretty unconventional in terms of patterning. Like, it's sometimes jack focused, and sometimes there's just some spaces where there isn't any jacks, and you have to like see them. It's a bit of a reading challenge, I'd say. But if you're good at jacks, this would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, this is also quite sorry.
No, you can speak first.
This is just risky if you are, competing against Rise teams, because one miss and you're all gone. Because you'll see rush a lot. Just combo rush, the combo break rush, the whole thing.
Yeah, like doing short jacks in the 7K is quite different from 4K, because there's a lot of potential to potentially rush and get yourself a lot of 200s on just one column.
Oh yeah, it's also worth noting that this ending section is actually the hardest part of the map, with the most dense chord jacks. This section.
999?
Oh yeah, that's an insane ratio.
Jack, that's just flexing on all of us.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next map, which is Lime 8-Bit Voyager by Liju, right? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, Liju.
Okay, Liju. So this one will be an LN density map. So LN density map means, well, Rice players can play LNs much easier in this case. Yeah, just mini LNs. But then you also have some coordination LNs at the chorus, of course. But we'll see about that, because this is, I would say, one of the easier LM picks for me anyways. I could actually ask this.
Yeah, so with because this is pretty much, density LNs with a lot of delayed releases, the SR is also quite high at 7.09. This will probably be the highest SR we'll be getting.
Yep.
In this map, I should say. We'll definitely be getting some. Oh yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
It's going to be very easy. Yeah.
Okay, and this is the middle drop section where you can see there's some tricky inverse patterns. So players might want to watch out for those short barrage of tricky inverses.
We won't be getting like a full-on inverse, because I'm not sure if we'll be getting that at all, but
yeah, there are
like it's
very long extended inverses, but then that middle section did have a short burst of inverse, which may be tricky to some players.
And a bit of a calmer section. We got just a short section left, and then we'll be going into our 6th map. We have out of 14 maps, I think, yeah.
So yeah, this map is very stamina draining actually, because if you want to hold your accuracy with all the long notes happening, people are going to try to press hard, and so maintaining accuracy on this will be very stamina draining, I should add. With that, the 5th map is done, and I will introduce the 6th map, which is Power Stance by Hollow Base, and the mapper is Maple Syrup. The mapper Maple Syrup has a special message for us. Shoutouts to Hako's Bales from Hololive. And also, we have a special guest player for this showcase, BB Senpai, so shoutouts to him. Anyways, this map was originally intended to be a just a regular pick, but we chose an upgraded version of 0.15 because we, the map pullers, are pretty evil. Yeah, but then even with the upgrade, this is going to be the longest non-tiebreaker map in this map pool, with around 3 minutes and 30 seconds in drain time. So it does feature some tricky LN sections, as you can see here, with also accompanied by some rice delays. And this is going to be our second hybrid pick.
Yeah, we have like 3 hybrid, 4 was it? 3 or 4, well, something like that. So, do have a couple of hybrids to go.
I'm just glad I didn't have to introduce this and shout out.
I mean, I have no idea what Hako's style is.
I have no idea either.
I have only one idea.
What is that? I'll leave us hanging. What's the idea?
I'm not too sure if I want to share the idea, really. There's too many Hololive fans there.
Oh no. Everyone's probably listening in the chat.
And they're being like, you don't know that? How could you? I'm so hurt.
I only know Suise.
So there's a lot of kind of break sections in this map overall. So it is... That offsets kind of the longer map drain time, which means that you won't be really playing like intensely for 4 minutes. That's kind of a lot. So
I'll say this one is... Sorry. I'll say this one is one of the more consistent hybrids. It's quite easy, I'll say.
Yeah, it is on the easy side. And then
it's also long, so that's also a bit... You just have to get used to that.
Yeah, we've just finished the break section, and now we're back to the hard, the usual patterning that we have, that we saw from the beginning.
Yeah, including a miss.
From BB Senpai, which is impossible.
Yeah. How could he?
This is one of the safest picks if you're just a rice team anyways. And you want to reach out to LNs, you know. Just exhausted all your rice picks.
The LN difficulty isn't really all that present here. It's mostly just coordinating the rice and the LNs. So a lot of rice teams will probably be picking this because the rice difficulty is a lot higher than the LN difficulty.
And because of the repetitive nature of this, repetitive patterning of this map in general, some players might fall into that mind block category, so you might want to watch out when practicing for this map.
What is this music? Banging.
Right. And now we got a bit of a techy type of map. We got Flashbulb, and who's pretty much synonymous with tech as a concept. And it's going to be Kirlian Shores, made by Turks. It's very bursty, I can say, and the density spikes just means that you have to manage all of that density. Is a lot harder than, like a lot denser than other maps will see. So those density spikes becomes very important to just get through right.
This is a very interesting pick if you want to pick this for the first map. It's actually not that draining at all. It's a lot of bursts, but if you want to catch the team off guard in the first map, you can actually choose this. It's very hard to combo rush, actually, combo break rush on this. There's so many breaks you can recover from. But if you want to just throw a team off with just the first rice pick, you can just choose this instead of something safer, you know?
Yeah, well, some teams will probably be going for some of the easier points first that they know they have an advantage of, but in case of like a closer matchup, you might see this being picked as like a first pick, but we also might see it banned because tech hard. This is not a skill everyone's fluid in.
So we've just passed the first section, the main section of this map, and now we're beginning to come into the second section. This is generally where more burst patterns will be, like here. You see really extremely fast stairs and bursts that might mess some people up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the streams go like 400, 500 BPM, so that's really fast. Well, it's just very simple bursts anyways.
Yeah.
Who's playing this? Jin?
Yeah, I think I missed somewhere here. Oh,
what?
I do.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, you were clairvoyant.
What, you curse?
Yeah,
You cursed yourself.
I cursed myself. So sad.
Oh yeah, that burst is not
These
friendly.
bursts are very nasty. It's very easy to miss on. As you can see, I'm missing quite a lot.
It's just a bad day, you know. You just woke up, just starting to play a map.
And then you get assaulted with 400 BPM bursts. I don't know.
Such a nice day.
The bursts are singing. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, and I should add that this ending section, the patterns are now dying down in density, but the rhythm is still very inconsistent, so it will be a bit hard to maintain your accuracy.
Right,
So that's all. Okay, I'll introduce the next one.
Sure.
Okay. So for the next pick, we have quad string speed. This one's going to be at 220 BPM. That's very fast. It is a CK Carnation CK remix. He remixed it himself, and it's mapped by Tak Jin. So now we have 220 BPM, not freedom dive density. It's just, well, much lighter. There's a lot of fast streams in this, as you might expect. It's 1/4s. There's also some 1/8s, if I'm not wrong. But the thing is that these are all spaced out actually quite, it's actually quite spaced out. That means there's not a lot of 1-2 jacks that you'll be facing here, unless you're talking about those jump trills. But this is a very light chord stream that, well, I would say is also a staple pick for Rise teams anyways.
Yeah, so we do have like two types of chord streams present in this iteration of MWC, and that is, you know, lighter and faster types of chord stream, which is this, and the slower but very dense kind of chord stream, which was the first map we saw, which was what was it called? Shuja Gamita no Nippon no Haran Puke. I am so bad, sorry. So, as I was saying, that's our faster chord stream pick. It's not like 4K where we had like, you know, jump stream that is like, or like a stamina jump stream, and we have like a speed pick. No, this is just different types of chord streams, really.
And here in the ending section, the even though this is light stream, the chords do become a bit more dense than before, so you will have to watch out for that ending.
It was in a quite quick succession, and we have another April 14th, I think.
It's the Avril 14th Latin American version.
April 15th.
Oh no. It's the sequel, the dreaded sequel. So this map is Mojito by Jay Cho. Sweet Love difficulty, the mapper Wilben Chan. And this is going to be our typical Avril 14th LN coordination pick. Yeah, as you can see here, we have the map says for itself.
Anyone listen to J-Cho?
I have no idea.
I used to listen to him.
I'm only familiar with one of the movies he directed like over 10 years ago or something. It was like called Secret or something. The one with pianos and stuff.
I don't know about that. I only know one with the basketball.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah, if Island Village, whatever it was called, is like hard to release on, this is hard to coordinate because you'll have pretty much, you'll be holding at least one long note throughout the entirety of the map, and then you get also multiples of them at the same time, and it's also 3 minutes long. So, but I'm not sure about how it'll fare compared to the release pick. But since it's 3 minutes long, it might be a band fodder to, well, it's either one of the release or this. But
I mentioned that this song is so good. Alright, so we're entering the second section. We also have syncopated vocals with 1/8 maracas. This is a really nice song. But it's so hard to get a good score on this. It's just too long, and it's really stamina draining. But it's such a nice song. It's so funky.
I wouldn't say it's like reading draining. I can't say it's not like stamina in the sense that your fingers get tired, but your eyes get tired instead.
And even then, this Walleye VTubers person is doing really well. Oh, he missed though.
You cursed again.
And here we're going to the ending section of the map. More of these long notes.
Yeah. It's almost over, and the releases gets a bit tricky because now we also got shorter chord LNs interspersed with the longer ones, but it's also pretty much over at this point. So, a sigh for relief for those who will be playing this.
So with that, we have the 9th map done, and so maybe for the next map, Davey, you can be the one introducing.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. We got Liquid Tension Experiment, The Passage of Time, mapped by me and with Lenpide being featured in some sections.
Oh, we need a shout out for that name.
Lenpai shout out. And everyone pray for
Maple's hands.
Yeah.
So originally, the backstory of this map is that Maple was supposed to provide the replay for this song, but then his hands hurt, so he couldn't play. So sad.
Oh. Yeah, this is pretty much like, it's hard to describe this. It has certain difficult rise patterns, but it's also pretty LN heavy too. The LN difficulty isn't too high. It's also some mini jacks, as you just saw. That I described it as a mini jack minefield, because you'll be trying to parse about where the jacks even are. And yeah, I haven't gotten much else to say other than good luck on this. There's some easy parts, and
yeah, hopefully the person who's playing doesn't miss soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
Right, who's playing this?
I mean, technically, you can. It kind of spoils you in the combo break section. The combo max combo thing.
Yeah,
you know where it's gonna break.
Yeah, this pick is, I would say, just like 50 Rice, 50 LN. So you can, well, this is, I would say, last resort if you're really focused on Rice or LN. But it is a very well balanced pick if you're going for something like truly 50-50 hybrid. The second half is very easy for Rice players. The first half is, wow.
That
is ridiculously hard.
Okay, that is the passage of time. Sadly, the entire map isn't like mapped, so you'll get a tiny snippet of it. It's actually 7 minutes long.
I was like, hey, Davy, you mapped a 2-minute metal map? What? Okay.
With that,
let's talk about the next one, right? Yeah, that's mine. That's my map.
Yeah, you
custom
should do
map.
the honors.
Custom map again. Like 90% of my maps here are custom. Usao Phalanx, Skypiercer.tar.gz, I don't know how to pronounce that. But this is the Rice speed pick. I mapped this, so it's a lot of Rice. Yeah, it's a lot of Rice. Lots of flowing patterns. So the first half, I mean the first part anyways, there's just actually 2 sections in this. The first part would be tech speed, the second half would be just pure speed. So what that means by tech speed, that means you'll miss a lot, but it's not that hard really. The second part is going to be super hard, super dense. It's just pure speed, I think around like 400 BPM, 500 BPM, I'm not sure. It's just very fast, you'll see later. So we're entering...
smash patterns.
A lot of manip patterns, if you want to say that.
And obviously
Such a nice song.
Obviously this map is best played on a Linux distribution thanks to its difficulty name.
Yeah.
So we're entering the first, I mean not the first, but well, the only break in this whole map. So this map, this song is actually compressed. It's actually 2 parts of the song and I just compressed it into one. I cut out the middle part. So this is much shorter and it's just, well, it introduces the last part, which is much faster and much harder. You'll see. It's at 1/12, so that's 48 for musicians. Yeah, I'm not too sure how fast that goes. I think 600 BPM. That's pretty fast.
Well, musicians usually don't really say 48s when they're talking about like faster rhythms. It's like, or kind of the tuplet kind of rhythms. It's like we say, I don't know, that's an arrangement of 6 tuplets and not that they are 48s. Because that's too long to say.
The snippets you just saw now there were coming in at 636 BPMs, 1/4 snaps.
This is one of the hardest Rice picks, I think.
Yeah, it looks
according
very brutal.
to people. Oh yeah, I'm playing this. Yeah, that's why my score is so low. Usually my replays are really low in accuracy. That's fine.
Oh, what's the story with that name?
You're not supposed to be commentating. I'm not supposed to. Don't ask me. Oh yeah, I have to shout out someone. I have to shout out Zhong Li from Polo Stars. It's obligatory for all of my maps. One person at a time.
Yeah, you said that because it's compressed, you have that tar.gs. Because it's a file format that is a combination of like an attack babble.
Yep. Okay, so we're done with this map. The next map is going to be Popper's Chronicle by Pop Masters. The another difficulty, the mapper is Lenpai. This is going to be our mixed rice pick. And this song is just basically a mix of various songs used in pop music, I believe. And just like the various song mixes, the map itself is very varied pattern-wise, and also it's going to frequently change in terms of BPM and rhythm. And yeah, we're probably going to be seeing some very familiar songs here and there. This has just about every rice pattern that you can think of: chord jacks, chord streams, tech patterns, speed streams, polyrhythm patterns, you name it all.
Oh yeah, this isn't 9K, I just realized.
Yeah, this is not opera music, sadly.
Sad.
Oh, this section is really hard to time.
Because of that polyrhythm chord stream.
Yeah,
we should
1-3 and 1-4s, something like that.
Yep.
Should let people play on their pop and what's it, pop? I forgot. You know, the controller, the big thing.
Oh yeah, I don't really know what that's called. It might just be called Pop and Controller. I don't know.
Pop and Controller. Yeah, can anyone let us know what's that called? I'm quite curious on that.
Is there a specific name for like sound vortex controllers?
It's like it's built in the machine or something. I don't know. So it wouldn't make sense to have a specific name with it since it's part of like the machine itself. Maybe I'm just confused.
Oh, and here we're coming to the end of the map, which is actually the hardest part of this map. We have a lot of tricky mini jacks, mini chord jacks, actually. Yeah.
Mini chord jack. Yeah, that is pretty tough.
And Jakka's here with 4 double S V1s in all of his replays.
Yeah,
you actually get double S as the rank if you actually get 1 million.
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah.
What? Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we call it in the caster term. We say SS, even though it's not technically an like V2 SS. We just say V1 SS. Just as a way of highlighting a score. Since, you know, it's actually kind of hard to get a V2 SS in an actual game. I'm not sure if we have ever seen that, but we should move on towards the next one, which is going to be Rio Supercell Love is War, a song you might be familiar with, if you've played 4K at least, I'm sure.
Also, shoutouts to E.T. Blocko.
Blocko, yeah.
It's insane play. What? He hasn't missed yet.
Oh, that's because he has low accuracy compared to what he normally gets because he's only playing with using his fingernail.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
He just woke up, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This map
Anyways.
It's not one
has LN sections and also Rice section. You actually kind of see where the Rice section comes in at the chorus. Outside the chorus is actually very LN heavy. So you'll see the chorus is actually quite easy if you're a Rice player. I always say from a perspective of a Rice player. I'm a Rice player.
Yeah, this is going to be like a very tough mix of all sorts of LN patterns. We did see a bunch of inverses or semi-inverses before, and yeah, it's just kind of a mishmash of different LN pattern spurts and all of that stuff.
I would also add. I would also add that this map is probably the one that contains the most amount of inverse sections in our pool. As you can see, there are a lot of inverse sections. Yep.
Yeah.
We do not have a full inverse map, sadly, in this map pool, but it still does feature a significant amount.
It's a very clear problem when you have 3 commentators.
And it's also a problem with just 2. It just sometimes gets amplified with more mats. As
Maybe
I
you should
always
just
say,
invite more.
more is merrier. The more the merrier, you know?
Exactly.
You gotta be watching out for the ending. That's where I failed.
Oh, did you actually play this map before?
Yeah, I played. I mean, I'm not ET Blocker. You know. Yeah.
Yeah. We all can't say we are ET Blocker. That's an honor only for ET Blocker.
Yeah, I mean, Blocko is probably only using 0.1% of his power here.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Yeah, this section is brutal.
Yeah, the L and inverse.
Yeah. Accidentally missed.
Well, that's actually good that we did not have... We ended column locking, because now you don't have to die immediately.
And so with that, this is the end of the non-tiebreaker picks. Oh no, what's happening? We still have to do a tiebreaker showcase. So
Where's me? Where is it though?
Oh no, no tiebreaker.
Oh,
no tiebreaker. Well,
we'll just assume that.
Some tiebreakers. Now when we'll be doing tiebreakers, we just decide on the base of a flipped coin who will be winning.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Okay, so moving on to the tiebreaker. Who will be the one to introduce this evening?
Me.
Should you be the one? Yep.
Me. But where?
Yeah. Where
it's
is?
Okay. It's okay. How's your day been?
What? How's my day? Did you ask me? What did you say, please?
How's your day been?
Oh, well, I woke up very recently after having like 12 hours of sleep. Oh, we're ready, yeah.
We're ready, okay. Let's go. Here's my map. Here we go. Final map.
Yeah. Evening himself.
Me, I mapped it, I played it, and there's my storyboard.
And you took the picture too, so it got your name all over it.
Everything except Silent Room. Very nice song.
Yeah.
This will be the boss song at star rating 8. And we are still at the quarterfinals.
8 stars in quarterfinals? What?
What?
Quarterfinals? This is gonna be fun. Oh, this is a beautiful map. Such a beautiful map. The storyboard, replay, everything. I'm praising myself, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this. Okay, so back to the map. I'm playing really badly, whatever. First half, we got the first half. And then we got the second half. I'll explain the second half later. But the first half, right? It's pretty much everything. Hybrids, frills, rolls, releases, control. Well, not much LNs really. Though I'm missing on them.
The LMs just seems to come in short bursts, and they're not like super present throughout, I'd say. And now we got basically all Rise with Jax and Court Stream. Got it all.
If anyone in the chat does recognize Evening's other very famous map, Peacebreaker by Zai, I'd say the Rise difficulty of this is actually quite similar to Peacebreaker's Rise difficulty in the beginning sections.
That's a finals pick from like, I don't know when. We have come a really long way. Yeah.
And
So you might have noticed the background. This is actually taken by me in Singapore at Wheelock Place. It's a really nice place. So this background will keep on scrolling up until the end of the map. This is a very nice visual, by the way. So we are almost ending the first half. This is a really long song. My
Oh wow,
goodness,
that
there's
long
so
note
much.
section.
yeah, it's not the. Oh yeah, that is brutal.
Oh, this long note looks tricky.
Oh, wait till you see the next one.
Yep.
Hey, we are done with normal Nelv. So I'll take this time to shout out Xiao from Genshin Impact and his 36-piece cosplay apparel.
Nice.
Entering the second part of the map. It's gonna be fun. It's an entirely different map. There's a little bit of a callback of a pattern, but those are amplified. So the second half of the map is one dan higher than the first one. So let's
So
see.
it actually gets more difficult than what
Wow.
we just saw.
Yeah.
But this one
And
is
nice storyboard.
the full remaster. 6 minutes. We're at the 3-minute mark. So my accuracy now is 97. Just note that. It's gonna drop. Storyboard is going up even further. We're introing into the second section. It's gonna be chaos, and I mean real chaos of a pattern. It's gonna be fully tech. Tech with Ellens and everything, and flams and graces, whatever.
Flams and
It's still gonna
crates,
be
they're the
smooth.
same thing.
So we're soon gonna be approaching a very techy section, if I recall correctly.
Super techy.
Super techy. Oh my god.
Oh wow,
Those
those
jacks.
bursts. How are you supposed to act them? What?
just full combo, you know. Accuracy, I mean, does that really matter if you can full combo the map?
Yeah, it does not really matter in 7K. It's just don't miss.
Here comes
And-
the Ellen.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that
the-
is brutal.
Ellen's here.
Yeah, the
Or-
second half Ellens is much harder than the first half. The first half I would say is more Rice focused, but every part of this map is segmented on its own portion, so you can kind of tell where is the Ellen part and where is the hybrid and the Rice. So here's the Rice.
And the rice is also spiced up. It's upgraded from before.
It's one of the easiest parts for me.
And then
Here
we
it
just
goes, Ellens.
best.
Uh-oh.
Fortunately, because we have the Score V2 update, we are not going to be seeing a lot of column locks that we're seeing right here with evening's replay.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not sure
replay
if
was
that's
not
column
updated.
locking or not playing well.
I think that was a column lock as we just saw, but
so much
Right.
symmetry on this.
this just means that all the future tiebreakers. Oh boy.
Don't have to care about column locks anymore. Let's just put full inverses.
Yeah, exactly.
Hint.
We're going to have. Was that one map? Was it Quelia something? It's just a map with just inverse chord streams at 220 BPM.
And the ending here is now just a short burst of quasi-inverse LNs.
95?
And we see
95.
Evening slowly dropping in accuracy.
90.
Ellens. Oh.
Oh, thank
Oh.
God.
Oh.
Oh. Will he release too early?
Oh.
Oh my
Exactly,
God, he got
95.
yes.
So with that,
Alright.
we have the end of the quarterfinals map pool showcase. So as you can see here, the quarterfinals this year is actually quite difficult compared to around 2 or 3 years ago.
Quite.
I'd say.
It's very difficult. I will say it's like 2 stages above.
It's actually, yeah, I'd say it's actually like over around semifinals tier from last time. So
Well, wait till you see our final map poll hints.
Alright.
So with that, yep.
I think we're done for today and this week indeed. So look forward to the quarterfinals. We'll be having some more matches and you'll see all of these maps in action. That will be very exciting, so don't miss, and remember, buy banners.
So we will be seeing everyone in next week, I believe, Friday or Saturday, depending on where you live, I believe. Well, the scheduling isn't out yet, but it's probably going to be somewhere around that.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Next weekend
That's
it is. See you guys.
I don't have a good sign off.
Yeah, I don't have a good sign off either. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.